method on earth. And where are all these willing, unpaid servants? They are within you and all around you right now, even when you think you are absolutely alone. But you don't see them or hear them, much less command them and make them obey you. But they are there, nonetheless, ready to obey you instantly, if you only knew how to control and use them. You acquire that secret knowledge, and its resulting magic, with the secret of spirit thought magic. The well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic. It is obvious that such a fantastic secret would be jealously guarded by those who discovered it. Now, don't confuse spirit thought magic with mystic power. Mystics and great psychics of the past and present, Edgar Cayce, Croisset, Jean Dixon and other notable contemporary examples, possessed mystic power. Different ones could read the past and predict the future with astounding keenness. Or they could detect the perpetrators of well-concealed crimes. Or they could diagnose and prescribe effective remedies and heal strangers they had never seen or heard of. Some wrote bestsellers or painted masterfully, spontaneously. Many prophesied assassinations and other tragedies before these took place. Still others, totally ignorant of the healing arts, operated on the sick without touching them, and the incisions closed instantly and left no scar. In fact, different mystics have done practically everything conceivable with mystic power. For the gainful material world, though, their power was of little use. The moment they tried to make material gains with it, the power deserted them. It was a power for mystic use only. How the well-guarded secret was broken. Frank Rudolf Jung's ancestors, however, were convinced that there was a way to make such a power practical and useful enough for the material world. They were certain, furthermore, that there were people in this world who had found the secret of how to make their fortunes easily with it, of how to win romantically anybody they wished, of how to bring anyone under their domination instantly, of how to track down great hidden treasures, of how to pass, brain-cracking, examinations, of how to get promotions which seemed otherwise outside their reach, of how to produce masterpieces of literature or art with ease, and of how to acquire effortlessly anything else they desired for material gain, so long as they did so for worthy purposes. Over 140 years ago, Frank R. Jung's ancestors started searching through one continent after another for this power which they felt sure was a well-guarded secret. They wasted many long years in the effort. In Tibet they learned that the lamas bored slight openings in the bones of the foreheads of the initiates to bring them such a power overnight. But, again, the power could be used for mystic purposes only. Finally, in the perilous mountains of Assam, they found one psychic master who knew the well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic, or mystic-like power for material gain. The psychic master, though, refused to reveal the secret because, for the last several thousand years, he told them, it had been handed down by word of mouth to only a few individuals, and most of them had gone right out into the world with it and amassed fabulous wealth at the expense of others, ruined women, made fools of potentates, and used it for other unworthy purposes. The lightning changes that can result in your life by applying spirit thought magic. After Frank Rudolf Jung learned this well-guarded secret from his psychic power investigating father, he determined to track it down to its physiological basis, for he found that when applying it, one temporarily filled his body with a mysterious, secret, psychic feeling, which supersensitized his nervous system and his psychic power center to mystic-like control. With his detailed study of the human body through chiropractic, Dr. Jung examined the minor physiological changes which were stirred up in the body by the secret. Then he perfected the secret, so that it could bring spirit thought magic to you in still shorter time, and with still greater intensity. The few, like you, to whom he taught the perfected secret, enjoyed unbelievable results. Here are a few typical case histories. 1. A man multiplied the gross income of his failing home, mail-order business by 6 times, practically overnight. 2. A student suddenly saw with the astral light and acquired a learning memory which converted him into a miraculous passer of difficult examinations. 3. A poverty-stricken housewife snatched her husband and 2 children out of the slums. 4. A man, with a simple cartoon, started small and built up a company worth millions. 5. A penniless failure at 40, became a millionaire at 50. 6. A selfish, unprepossessing man, enslaved a beautiful, wealthy, aristocratic girl for 30 years, 3,000 miles away, although she had never seen him. 7. A 32-year-old man arrived in the United States with a few dollars, and years later was worth $8 million. 8. A woman hastened her husband's recovery from a dangerous operation. 9. An anxious husband controlled his flirt-crazy wife without a word or a move. 10. A father suspected the truth of his 15-year-old daughter's explanations for the frequent parties she attended. 11. A man won back his loving wife after losing her from an indirect psychic attack. 12. An 18-year-old freshman girl, who had been expelled and deprived of her scholarship, was suddenly reinstated. 13. A man ended his buying bad luck stocks and made thrilling gains. 14. A 28-year-old divorced waitress, mother of 3, captured Anna married a tall, handsome, vigorous executive earning $40,000 a year, and only 14 years older than she. 15. A desperate woman easily found her important lost legal documents. 16. A man discovered a hidden $15 million gold treasure. 17. A 60-year-old man read the treacherous mind of his most trusted friend, who secretly planned to kill him and marry his much younger wife and sole heir. 18. A man saved, in the water, his own life by a hair from a dangerously speeding motorboat. These are only samples of the amazing true case histories described in this unbelievable book. How much easier your every step in life for every desired accomplishment becomes after you master the secrets it reveals through this book. The author. 1. How Spirit Thought Magic Works for You. Vernon was an average-sized bachelor of 30. He held a simple clerical position, and exercised in a gym several times a week. He was intrinsically lazy, though, and was afraid to marry because he dreaded having to support a wife and family. He wished to work less, in other words, not more. He hated the gym, too, for he considered lifting barbells similar to straining at hard labor. The other members of the gym, Vernon discovered, agreed with him. They slaved at the barbells, they confessed to him, hoping mainly to control their body weights, to keep down their potbellies, and not look old and flabby on the beach or at the pool during vacation time. Vernon yearned to find a magic formula to control his own body weight, but still make his muscles bulge enough, and achieve it all with comparatively little exercise. The younger muscle men in the gym, he observed, tussled for long, hard hours with the barbells, at least every other day, striving desperately to add noticeable muscle girth. They, too, Vernon learned from them, prayed for an easier and less time-consuming method to attain their goals. Practically all of them had tried isometric contractions, but had found their progress with them limited. With the multitude of men all over the world who longed to reach that physical goal, Vernon reflected, what a market existed for a product which could enable them to realize that secret dream with a minimum of toil. What sums would most men shell out eagerly for such a blessing? Vernon racked his brains thinking, but could conceive of no such method. In strict confidence I advised him to acquire the right spirit thought magic to help him. Bursting with eagerness as he was, Vernon took my advice and secretly practiced trying to acquire the right spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas. He mastered and acquired it in 12 days, a few minutes a day. Shortly afterward he suddenly had a hunch that the unique method he sought could be effected with a pill. The pill, he felt, could absorb the fat off his waist and hips, but at the same time stimulate his muscles to grow at a record pace. He would need to exercise comparatively little, too, but just take the pill regularly. The fourth time he got that hunch, it flashed in his mind how the pill could achieve those ends. It could achieve them by exciting certain steroid hormones of the body. These being anti-fat but pro-protein hormones, they would pair off fat and mushroom his muscle. Vernon had a limited shipment of such pills specially prepared for him and tried them on himself and on some of the gym crowd. It worked. He lost no time inserting a small ad in a magazine. The response was fantastic. Before long, Vernon was advertising widely and orders poured in profusely. Within 5 years he was collecting as much as $600 apiece from large numbers of eager men for special pills, which he sent them over a period of 3 months. Among his customers were noted celebrities. Imitators sprang up everywhere, but the demand for the product outgrew the supply. Vernon's profits, as a result, equaled the annual income of a millionaire. Since I myself don't approve of meddling with the body hormones, I feel that Vernon could have used this incredible power more worthily. How you, too, can suddenly get that one little idea to make you rich quickly. You, too, can attain the fantastic economic gains which Vernon did, with an idea, with one little, but most practical idea, on which you can start with a modest sum, and expand fast into the income of a millionaire. The world is full of demanding needs which little ideas can fill, ideas which can be started small, right from your own home, and by yourself. You don't have to depend upon a corporation to buy the idea from you either. And yet, that simple idea might never occur to you naturally. Nevertheless, it is bobbing within you or all around you, just waiting for you to seize it. But you don't know how to seize it. Seize it with the right spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas. But, be scrupulous, please. Don't promote a product that enriches you fast, but disregards its possible hazards to humanity. The right spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas will bring you a stupendous money-making idea, if that's all you wish for, and will completely disregard the ethical. But wish for a worthy money-making idea, for it will also bring you such a one. Then you can wallow in wealth happily. How desperate Celia found her much-cherished lost family heirloom. Celia was desperate. The family heirloom had been handed down in her family for generations, and sentimentally it was worth more than money could buy. Suddenly, it was nowhere to be found. It could have been stolen, misplaced, or lying anywhere nearby. Celia drove everyone in the house practically out of his mind with her feverish questioning. Her husband sought my help. In strict confidence I taught him how to teach his wife to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for finding lost articles. Since Celia possessed unusual faith in the occult, she acquired that spirit-thought magic fast and received a hunch within a week. On that hunch she pursued a certain path outside the house because, without rhyme or reason, her steps seemed to be pulled or urged in that particular direction. After 20 paces or so, her legs experienced, all at once, an urge to stop. Right there, concealed beneath a bush, was the family heirloom. The dog, or Celia's 4-year-old son, had set it there. Celia nearly fainted. How you, too, can find lost articles and other things which have tragically vanished from your life. With the right spirit-thought magic, you, too, can find lost articles that mean much to you. The right spirit-thought magic knows where the article is, even if you don't. Just acquire it, and it will lead you, urge you, or suggest to your subconscious mind exactly where the vanished article is. On rare occasions it might materialize right before you and tell you, or it might inform you in some other detectable manner. Far more likely, however, it will communicate the secret knowledge to your astral body, and then your astral body will fill your psychic power center, in your forehead and temples, with a strange urge to go where the spirit-thought magic leads it. Do not resist that strange urge, no matter if it seems meaningless or illogical to you. Respond to it at once, and with the full conviction that it will lead you to the lost article. How Louise lost her husband to a much younger, attractive woman, but drew him back to her. 45-year-old Louise was aware for some time that her dresses were fitting tightly, that previously undetected lines were carving into her face and neck, and that the drugstore cowboys no longer whistled when she struggled past them with the groceries. But she ignored those changes and resigned herself to growing old gracefully. She noticed, too, on the other hand, that George, her husband, was taking her out less and less, and yet he went out more and more, for business reasons, he told her. Then Louise discovered the brutal truth. George was keeping company with a much younger woman, a physically attractive divorcee 19 years younger than she. Louise thought she had stepped off the end of the world. She deplored regular exercise, dieting and all the other ways of reducing her waist and hips. She would probably look older then, too, with her face abnormally thin from loss of underlying fat. Oh, God, what could she do? A friend of hers approached me with her problem, as above, and I suggested to her friend that she try to acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically. Her friend brought her to see me. Louise was distraught and bordered on hysteria. The life she had built up so contentedly, was now tumbling down on her. Never had she suspected that George would ever care if she lost some of her looks. She herself didn't care. He didn't look so glamorous either, with his bald head, double chin and potbelly. But, he was her husband. No one could look young and romantic forever. I managed to pacify her momentarily. But I sternly advised her not to use the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person she wanted romantically, in order to bring George back to her like a virtual slave. I advised her, instead, to fill him with a yearning to return to her for herself, that is, to bring him back to her because she was the one he loved, and undoubtedly still loved. She should convince him astrally, in other words, that he had just been temporarily infatuated with another woman. Louise listened carefully to my instructions for acquiring the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically, which I taught her in strict confidence. She acquired that magic in about 12 days. With it, however, despite my pleas to the contrary, she took merciless possession of George and brought him back to her like an enslaved zombie. George, as a result, lost his own personality and turned into putty in her hands. He now made wrong decisions at work because he let Louise dictate his every move. As a consequence, he not only lost his best chance of promotion, but was demoted. That converted him into a big babbling baby. But vindictive Louise would not relent even then. Just so long as she still had him on a leash, she admitted to me, she was satisfied. When last heard of, George was still practically eating out of Louise's hand. He was allowing her to take his wages from him, to spend them as she wished and turn him into a downtrodden stray dog of a man. Louise had used the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person she wanted romantically, for unworthy purposes, just as the psychic master in the mountains of Assam had warned my ancestors that most people would. How you can attach a drifting mate to you permanently. With the right spirit thought magic, you, too, can enslave a drifting mate and attach him, or her, to you permanently. Just don't be greedy about it, as Louise was. But this power can save your home for you, even without your regaining your lost youth or figure. The right spirit thought magic will seize such an unshakable control over your drifting mate that it will invade his every pore and blind him to anything unattractive about you. At the same time, it will accentuate the attractive features about you, to such a degree that your transformed mate will see only wonders in you. In fact, he will even adore your unattractive traits by perceiving them in an odd romantic manner, and enslave himself still more to them. But, to repeat, you may be powerfully tempted to abuse the right spirit thought magic for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically. If you use it for worthy purposes, on the other hand, you will be as irresistible romantically at 90 as you were at 19. If you cannot control the insatiable impulse to abuse it and depersonalize your drifting mate and convert him, or her, into a helpless puppet at your beck and call, however, the power of spirit thought magic may not be made available to you. Make it a point to use worthily all its powers, right now, or stop learning how to acquire it, at once. 2. The physiological revealing secret of spirit thought magic. From the beginning of time, man has used mystic power to overcome the most formidable obstacles. With the rise of science and the consequent universal contempt for the occult, man grew to believe that spirit thought magic is non-existent and can therefore be of no value to him. In order to accept that conclusion, however, man had to shut his eyes purposely to the fantastic powers periodically demonstrated by individuals who lacked outstanding mental gifts or formal education, when these individuals performed feats in mathematics and medical diagnoses, prophesied the future, displayed unbelievable financial acumen, showed astonishing knowledge of ancient times and languages, found hopelessly lost articles, revealed incredible artistic genius, physical power and character fascination, or performed miracles of surgery and healing. Indeed, such individuals achieved feats, in almost everything, which outclassed those of the best trained or best gifted minds. Carefully conducted tests, too, have failed to expose a tremendous number of them as frauds. Most remarkable is that the overwhelming number of those ungifted individuals did not inherit mystic power. On the contrary, each acquired it nearly always after suffering a significant enough mental or physical trauma. Such a discovery proved undoubtedly that everyone possesses mystic power, but that not everyone has suffered a significant enough mental or physical trauma to trigger it into regular use. The accidental trauma which the ungifted individual suffered, provided the shock which started this latent power in him functioning regularly. Here are some typical case histories of such people. How many everyday people were suddenly gifted with mystic power after suffering unexpected traumas? The list of names of different everyday people who did not stand out from the crowd, but who were suddenly gifted with mystic power shortly after suffering significant enough mental or physical traumas, continues to grow fast. Here is a sample list of well-documented cases. Their names have been omitted or changed. A retarded girl who had suffered head damage when delivered by a cesarean operation, read foreign languages fluently, although nobody knew whether she understood them or not. Following a severe illness, Ted Serioses, his right name, discovered that he possessed the unique power to produce photographs and scenes that were hundreds or thousands of miles away, in places he had never been to, seen or heard about. An individual fell into a profound sleep, a trance-like condition, and awoke changed into an altogether different personality. Shocked by the bereavement of a dear, close one, Wilma acquired thereafter the power of automatic writing and received accurate prophecies regularly from spirits. Her ability as a seer, besides, increased with age. Mrs. Lund found her psychic powers greatly amplified following a spinal injury. Elva had been normal and healthy. She was suddenly taken ill and told that her death was near. The shock left her in total despair for a month. Then, one night, she beheld a vision of herself, or her own astral body, and it talked to her and assured her that she would not die for years. 6 days later, Elva was discharged from the hospital, cured, like a miracle, her doctors said. Since then she has made immortal predictions. She predicted the election of John F. Kennedy, the Watts riots, Churchill's death, the crash of a giant airliner, the publishing and unusual success of a totally unknown author who had written for 30 years without one word being accepted for publication, and much else. Cynthia had been a normal child and was maturing into an attractive woman. Then she was stricken with meningitis. She spent 6 days in a grave crisis, and no hope was held for her recovery. She suddenly prophesied a tragedy awaiting her nurse. That very night Cynthia passed her crisis and started recovering. 5 days later, the nurse died in an accident, as Cynthia had accurately prophesied. Cynthia recovered, but was crippled and had to learn to walk with crutches. But she had acquired, and retained, the power to foretell the future. A hypnotist had been hypnotizing a girl in an effort to rid her of her repeated headaches. One day, during the treatment, she suddenly sank into a trance so deep that her breathing became laborious, and her pulse rate dropped alarmingly. All at once her voice changed into that of a soldier who had perished in battle 100 years before. A priest had been praying one morning, as usual. Suddenly he felt faint and lost consciousness. When he awoke, his hands and feet were pierced and bleeding, and so was a wound in his side several inches deep. These wounds bled with him for the rest of his life. A widowed housewife in her early 40s, and mother of 2 children, broke several ribs in a fall and was confined to her home for several months. Soon after, she was contacted by the spirits of the old masters Liszt, Bach, Chopin, Debussy, Schubert and Beethoven and has composed more than 400 incredible pieces under their dictation. Poltergeist disturbances are always found to be particularly active in the vicinity of a child or young woman who is an epileptic or an hysteric. A young girl who had been mentally deficient since the age of 5 after being hit by a car, plunged from a 3rd-floor window at the age of 26 in a suicide attempt. The head blow she suffered, changed her from a retarded idiot with the intelligence of an 8-year-old to a genius with one of the highest IQs. She may be the smartest person alive today, claims a noted physician who tested her. Einstein could have competed with her, and her intelligence is still growing. Christoph Friedrich wrote that during a violent perturbation of mind, owing to a series of incidents which had altogether wounded his moral feelings, and from which he saw no avenues of relief, he suddenly noticed, 10 paces from him, the figure of a deceased person. Although that same figure did not reappear, he perceived since then, very distinctly, the figures of many more deceased persons whom he did not know. The apparition ceased abruptly when he lost a quantity of blood in an emergency. Mystic powers have also come to different people following certain distempers, such as a terrible headache. The list of similar cases grows steadily, now that people are less ashamed to come out and confess them. You will now have revealed and explained to you the different physiological and pathological changes which take place in the body as a result of such mental and physical traumas, and how these may trigger different mystic powers. How trauma to the head may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the head has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. Trauma to the head should be avoided, of course, for even if it is not followed sooner or later by grave complications, it is fraught with serious consequences. One who receives a fracture of the skull which gives rise to no organic signs, or one who, consequent to a blow to the head, is left unconscious for a long time, is apt to suffer, for months or years, from severe headaches, dizziness, irritability, lack of power of concentration, inability to work, or from impaired memory. Even aside from those neurotic manifestations, the person who receives a serious blow to the head is not the same individual he was before the accident. Convulsions may follow later, too, even when no injury to the brain can be demonstrated. These may manifest themselves from 6 months to 2 years or longer after the accident, particularly if a scar forms in the brain tissue. The younger the individual, the graver the possibilities. Even following some trifling accident which may, or may not, have been succeeded by temporary loss of consciousness, many victims develop a train of symptoms which are generally called traumatic neurosis. These symptoms usually set in after a few days or weeks, or occasionally, sometimes after months. During that time the individual is seemingly well and displays no signs of organic involvement of his nervous system. Such syndromes generally follow industrial accidents, or during war. They may also occur in persons who have merely been shocked in railroad accidents or explosions without receiving any evident injury. Most commonly, though, they follow blows to the head. Some observers insist that all these traumas, which are similar to traumas causing concussion of the brain, lead to minute changes in the nervous system. Hence, they call the resulting condition traumatic encephalitis or encephalopathy. Many such cases do not yield to treatment and persist after all obvious causes have been removed. After considering all these different, even if minute, changes which result in the brain following trauma to it, even from a trifling accident, or even following the emotional trauma of shock without physical contact, as well as the fact that such a highly respected medical authority as Meekins asserts that the person who receives a serious blow to the head is never the same person he was before the accident, it is not difficult to realize that a significant change has taken place in the victim's brain which, even if not demonstrable by diagnosis, nevertheless may trigger his latent mystic power. How trauma to the spinal cord may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the spinal cord has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. As with any other kind of trauma, trauma to the spinal cord should be avoided, of course. The clinical signs of injury to the spine and the spinal cord usually appear suddenly, or at least very rapidly, because most of the damage to it results at the time of the injury. Even dislocation of the spine may cause severe and fatal injury to the spinal cord. Or, the spinal cord may sustain no damage at all. Or, again, the damage to it by a self-reduced dislocation may be severe, even to the extent of cutting the spinal cord. The symptoms of the resulting spinal shock are the same symptoms that apply to any general shock. These are prostration, pallor, cold sweat, erratic pulse, pinched face, sunken eyes, cold limbs, but fairly clear mind, nevertheless. Hemorrhage into the spinal cord may also frequently result from trauma. The great number of capillaries in the central gray matter of the spinal cord, which is composed of nerve cells, predisposes it to hemorrhage. The hemorrhage may follow a direct blow to the spine, even though the hemorrhage is then sometimes delayed, or it may follow abrupt bending or severe straining. The hemorrhage has even occurred to women following difficult labor and rarely, in the newborn during breech extraction. That might account for some people being born with functioning mystic power. If the patient does not succumb after the injury to his spinal cord, all the symptoms gradually recede. But if the residual signs do not disappear within a few months, they are apt to remain permanently. Mystic power may appear in such cases, even if the remaining sign is just a scar. How trauma to the central nervous system may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the central nervous system has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. The trauma may occur through cancerous or other growths, such as scars, in the spinal canal, which press against the spinal cord within it, because there is little room for much displacement of the spinal cord in the spinal canal. The wall of this canal, besides, is composed of bone and fibrous tissue, and therefore cannot stretch or expand. Neither does the protective sheath around the spinal cord stretch. The spinal cord itself, in addition, is held more or less in place in the canal by ligaments on each side of it. An expanding growth within the sheath covering the spinal cord, the central nervous system, therefore, will compress the spinal cord directly because the sheath presses the expanding growth into the cord. As the expansion of the growth continues, the substance of the spinal cord is destroyed. How trauma to the brain may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the brain has been followed later by the sudden acquisition of mystic power. As a result of the trauma, the injured part of the brain stimulates superreactive and paralytic reactions in the body. These, in turn, trigger spontaneous messages from the body to the brain, or spontaneous commands from the brain to the muscles. This triggering is explained by the release phenomena of Jackson, which means that when the conscious mind, which is a higher nerve center, is removed or destroyed and can no longer restrain or inhibit the thalamus and the other lower nerve centers, these go wild and overstimulate the structures they rule. These structures are your senses of temperature, your senses of cold, heat, sight, hearing, pressure, your muscles, your circulation, your breathing and your metabolism. This spontaneous overstimulation of those different organs and structures of your body may bring your senses into contact with the astral currents and trigger mystic power. How trauma to the body may trigger mystic power. Trauma to the body will fatigue it and thereby leave it less resistant to the invisible influences of the astral world. How emotional traumas may trigger mystic power. Emotional traumas, like the great terror or horror that result during war or in perilous experiences, as well as long-standing psychological maladjustments, may trigger mystic power. The shock of the emotional trauma supersensitized the brain and nervous system of the victim to parallel experiences of other people and brings him a superhuman, astral, rapport with all phases of it. Many early psychics displayed choleric and nervous traits. Some, as children, tended to feel different and misunderstood, to feel insecure, as adults to talk too much and over-apologetically to strangers, but harshly to those close to them, to seem regularly as if playing a role, to recognize themselves in others, to be plagued with stomach trouble, to specialize in odd fields which were of interest primarily to themselves, and thus separated themselves still more from normal society. The vividness and accuracy of their psychic perceptions varied considerably, also, with their changing states of mind. It was usually far clearer and specific when they were deeply emotionally involved in the experience themselves. Croisset, for example, envisioned drowned children easily because of his own narrow escapes from drowning when a child, and he could locate their submerged bodies readily. Another gifted seer clearly and specifically envisioned the locations of the vanished bodies of real and potential suicides because he often contemplated taking his own life. The subconscious mind, to draw up a rule, also directly affects the intensity of the individual's mystic power. Many paragnosts, also, perceived best when the matter was related to their inborn, as well as to their acquired personality traits. If the psychic was artistically inclined, for instance, he perceived best matters pertaining to art. The telepathic vibrations which emanate from persons engaged in parallel experiences seem to be similar in astral wavelength and are thereby readily picked up by the psychic power center of the mystic or psychic who is attuned to such vibrations due to his own past similar experiences. Tremendous emotional traumas may release this same power in the average person and bring him mystic power. The sacred disease, which may trigger mystic power. Epilepsy, fits, was formerly called the sacred disease, because it commonly afflicted prophets, mystics and other holy men. Even Moses was well known for his fits. After coming out of his fits, the prophet usually made the revelations he had heard from the voice during his period of unconsciousness. Since epilepsy is a form of psychic trauma to the brain, there is little doubt that it also temporarily brings about certain changes in the brain which trigger the mystic power of those prophets, mystics and other holy men. This can be readily believed when it is realized that, although epilepsy may be due to heredity, it may also be due to head trauma, although this is not an important cause of it. It may also be due to birth trauma, or to trauma sustained during birth, for many apparently normal children are found with blood in their spinal fluid at birth. Epilepsy may also be caused by disease toxins. Measles, for example, frequently leaves a clinical encephalitis, or a low-grade encephalitis which is not observed clinically, but which may leave residual damage that may later cause epilepsy. Blood circulation instability, which, for instance, is found in the hypersensitive, the emotionally unstable, the high-strung, the stammer and stutterer and others with easily excitable natures, may repeatedly, during common everyday experiences, deprive the person's tissue of the necessary amount of blood, and therefore of oxygen, it needs. That traumatizes it and causes it to send out abnormally powerful commands to his muscles to contract, and thus bring on his convulsive seizures. Practically all mystics, and mediums, are high-strung, emotionally unstable people, and some of the greatest of them, as a consequence, stammer and stutter severely. Moses is a celebrated case in point. An authority claims that epileptic and other convulsive seizures are set off by a trigger mechanism composed of a bundle of short nerve fibers running between the frontal cortex, the psychic power center, and the thalamus, the center of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. How the sacred disease may trigger mystic power. There is little doubt, then, that a mystifying connection exists between epilepsy and mystic power. This mystifying connection will now be traced. Epilepsy is medically defined as a disorder characterized by sudden, transient alterations of brain action, usually with symptoms of a muscular, motor, sensitivity, sensory, or psychic, psychological, nature, and it is frequently accompanied by alterations in the consciousness. It causes pronounced brainwave alterations in the electroencephalogram. With the development of more precise diagnosis tests and instruments, the inherited type of epilepsy has been found to be the result of abnormally active brain tissue caused by injury, infection, or unknown agents. Metabolic disorders, such as uremia, retention of urine, and therefore too much water in the bloodstream, hypoglycemia, or too little sugar in the blood, and consequently not enough acid in it, hypocalcemia, too little calcium in the blood and, therefore, also, too little acid in it, since calcium is the acid ion, may give rise to convulsive seizures. That is why the true mystic is invariably a vegetarian, for that diet keeps his blood as normally alkaline as possible. Also, it prolongs the length of his mystic power periods because it retards the rate of accumulation of toxins in his body which add acid to his blood during his trance and bring him back to the physical plane. By alkalizing his blood as much as possible within normal limits, indeed, the true mystic becomes so acutely susceptible to astral contact that common everyday phenomena, like light, sound or touch, can precipitate his trances, just as they can precipitate the epileptic seizure. As with certain epileptics, the mystic is also predisposed to astral seizures during sleep. None of these tendencies are revealed under the microscope. That explains why it is difficult to prove mystic powers to the skeptic. Like epilepsy, mystic power is a syndrome rather than a specific disease entity. For that reason, Like epilepsy, no specific pathological tissue alterations could be found in the tissues of the mystic if examined under the microscope. In fact, even patients who have suffered for years from epileptic convulsions demonstrate no pathological changes in their brains. Practically any part of the brain, besides, can initiate a convulsive seizure. That is why, practically any part of it can bring mystic power. But each part will bring a different mystic power because each part of the brain, as demonstrated with epilepsy, possesses its own distinct rhythm of vibration, as shown in the electroencephalograph. As a consequence, the epileptic symptoms depend on the function of the brain area involved, as well as on the rapidity of the rhythm and amplitude of the waves of its vibrations. The rhythm and amplitude of the waves, furthermore, are influenced, as with fits, by the amount of oxygen and sugar in the blood. Deep breathing, or overoxygenation of the blood, increases the rhythm and occurrence of the epileptic attacks, because it increases the alkaline state of the body. The sacred disease, then, apparently triggers mystic power in the mystics by bringing about a temporary alkalosis in the brain. The mysterious significance of the tigroid bodies of mystic power. There is one histological clue, however, which always follows all the possible causes described which may trigger mystic power in the mystic. This clue appears immediately after an unexpected trauma either to the head, to the spinal cord, to the central nervous system, to the brain, to the emotions, and even from the trauma of the sacred disease. This previously unsuspected clue is the destriping of the tigroid bodies, also known as the nissal substance, of the nerve cell. The tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are flake-like granules of varying size and of irregular shape. Although their quantity within the different nerve cells varies considerably, their amount in each cell is greatly diminished by fatigue and aftershock. The tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are ribose-type nucleoproteins, with significant amounts of calcium, iron, and perhaps other minerals. They are also found in brain tissue deprived of adrenaline. In other words, in the alkaline brain. They lend a striped or tigroid appearance to the nerve and undergo disintegration, destriping, in a fatigued or injured nerve cell. When the nerve cell is injured by any kind of trauma, therefore, including psychic trauma, it undergoes fatigue, and its tigroid bodies are destriped and disappear. They reappear when the nerve cell recovers from the fatigue, or after the temporary injury. This is the undisputable physiological clue of mystic powers. The tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are destriped by them. The process of mystic power in a nutshell. Now, let's compress the whole process of mystic power into a nutshell. Mystic powers are triggered and the tigroid bodies of the nerve cells are destriped. The destriping occurs when the physical body is fatigued or overalkalized from any cause. The mystic lamas puncture the foreheads of the initiates just enough to achieve the semblance of epilepsy, and hence, for the initiates to acquire mystic powers. Similar effects, though, can be brought about temporarily and maintained within a normal physiological range by overoxygenating the blood. The well-concealed psychic masters of old developed it much further with the well-guarded secret of spirit thought magic. My determined ancestors searched for this secret all over the Far East for over 100 years and finally drew it, piece by piece, from the one remaining psychic master in the perilous mountains of Assam, who knew it. I myself spent the next 40 years perfecting and improving it scientifically for each different spirit thought magic. You are now about to learn this well-guarded secret, so that you can use it to make your every dream come true with the least effort imaginable. 3. How to acquire the secret power of spirit thought magic. Powerful thoughts, astral and spirit impressions and natural forces of every conceivable type and variety are constantly bombarding your mind and body, both from within and from without. These range from the molecules of different and altering physiological substances flowing through your blood and your tissue fluids, to the psychic and spirit communications from the far-reaching other world. You just don't see or hear them, no more than you see or hear the fish when you are swimming in the ocean. But these thoughts are forces, like the fish. They are there constantly flashing all around you, just as the fish in the deep ocean are moving all around you. Means of communication. Sometimes these thoughts and forces communicate to you by means of a direct apparition which may, or may not speak to you. At other times they do so through a hunch, a strange feeling, or sense, through your sixth sense, through orlums, automatic writing, through a crystal ball, hypnosis, trances and seances. But you misconstrue those messages or commands as your own thoughts and don't suspect that they are implanted in you without your knowledge or consent. Such communication, also, frequently results from the semi-enslavement of your astral body by that of another person who may not even be aware that he, or she, is dominating you in that manner. Yet, try as you might, you find it nearly impossible to free yourself from that person's influence, regardless of whether that person desires to help you or harm you. Peoples and tribes in all nations of history have believed that there are creatures in the air, call them whatever names they did, which were whispering all around them, trying to persuade them to do one thing or another. Psychiatry has attempted to pooh-pooh the idea, just as it has regularly scoffed at ESP, and blame it on the vagaries of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind, just the same, has not yet been proved to exist independently of the astral body, for the astral body severs itself permanently from the physical body only at death, and that is precisely when the subconscious mind leaves the body. It is impossible to experiment with the living human body, too, unless its astral body is still connected to it. The astral body and subconscious coexist. The astral body and the subconscious mind, for that reason, always exist at the same time in the same person, and the astral body can and does contact the spirit world regularly and bring its communications to the physical body, and therefore, to the subconscious mind. It is, consequently, impossible to declare with proof where the boundaries of the subconscious mind end, and those of the astral body begin. The two boundaries are obviously entwined with each other, and so the astral body and the subconscious mind continuously receive impressions from, and send out messages and commands to, each other. You are, therefore, continuously influencing and being influenced by the spirit world. In addition, when you don't know how to reach it for exactly what you want, you are then influenced by it far more than you suspect. You can then control and use it very little for material gain. With spirit thought magic, however, you gain control over the powerful thoughts, astral and spirit communications, psychometric impressions and invisible natural forces which are constantly bombarding you from within and from without, and reap astounding gains with them, just as the secret few have done. But again, to repeat, limit its use to worthy purposes. Why you see, but don't realize you see, the invisible creatures in the air around you. You see, but don't realize you see, the invisible creatures in the air around you because you don't detect them with your highest visual center, which is located in an area of your conscious and subconscious minds, at the back of your head. You do see them, though, with your second, your primitive, visual center, your external geniculate body, which comprises a portion of the larger, newer part of your thalamus, at the base of your brain. Your primitive visual center is subordinate to your highest visual center, but it flashes to your conscious mind the pictures which you receive from the background and from the surrounding borders wherever you look, as well as the movements in its border areas. Sight from your primitive visual center and from your highest visual center flash into your conscious mind through different nerve channels, and in your conscious mind they interact and form your completed conscious vision. That fact was discovered and a certain connection between the two halves of the brain was cut by Dr. Trevarthen, in order to diminish the magnitude of severe epileptic seizures in epileptics, and he found that the connection between the two brain halves of the primitive visual center remained intact. You perceive the invisible creatures around you in the air, then, with your primitive visual center because that center of yours discerns what your highest visual center does not. For example, when something unexpected moves outside your central field of attention, you discern it first with your primitive visual center before your highest visual center perceives it. The primitive visual center, to go further, is far better developed in lower forms of life than in man, which explains why dogs, cats, birds, horses and other animals are frequently terrified by unseen creatures, like ghosts, when their masters are aware of nothing unusual. Your conscious mind, however, immediately banishes these primitive perceptions from your level of thinking when it grows aware of them, and classifies them as illusions or hallucinations, and ousts them from your field of consciousness. In fact, you are even ashamed of yourself for having experienced them. You have seen those unseen creatures, nonetheless, and now you can train yourself to grow aware of seeing them when you do, and accept them as reality, and use them to your fantastic advantage. You will now be taught the secret of how to accomplish that. The secret key to spirit thought magic. The secret key to spirit thought magic has been jealously guarded by the few from as far back as the Chaldeans and Babylonians, and has been passed on to favorites only through word of mouth. It is not necessary for you to single out which source of unexpected power you are seeking to control and use in order to acquire spirit thought magic, whether it emanates from your subconscious mind, from your psychometric impressions, from your telepathic communications from others, from the invisible natural forces around you, from your astral body or from the spirit world itself. As far as you are concerned, all of these sources are as mysterious and potent to you as communications from spirits, for their achievements are far beyond those which you can attain with your conscious mind and body alone. For all practical purposes, therefore, all these sources of mysterious power can be lumped together and called spirit thoughts. Most of them, directly or indirectly, stem from spirits, anyway. Regardless of which of those invisible forces you are controlling and using to bring magic results in your life, with all of them the tigroid bodies of your nerve cells will detripe and you will obtain a power comparable to that received from a spirit. That is why it is called spirit thought magic. You will be taught now the 4 well-guarded steps for acquiring the secret power of spirit thought magic. Step 1. Tap lightly, trauma, a specific part of your head, to stimulate the particular area of your brain whose spirit thought magic you desire. Step 2. Induce a high rage in you, to overstimulate yourself purposely. Step 3. Breathe very deeply and quickly to overventilate your lungs. This brings on a more alkaline state to your body and thus destripes the tigroid bodies of your nerve cells. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound and decode the message or command you receive. These 4 jealously guarded steps will now be described in detail as follows. Step 1. The astral rattle sound. Each spirit thought magic differs from the other. How to acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically, for example, is different from how to find lost articles, or for discovering hidden treasure, or for taking possession of others. Each different spirit thought magic, therefore, is not acquired in the same area of your brain, for each one has to impel your conscious and subconscious minds to bring about its specific end. The ancients realized this fact because they regularly applied different spirit thoughts magic, although they understood comparatively little about the functional anatomy of the brain. As a consequence, they developed different astral rattles or sounds, to stimulate different parts of the brain to conform to different spirit thoughts magic. The astral rattle process consists in tapping gently, with the second row of knuckles of one of your fists, the specific part of your head which directly covers the area of your brain which controls the effects of any particular spirit thought on you. It alerts you extra keenly to your desires from that particular spirit thought. For best results, tap your head with the second row of knuckles of your left hand if you are right-handed, or with those of your right hand if you are left-handed. For, it is well known that the side of your brain opposite to your natural handedness is the side that rules your natural handedness the most decisively. That is so because the nerve fibers from your brain cross to the opposite side of your body after they stream forth from their nuclei in your brain and branch out to their destinations. An illustration will be referred to with the description of the astral rattle of each different spirit thought magic to show you exactly where to tap your head for it. You will always be directed, besides, to tap your skull with your fist 4 times. This is because the ancients found out, thousands of years ago, that 4 was the best number of times to tap the head to alert the physical brain to anything. Tapping it less than 4 times somehow left the brain waiting for still more taps, while tapping it more than 4 times left it nonplussed or annoyed. Note phrenomesmerism. The astral rattle was also used early in the 19th century when mesmerism was applied to phrenology, significance of bone bump on skull. Mesmerism and phrenology were then regarded as related sciences because it was found that a somnambule, sleeping person, whose head, bumps, were touched by the fingers of the operator responded by exhibiting every symptom of the mental trait attributed to the organs of the body controlled by that particular head, bump. The scientific basis of the astral rattle. The astral rattle is about the mildest trauma, injury, that can be applied to the skull and stimulate enough of a discharge to the area of the brain beneath it to alert it to the other well-guarded secret steps which serve to draw the right spirit thought to you. That is why the most exclusive psychic masters us it. And here is the scientific explanation as follows. Abnormal discharge of nerve electricity in the brain, first of all, is synchronous. That is, its rate and pulse of vibrations are uniform while normal discharge in the brain is asynchronous. That is, its rate and pulse of vibrations are not uniform. Abnormal brain discharge, also, like an epileptic seizure, is paroxysmal in occurrence, and may take place spontaneously, or following certain kinds of activation such as, strong enough electrical stimulation or significant trauma. Hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, drowsiness, hydration, or repetitive high-intensity illumination applied to the eyes, like bright car lights at night, or bright lights used to bring about hypnosis, in addition, may all activate the brain in different ways and in different areas of it. The place and origin of the abnormal brain discharge may occur anywhere in the brain, too, for it is directly triggered by certain pathological and chemical changes which are created in the environment of the nerve cells of the brain, and perhaps within the nerve cells themselves. These changes often follow direct injury, or may occur from anoxia, lack of enough oxygen in the brain, such as from lack of fresh air, or from infection, which may also cause oxygen deficiency in the brain, or from compression of the brain due to a tumor in or around it. Brain tissue which has been destroyed cannot, obviously, discharge nerve electricity. The discharge has to come from brain tissue which still functions and exhibits some degree of altered metabolism. With stimulation, now, like that of the Tibetans boring a tiny hole through the forehead, seizures can be brought on. Spontaneous seizures, of course, like epilepsy, may be considered an exaggeration of normal brain tissue activity. And during any seizure, changes occur in the body which are consistent with increased demands for energy to support its suddenly increased activity, changes like increased blood flow, increased oxygen consumption, increased amount of sugar in the blood, since more sugar is being rushed then to the muscles, increased adenosine triphosphate, ATP, creatine phosphate, lactic acid, the waste product of muscle, and other body wastes resulting from the increased energy consumption. The brain is then far keener to spirit thought and actual spirit communication, but for mystic power only. But the suggestion of the mystical effects of a seizure can be brought to the brain by tapping lightly any part of the skull, gentle trauma, because a seizure is also a potentiality of normal brain. The suggestion of the mystic effect of a seizure, in fact, is even far more effective when a specific part of the skull is tapped lightly, a specific part of it which covers a particular area of the brain which controls a mental or body function closely akin to that of the exact spirit thought or actual spirit magic you wish. The parts of your head which you will tap lightly with the astral rattle. These are the particular parts of your head which you will be taught to tap lightly with the astral rattle in each lesson, to draw to you the right spirit thought for each different spirit thought magic. Tap your forehead, your frontal lobe. See Figure 1 Section A. That alerts your psychic power center to spirit thought or actual spirit communication because it encourages a decrease of your consciousness. The first phenomenon resulting from electrical stimulation of part of the brain is a loss of consciousness. It is the part of your brain which you will be instructed to tap lightly for such spirit thought magics as to capture and rule the person you want romantically, to learn people's concealed secrets, and many others. Tap above your ear, your temporal lobe. See Figure 1. Section B. That alerts your psychic power center to spirit thought, bizarre, mental experiences which psychiatrists call delusions and hallucinations. In these, the objects in your external environment and the sounds from it, change or alter in appearance in your mind. Or you dream or involuntarily recollect some similar past experience. You have feelings of unreality or of familiarity, or of the things around you as being nearer or farther away, or of being larger or smaller, than they seemed before. It is the part of your brain which you will be instructed to tap lightly for such spirit thought magics as to acquire superpowers of crime detection, to defend you against psychic attack, or to contact past astral incarnations. Discussed later. Those are the parts of your head which you will tap with the astral rattle, and samples of the specific spirit thought magics to which they will alert your brain. So, study carefully the next 3 of the 4 secret steps. Step 2. Invoke psychic power rage in you. The second well-guarded step for acquiring the secret of spirit thought magic is to invoke psychic power rage in you. And this is why. If you are a desperate parent whose daughter is smoking marijuana, it will make little impression on your psyche to rage within against the fact that someone you hardly know has lost a ring and can't find it. You will have to rage, instead, at the fact that your daughter got out of hand. Or, if you desire a different and much more effective personality, you have to rage at the fact that your whole life has been handicapped, if not ruined, by the deplorable personality you have. In order to acquire each different spirit thought magic, therefore, you have to assume a different psychic power rage with each. You have to assume a synthetic rage that fits the particular spirit thought magic you want to acquire and which, as a result, throws your own psychic power center into a rage that overflows into your astral body. Not only that, but the rage should be so monstrous in intensity that it overstimulates you swiftly. Your physical body will then be eager to accept any help it can get to restore its wasted energy. Step 3. Destrike the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. And with your body turned acid with toxins, the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you alkalize your body by over-oxygenating it and thereby ridding it of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound. The final step is to absorb the right spirit thought into you. To avert the catastrophe of absorbing the wrong spirit thoughts and defeating the purpose of their spirit contacts, witches and others drew circles, or configurations like the tetragram or the pentagram, on the ground, around themselves. These were to ward off the unwanted spirits that massed around them following their invocations, and thus allowed their psychic power centers to choose the right spirit company for them. The psychic masters of old, though, found a still more effective way to hold off the wrong spirit thoughts from invading their minds and either misleading them or ruining their efforts. The psychic master simply filled his whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of spirit thought he wanted to attract to help him. If you wish to acquire strong self-possession, for example, you fill your mind and body with a clear mental and physical vision of a person who looks and possesses the character of such a personality all the way through him. If you wish to become a great money maker, you conceive a like vision of a great money maker. Such a mental and physical vision instantly pours from your conscious mind into your psychic power center, and then into your astral body and alters it so that it looks, thinks, and acts like the astral body of such a person. A spirit thought picture closely resembling your changed astral body is immediately attracted into your physical body and converts you into a prototype of it at once. The reason for that is not hard to find. In the astral world, spirits are as thin and transparent as air. Yet, you do feel the air that surrounds you when you move fast or when it blows hard enough against you, just as you may feel a spirit when it materializes solidly enough, even if it is not dense enough for you to see it. When such an invisible manifestation makes you feel chilly or turns your blood cold, you attribute that reaction to your imagination, or to some peculiar sensation within you, or to some object which you presume you brushed against, especially if the environment is dark. Your physical senses, in addition, do not perceive matter on the astral plane readily, unless you have acquired mystic power through a trauma or in some other fashion. Your physical senses, though, do sense the astral and spirit world around you. But your conscious mind does not accept such sensing as astral or spiritual because you have not trained yourself to perceive on those planes. Even if you trained yourself to, furthermore, you would still interpret every such contact you received, in an earthly manner. The countless communications which you receive from spirits all day and night long, to put it simply, are lost in your physical and psychological communications. It is a different matter when you receive the right spirit thought and know how to listen to it. And you have to know how to listen to it because, by far the greatest number of spirit thought communications you receive, will come to you silently, such as, through sensing, through astral telegraphic language, hunches, inclinations, through a feeling of being guided in one direction or another, or toward one spot instead of another. You have to grow keenly aware of these subtle, unexpected, unannounced spirit thought helpings to interpret them accurately. You do so by listening to the astral synaptic sound within you. The ancient psychic masters, the Siddhis, excelled at this art and called it listening to the psychic body. In Laya Yoga, the yogi listens to sounds which he can hear from within his body when he stuffs his ears tight. He calls these sounds the nada, and they range from the roar of the ocean to the humming of bees. How to listen to your astral synaptic sound. After filling your mind and body with the clear mental and physical vision of the person who looks and possesses what you wish, you will suddenly feel something near you, like the presence of someone close beside you, or behind you, even when you are alone practicing spirit thought magic in a dark room. This strange presence seeps into your whole body, and you feel as if you are getting the creeps. Next, you feel thoughts and words actually crawling right up your arms and legs, up your trunk and spine, and rising toward your brain. You can't explain how you know that they are thoughts and words. Yet, like the person who gets a hunch, they feel to you like eerie sensations which possess you, like thoughts or words coming from someone else, and even though you don't hear them well, you still get their meaning. That is the astral synaptic sound. When you are receiving spirit thoughts, its intensity multiplies to the attention-holding degree. Physiologically, most synaptic sound is due to the leaping across your nerve gaps, synapses, by the nerve electricity of the messages or commands flowing from your body to your brain, or from your brain to your body. Sit or lie still now, and concentrate deeply on this creepy feeling that crawls up your body to your brain. Even though you can't make out this creepy feeling very clearly, you still feel its secret meanings, and your physical body winds itself up, ready to carry out its messages or commands without your even propelling it to, just as a pet dog obeys your commands without understanding the precise dictionary meaning of your words. You will practice the secret of spirit thought magic repeatedly throughout this book and master how to use it for practically every purpose conceivable. You will acquire thoroughly, at last, the scientifically perfected secret which has been guarded so jealously by a few, for thousands of years. 4. How to use spirit thought magic for effective self-possession. Without adequate self-possession of yourself, you are absolutely nothing. You are no better than a hypnotic subject then, and practically everybody you meet will automatically hypnotize you without even trying. Even the most insignificant persons will twist you around their fingers, because you are a body without a mind. Your self-possession is your true backbone. No matter how logical or intelligent you might normally be, without self-possession you cannot think, much less act, independently. You don't have to lose all your self-possession to become a non-entity, either you just have to lose enough of it to prevent you from being the person you are normally. Because, the moment the other person senses that you can't overwhelm him, while you yourself sense that he can overwhelm you, you turn as helpless with him as if you had no self-possession whatsoever. Deep-seated frustration seizes you when he subsequently belabors you psychically, and your personality turns to clay in his hands. Both of you immediately accept him as the dominating character, and accept you as the mealy-mouthed pussyfoot who is afraid of his own shadow. You either let him trample all over you then, even if he is gifted with only half your intelligence, or you lose your temper and make a spectacle of yourself and a mortal enemy of him. When you acquire complete self-possession, though, your relationship with that person and with everybody else alters instantly. From a wallflower in life you turn into a leader and conqueror without even trying. Those who kicked you around, turn helpless against you now and go along with you in one thing after another, like heavy logs drifting down a small stream. They don't resent your leading them by the nose either, but accept you as a natural leader. Learn how others changed their lives completely by acquiring self-possession with spirit thoughts, and duplicate their successes with ease. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought magic for self-possession. History abounds with recorded cases of people who have been mercilessly dominated by others, as well as by spirits, and who failed to free themselves from those shackles. Among the better known are Mark Antony, Othello, Brutus, Hamlet and Macbeth. Many a religious mystic was possessed by evil spirits or even by the devil himself, as described by some. In your own everyday life you yourself know of person after person who is domineered by a selfish parent, in-law, friend, acquaintance, boss, business associate, rival in some field, landlord, political or social leader, parasite, lover or loved one. The victim, besides, seems unable to free himself from the domination, no matter how well he, or she, understands it. And so, he continues being no longer himself, but only the person whom his dominator converts him into. There are people, though, who have freed themselves from such domination easily and regained their self-possession in full. Their whole lives altered immediately. Thereafter, they walked and talked and lived differently. They plunged into ventures which they feared before and succeeded in them beyond belief. They voiced independent opinions which they had not dared to breathe before and seized the leadership over others everywhere they went. From the forgotten wallflowers of life they were suddenly transformed into the most admired individuals. Those who had ignored them, now pursued them eagerly. Opportunities which were shut to them, opened wide. Romantic prospects who hardly noticed them, fairly cast themselves at their feet. Overnight they leaped from the bottom of the heap, to the top. All because they had freed themselves from the domination of the spirit thoughts of others, including those of spirits, and regained their self-possession. Physiological evidence that the victim of loss of self-control is wholly possessed. Not only some people, but practically everybody is usually wholly or partly possessed by a foreign spirit thought or actual spirit. And, such possession can truly change you. Mediums, for example, who are controlled by the spirit of a dead person, frequently impersonate that person, assume his voice and gestures, his physical peculiarities and manners, and even exhibit the symptoms of any disease which that person may have suffered from, even though the medium himself might be an entirely different type of individual and who has never suffered from any disease that person had. Even epilepsy may well constitute a temporary but complete invasion of the mind and body of the victim by an outside spirit thought, or even by an actual spirit, which has ousted his own astral body from his physical body. The fit itself seems to constitute an allergic reaction of his brain and nervous system to the irritations they suffer from the total invasion of his body by that outside entity. The epileptic, in brief, may be said to be allergic to any uninvited astral intrusion into his body, and is therefore supersensitive to it. That's why so many mystics in history were well-known epileptics. The very onset of the fit indicates some strange kind of oncoming total possession of the victim's mind and body against his will. This strange feeling is known medically as the epileptic aura. It precedes the attack and consists of a breathless anxiety, a chilly fluttering in the individual's innards, and a frightening sense, as if an invisible monster was surrounding him and seeping into his every tissue, until it ousts his astral body from him and overcomes him. This horrifying feeling of a forced astral invasion into his body, storms the sufferer with a plethora of enigmatic sensations which include abnormal, spontaneous feelings of burning, pricking, numbing and crawling over his skin, sudden flashes of changed temperatures over his body, like those of the menopause, sinking feelings in the pit of his stomach, abrupt pains here and there, and, occasionally, peculiar tastes or smells of something which no one else experiences and which, consequently, are termed hallucinations. All these are evidently the subject's physiological reaction to the astral piercing of his tissues by the unwanted astral or spirit substance from without. Specks may appear before his eyes, too, perhaps as they suddenly glimpse into the astral world, and his muscles suddenly twitch, undoubtedly trying to cast out the unwanted foreign substances from his tissues. The epileptic may be seized with obsessive thoughts and words, as the foreign astral substance drills into him, and as he vainly tries to prevent it from doing so. As this invisible but relentless infiltration overcomes his body like a poison saturating the body cells of the unfortunate who swallowed it, the victim reels with a sensation of nausea when his visceral organs try to vomit out the blood-curdling subduer. Finally, the epileptic victim may, or may not fall in a convulsive seizure. Even if he doesn't, his central nervous system discharges abnormal blasts of nerve electricity in his last, frantic attempts to eject the overmastering infiltrator. These abnormal blasts are discharged usually within his very brain, especially where there is already pathological signs of some injury, such as nerve scar tissue from an old head trauma. These explosive blasts spread across the normal pathways of his nervous system and activate large masses of his nerves. He is collapsing now, and is besieged with peculiar sensations, and breaks into desperate movements, instinctively trying to shake off the seizure. His thoughts are frenzied, and he combats the invisible enemy without help from those around him. At this time he sees and hears either from the astral world itself, or absorbs scenes, like those of the future or of distant places, which are poured before his vision by the invader entity, and which those present call hallucinations because they themselves don't perceive them. Losing the futile struggle, the afflicted turns partly or wholly unconscious. His astral body has been completely ousted from him, and the invader entity occupies his whole physical body. Psychological evidence that you, too, are practically always wholly or partly possessed. Everybody, however, is not wholly possessed by foreign spirit thoughts or actual spirits. Most of the time, for instance, you may be only slightly possessed by one, although, at times, even if momentarily, you are possessed far more by it than at other times, such as, when you are trembling with anxiety over an impending event, or are savagely angry or death-defyingly courageous. Again, as stated frequently before, no way has been found to mark where the boundaries of the subconscious mind end, and those of the astral world begin. When your physical body is invaded by a foreign entity, nonetheless, you no longer feel, behave or react like your true self. Try as you might, you seem unable to cast off its influence. A vicious foreign entity, for example, may invade you when you least suspect it to, and incite you to commit a devilish crime when you are only slightly aroused over something. "I don't know why I did it," is the frequent, but sincere explanation of shocking crimes by persons who have never hurt a fly before. Yet, a totally unexpected, but irresistible impulse seized them. Psychologists may wonder whether a compulsion seized them, but it could very well have been an overmastering possession of them by a vengeance-seeking foreign entity. Such a spirit thought or actual spirit may leap into you at a crucial moment in your life and subdue your normal resistance to a proposition which you thoroughly oppose, and leave you thereafter tragically regretting your altogether unexplainable, last-minute change of mind and reckless conduct. Or that foreign entity may, all at once, fill you with terror or stage fright just before you take a decisive examination, give an important lecture, or confront a situation for which you were perfectly prepared beforehand, and doom you to ignominious failure. Or it may lead you to adopt a bad and dangerous habit. Belief in evil spirits, which are called cacodemons by the ancients, and Bisaic, goblin, by the Cambodians, goes back to time immemorial, and it has solidified itself in many religions. Confession is good for the soul actually means that the confessing person casts out of his body the evil spirit which has possessed him and governed him without mercy. You cannot be your true self, or your most successful self, unless you can free yourself from being wholly or partly possessed most of the time by some unwanted invader spirit thought or actual spirit. So, study well how to free yourself from such invisible slavery. The 4 secret steps to draw to you secret thought magic to regain your self-possession. The best way to drive out the invader entity from your body tissues is to incite your squeezed-out astral body to return completely into you. The well-guarded psychic master tool for achieving that is the right spirit thought magic for self-possession. That tool will bring back to you your true personality, free you from the astral or spirit-induced compulsive misbehavior that ruins your opportunities, and keep you in control of your own self. Here are the 4 secret steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, figure 1 section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Now, rage at the fact that you are enslaved by an unwanted foreign entity, which is taking advantage of you and ruining your life by an unwanted foreign entity, which compels you to lose your temper at critical moments by an unwanted foreign entity, which fills you with terror or stage fright whenever you confront an important situation, even when you are thoroughly prepared for it by an unwanted foreign entity, which weakens your resistance, to your eternal regret, to whatever you sensibly oppose by an unwanted foreign entity, which forces you to act romantically, socially, or in business just the opposite to how you know you should act, and wrecks your every opportunity by an unwanted foreign entity, which prevents you from casting off a bad and dangerous habit. With steadily growing fear, realize that the viciously concealed invader entity in you will persistently uproot your best planned behavior while other people, with half your natural self-control, will restrain themselves in critical situations and sweep people off their feet everywhere, will successfully meet one challenge after another in life, and will control their bad and dangerous habits with half the effort you exert. With the passing years, you, as a result, will only wither away in ignominy and friendlessness and be tortured by ill health and a miserable, abandoned old age. Fill yourself now with an explosive hatred of such a devastating foreign entity, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you fast. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. Now, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of yourself as you want to be and remain. How to draw your astral body back into you completely. You are ready now to draw your ousted astral body back into you and regain your self-possession. The mantic frenzy is the secret semi-trance technique which the psychic masters inherited for that from the Chaldeans, and which they have altered but slightly. Avoid falling into deep trances when absorbing your astral body back into you, for you might absorb another unwanted foreign entity instead and be no better off than before. Avoid falling into cataleptic states for the same reason, because in that state the great trance mediums of history and of the present day received the extraordinary revelations which can be used for mystic purposes only. That's why the mantic frenzy is the ideal state into which to fall to draw your ousted astral body back into you completely and thereby cast out the invader entity and regain your self-possession. The mantic frenzy is a combined pseudo-semi-trance catalepsy state. It is also what is known as the borderline case, which is defined as, when one is awake and not yet awake, he is in a borderland of consciousness especially favorable to hallucinations of the senses. In this state of mind and body you are best able to draw your ousted astral body back into you because you are still enough of yourself, you are still conscious enough. At the same time, you are not enough of yourself because you are also in a sort of semi-trance. The invader foreign entity, for that reason, does not implant itself into your body tissues when you are in the mantic frenzy because it cannot make up its astral mind about your true identity, since you are then neither fully conscious nor in a trance. But since you are still you, your astral body knows your true identity, and so it easily seeps back into your body completely. That's why the state of the mantic trance is so effective for drawing your ousted astral body back into you completely. How to fall into the mantic trance. In order to fall into the mantic trance and draw your ousted astral body back into you completely, lie flat on your back or sit easily in a comfortable chair, with your head resting on the back of it. Now, relax altogether from head to foot. First, relax your fists. Then, if you are seated instead of lying down, let your knees fall away from each other until your legs rest comfortably apart. Next, relax your arms, your legs, your back, neck and your face. Breathe slowly and easily, to let your pulse and your respiration slow down, like an animal beginning hibernation. Visualize yourself as losing all sense of pain, starting from your skin, deep into your muscles. No specific area in the brain is a center for the perception of pain. Finally, visualize your muscles as being totally unable to respond to any stimulus, so that all their reflexes are lost. You are now in the mantic trance, a state like that of complete anesthesia. When you are in this state, the invader foreign entity loses more of its clutch on you, for now you are neither thinking nor acting but are in a pseudo-trance catalepsy state. Your ousted astral body will start wedging itself back into you. The invader foreign entity will resist being thrown out of you. But, you are no longer much influenced by it because you are not enough of yourself anymore. But since you are still enough of yourself because you are still conscious enough, your ousted astral body is drawn into your physical body all the stronger. No matter how alarmingly your physical body is shaken by the astral struggle which now takes place within you, keep your muscles thoroughly relaxed and your breathing slow and calm, so that the invader foreign entity cannot regain its slipping hold on you. Remain, in other words, completely in the mantic trance. Your ousted astral body will continue regaining its hold on your body tissues, while the invader foreign entity will lose its own on them faster and faster until, all at once, it is driven out of you altogether. You will instantly awake with a sense of having thrown off a critical illness and saved your life. You will have regained your self-possession, like the epileptic who has come out of the fit. Below are true cases of people who have freed themselves from such domination with the right spirit thought magic for self-possession and altered their whole lives immediately. Their true names and identities have been changed. How a poverty-stricken housewife snatched her husband and 2 children out of the slums. Tessie was a worn-out young housewife at 24, with 3 infant children. She and husband Ernie were high school dropouts and had married in their teens, despite their parents' efforts to stop them, and she had become pregnant right away. Tessie deeply regretted their haste ever since because she had never suspected how hard life could be without an adequate income. Ernie labored in a neighborhood supermarket and aspired to rise someday to being produce man. But the current produce man was only 37, so Ernie prayed that some other store in the chain would provide him with such an opening before too many years passed. He and Tessie had an apartment in a fast-growing slum, and the district public school was plagued with gangs and delinquents. The neighborhood swarmed with winos, burglars, rapists, dope addicts, jackrollers, assailants and murderers. Tessie lived in constant terror for herself and her children. For protection, even Ernie illegally carried a long switchblade knife concealed in his pocket and eternally feared being arrested for it. Tessie was worried sick about the whole situation. But they could not afford a better place in a better neighborhood, although their microscopic quarters, like the rest of the building, swarmed with rats and vermin that defied extermination. The plumbing was antiquated and unworkable most of the time and brought them no end of inconvenience and frustration. Had they only not had children so soon, Tessie reflected with remorse, she could have cashiered in Ernie's supermarket and doubled their income. As it was, she was even expecting another baby. Tessie could not even afford new maternity dresses, but had to wear the old ones she had. I met her one day in the public park playground, where she had taken the children. She grumbled incessantly about her pregnancy and complained that she couldn't even dress right for it, but had to continue donning the same old mother dresses she had, which she had always hated anyway. "Why don't you make some pretty ones for yourself, then?" I said. She stared at me strangely, but did not reply. The next time I came upon her in the park, she was garbed in a stunning, but economical, maternity dress she had made for herself. "Why," I exclaimed, "most women would be thrilled to wear such a maternity dress." Tessie confessed at once, with a shy grin, that several pregnant women had stopped her on the sidewalks already and asked her where she had procured it, and had offered to pay her to sew similar dresses for them. I urged Tessie to accept the offers. Indeed, I added, she might even start a business of her own making such dresses for lots of women and grow rich. She snorted and replied that she lacked the will to do anything at all, and then sat down and confessed to me the story of her mistake-making life. It's like there's two of me, she concluded philosophically. Something inside me tells me to do one thing. But then, another thing inside me tells me to do just the opposite, and I do that instead. And it always turns out to be the wrong thing. Then I am sorry I was such a fool not to do the first thing. I just can't seem to get free of that strange second person inside me. In strict confidence I taught Tessie the right spirit-thought magic for self-possession, for her case closely paralleled those of so many who were partly possessed by an unwanted foreign entity. Not being a science-blinded intellectual sophisticate, Tessie ate up my words and put the 4 well-guarded secret steps into practice. They worked on her like magic. Not only did she start making maternity dresses for other women, but the demand for her services increased markedly as she improved her designs. It wasn't too long before Tessie and her family were able to move out of their deplorable surroundings into decent quarters in an acceptable neighborhood if they wanted to. But they moved out west instead, where Tessie planned to resume the same business and buy her home with Ernie and live with her family where she had always longed to live. Lesson Summary. See how you can use the right spirit-thought magic for self-possession to drive out any unwanted invader spirit-thought or actual spirit which is wholly or partly possessing you at any time and robbing you of your true self and handicapping you with a different one that is ruining your life. With the right spirit-thought magic you can easily oust the foreign entity from your body tissues and draw your own ousted astral body completely back into you and become the real you again. You can do all that effortlessly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the unwanted foreign spirit thought or actual spirit within you that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for self-possession and fill yourself with the vision of yourself as you want to be and remain. Step 5. Draw your ousted astral body back into you completely with the mantic trance. You have now regained your self-possession with the right spirit-thought magic and are ready to be your best true self again in anything you undertake. 5. How to apply spirit thought to capture and rule the person you want romantically. If you cannot capture and rule the person you want romantically, your life will be lonely, melancholy, and unsatisfactory. It will be empty because nobody will care what achievements you attain. Even if you are married or engaged, you are no better off if your mate does not admire you, because her, or his, interest in you will be solely materialistic. You will grow suspicious, as a result, and hate and fear her, or him, and long for revenge, for you will feel that you are being unfairly used. But when you capture and rule the person you want romantically, you glow with the satisfaction of being deeply wanted and appreciated. Without even trying to, you wax romantic and ensure your control over her, or him. Your mind fills with romantic ideas which you never conceived of before. With secret thought magic, besides, you flash mysterious, bewitching, stunningly intensified rays, scientifically verified, at that person from secret parts of your body and becomes irresistible to him. That's why you are warned not to take advantage of this dangerous spirit thought power, for it can easily put the innocent at your mercy. Master it to perfect your own life, and not to drag victims down the ladder. Master it to flood the person you long for with a compulsive ecstasy for your company. With this secret spirit thought power you develop secret physiological powers barely mentioned in medical texts. You can thereby subject the person you want romantically to forces and influences which she, or he, has never been exposed to before, and he will have no defenses against them. Even if your appearance is ordinary, you will capture and rule her, or him, with ease, for the other-world power of spirit thought multiplies the effects of these secret physiological powers up to 1,000 times and leave you without a rival. So, master this astounding secret thought power, but always use it only for good and gain the utmost benefits from it. The astounding gains of people acquiring secret thought magic to capture and rule the persons they wanted romantically. It is no secret that, from time immemorial, long before speech and other sophisticated physiological faculties were acquired, people used the right spirit thought magic to capture or rule the persons they wanted romantically. Medicine men, witches, voodoo men and the like, received staggering gifts from the romantically starved to throw a spell for them to infatuate a desired person. Many, like Cleopatra, burned incense and performed occult rituals to invoke the right spirits for the same purpose. Like Cleopatra, others even adorned themselves gaudily with cosmetics or resplendent garments to add to the spell. They prepared special quarters, not only to add to their allure, but also to draw the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits to them easier for such help. And, their achievements were stupendous. Time and again, women with practically no romantic appeal, had the most sought-after men kissing their footsteps. Women spies used such a power to alter the course of wars. Ordinary men used it to enslave powerful queens. Average actors and actresses used it to enchant audiences all over the world. Prisoners used it to secure pardons from all-powerful monarchs of the opposite sex. Inconspicuous office girls used it to capture heads of big industries for husbands. Penniless men with inconsequential futures used it to capture beautiful heiresses as wives. Women in the public eye whose careers depended upon their always looking young and glamorous, particularly at 60 and above, used it to be seen as still young and glamorous in their elderly years. Indeed, the astounding gains of people from this right spirit thought magic would fill thick volumes. Your invisible, girthwitch rays, your body throws off and reflects a certain amount of light. Since it reflects its own heat, it throws off heat rays, and these create light. And since your body also receives light from outside of it, it absorbs a certain quantity of that light, but reflects the rest. These combined lights are discerned around your body and form a part of your physical aura. Your astral aura unites with your physical aura and alters it, to form what is generally perceived as your astral aura. Now, let's go further. Experiments have established the existence of electromagnetic fields surrounding and interpenetrating all living organisms. Experimenting scientists concluded that these fields determine the shape and nature of the organism. But there exists still another emanation from the body, and it has not been accounted for by science. It is the girthwitch rays. Stedman's Medical Dictionary defines the girthwitch or girthwitch rays as being shortwave ultraviolet rays, mitogenic, given out by growing plants, and said to emanate from yeast, onions, and even from the human fingers. Mitogenic denotes the girthwitch rays given forth during cell reproduction, or during the changes in the nucleus occurring during cell division. Girthwitch rays, then, emanate from your fingers. Your fingers, therefore, are the external outlets of emanations of your cell reproduction or cell division. And since cell reproduction is closely linked with sex, the girthwitch ray emanations from your fingers are closely linked with sex. That's why the touch and caress and embracer and even the pleasant roughing up of the loved one with the hands and fingers lead to possible conquest. You don't even have to touch the loved one, besides, to influence him with your girthwitch ray emanations. Just envision clearly your girthwitch rays flashing out of your fingers and darting into her, or him. Intensify that vision at once with a psychic power blast from your psychic power center, in your forehead, and drive the vision down into your body, and out of it through your hands. Your astral body will instantly direct your girthwitch rays into your loved one, even if he, or she, happens to be thousands of miles away at the time. Replacing your astral body with the right spirit thought when you fear the one you love, though, you can do little romantic conquering with your girthwitch rays, for then they diminish to a marked degree. The cause of such fear is practically always your astral body. And this is why. Your astral body is born at the same time as your physical body, hence, it has the same genes and the same astrological sign as your physical body. So, if your genes and your astrological sign lack the qualities of natural romantic ease, your astral body will lack it too. For you to learn and acquire romantic skill, will not be enough because your astral body will still lack natural romantic ease. Your conscious mind and your astral body will then regularly oppose each other in every romantic move you make and leave you worse off than before. You would have to alter your astral body, too, before you could acquire invincible romantic ability. That's why the secret users of the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the persons they want romantically prefer to replace their astral body altogether, when romancing, with the right spirit for that. The right spirit will then provide you at once with the Girthwitch ray intensity which you need for such a purpose. So, learn the 4 well-guarded secret steps to draw to you the right spirit, and thus acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically. It is said that Lucifer made the following agreement with Louis Gaufridi: Lucifer, bind myself to give you, Louis Gaufridi, the faculty and power of bewitching by blowing with the mouth, all and any of the women and girls you may desire. In proof of which I sign myself Lucifer. For that information, as well as his evil use of it, Louis was burned as a sorcerer at Aix many years ago. It is doubtful if Gaufridi made any such pact with the devil. More likely, he learned the well-guarded secret of spirit-hot magic from someone from the East and used it evilly, for he seduced and ruined many women with it. But he paid for his indiscretions with his life. You will now be taught the 4 steps of this most jealously guarded secret, but you are warned to use it for worthy purposes only. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, figure 1 section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alert 1 for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power rage now. Rage at the fact that the whole romantic side of your life has been ruined because you could never capture or rule the woman, or man, you wanted. That lack not only prevented you from living a normal youth and adult life, but, if you did marry, it also made a failure, or near failure, of it. Repeatedly, when you tried to take the initiative and induce the person you wanted to fall insanely in love with you, you ended up being ignored instead, being laughed at, or being received with hostility. And so, you turned discouraged or were shunted aside. Now, you watch helplessly as this maddening lack in you denies you all the pleasures of full living which should be rightfully yours. While others, who are not only half-hearted about it, but are even frivolous, reap successes in that direction which mystify you. So, fill yourself with an explosive hatred of your lack of natural romantic ability, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral, which includes the spiritual, world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound now, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically. You might not know such a person, or he might have lived and died elsewhere without your paths ever crossing. With the billions of people who have lived and died on this earth, it is impossible not to form a vision of someone who has lived before or who might even be still living. So, your vivid mental and physical vision of such a person, when created now, will draw his spirit to you. Why you can absorb swiftly the right spirit with explosive power. The explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier absorbs in your body tissues the right spirit for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically. It does so by solving the long-line transmission problem which exists between that right spirit and your body tissues. In order to be absorbed by you, the right spirit has to extend its little feelers across that long line of transmission without delay. Induce it to do so by accelerating the flow of the astral nerve electricity of its little feelers. This is how you accelerate that flow at the level of your individual cells. There are 4 requirements for the flow of a message through your nerves. These are speed, certainty, specificity, and sense. Telephone engineers solved their problems of long-line transmission in much the same manner as the nerve fiber did to overcome those 4 requirements. They amplified the message. The vertebrates did likewise for themselves with the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. All along the full length of a nerve a series of constrictions occur at regular intervals in its medullary substance. These are the nodes of Ranvier. The medullary substance of the nerve is a high insulator which covers the different segments of the nerve lying between its different nodes of Ranvier. The medullary substance therefore confines the flow of nerve electricity in the nerve to, and concentrates it at, the nodes of Ranvier. At the nodes, however, a portion of the nerve electricity in the nerve is siphoned off into collateral nerves because the nodes of Ranvier possess no insulating substance to confine the flow of the nerve electricity passing through them, into the main nerve alone. But since you want no less nerve electricity to continue flowing and carrying the message onward after it passes through the nodes of Ranvier, you can make up for the nerve electricity which the message loses in them by increasing the intensity of the nerve electricity in the nodes of Ranvier. How to absorb the right spirit with explosive power? You accomplish that with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the nodes of Ranvier. With it you rush the nerve electricity faster out of these nodes. By doing that you automatically draw more nerve electricity from the nerve segments into those nodes than occurs normally. In that way, you make up in the nodes for the portion of nerve electricity which is siphoned off from them into their collateral nerves. Invertebrates reproduced that feat during evolution by fusing the small fibers of their nerves until they grew nerves of tremendous size which thereby drew far more nerve electricity through them to carry the message onwards. But the mammal, like the frog and man, reproduced that feat much better by evolving the nodes of Ranvier. Hence, with a nerve fiber of only 15 microns in diameter, the mammal can transmit nerve electricity as fast as a giant squid with a nerve fiber of 500 microns in diameter, or 33 times faster. And it does so simply by amplifying the message going through the nerve fiber, by accelerating the speed of the nerve electricity passing through its nodes of Ranvier. That is how to solve the long line of transmission problem which exists between that right spirit and your body tissues and enables you to absorb that right spirit swiftly, with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. Learn how to effect that absorption by amplifying the astral current at the nodes of Ranvier. How to amplify the astral nerve current at the nodes of Ranvier? To amplify the astral nerve current as it flows through the nodes of Ranvier of your different nerves, fill yourself with an explosive eagerness to fire your body through the air like a rocket. Since, to accomplish that, your body would require a superhuman amount of nerve electricity, its tissues now draw, through the collaterals branching out at the tens of thousands of nodes of Ranvier in you, a superhuman amount of nerve electricity. A tremendous amount of additional nerve electricity is consequently siphoned off into your body tissues at the nodes of Ranvier. As a result, the total quantity of astral nerve electricity flowing through your nerves, carrying the astral message, multiplies fast and implants the little feelers of the right spirit everywhere in your body. And so, they fill your body tissues and cells rapidly. Before the right spirit can snatch itself back out of you, then, its little feelers will be embedded so firmly into your body tissues, from head to foot, that they will be fused in you. Practice and master this simple, easy, but incomparable secret technique and absorb swiftly the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. The mystery of the Girthwitch ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. Now that you have absorbed the right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, you have to know how to capture and rule him, or her, with it. This much sought-after technique has been guarded very closely by those who mastered it. It is based on the mystery of the Girthwitch ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. Rubbing the upper lip with the tip of a nylon substance frequently, produces an afterglow sensation that may persist as long as several minutes after the rubbing is stopped. Not only that, but the time this afterglow lasts is lengthened by strong suggestion, or shortened by vibrating the skin just after it is rubbed. The afterglow, too, may be followed by a period of acute awareness of the area, a feeling which is distinctly different from the rubbing in the afterglow sensations. This acute awareness obviously results because the rubbing, plus the strong suggestion, expand the normal Gerthwich ray projection from your upper lip into a bursting Gerthwich ray volley. In fact, the afterglows which a warm stimulator produces on the back of the user often well up into a painful sting of discharging Gerthwich ray volleys. Gently rubbing the inner part of the nose with a pencil tip often results, for the same reason, in a tickling sensation that may last many seconds or minutes. It stops sooner only when the area is rubbed with the fingers and the sensation inciting the Gerthwich ray volleying is erased. Similarly, scraping the finger with the tip of a nylon thread almost hard enough to feel it, frequently produces an afterglow, which starts after the sensation has passed away, and which lasts from 2 seconds, up to 2 minutes or more, longer than the sensation of touch. Other researchers have reported a simultaneous afterglow consequent to rubbing other areas of the face, such as the lower lip. Their subjects claimed that the feeling of the afterglow subsided slowly, although some of them could later re-stimulate the area by intense concentration. Indeed, as far back as 1945 Reichenbach announced that he had discovered a new force which he called odyle, OD, or odylic force. He found that it could be seen in the form of flames by sensitives. He found, too, that it radiated from the fingertips of all human beings, as well as from animals and from inanimate things. How to overwhelm instantly with the Gerthwich ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows? The researchers could find no scientific explanation for the afterglow. They believed, however, that the afterglows are not due simply to suggestion or active imagination because, rubbing or otherwise stimulating other areas than the lips, like the eyelid and the hand, produced relatively few afterglows. If the afterglow was caused solely by suggestion or by active imagination, it would make little difference what area of the body was rubbed or otherwise stimulated to bring it about. Neither are the long afterglows, the scientists add, caused by the mechanical deformation of the part of the body rubbed, nor from the blood congestion that occurs in it afterwards. Little doubt remains, then, that these afterglows are intensifications of Gerthwich ray volleys from the physical body itself, for they exude most forcibly and intensely from the lips and hands. Psychic masters have insisted for a long time that they themselves produced such afterglows through spirit projection. The right spirit to capture and rule the person you want romantically, which you have absorbed in you, in other words, can and does intensify the Gerthwich ray volleys of your physical body which are discharged through your lips and hands. When you beam those volleys on the person you want to capture and rule romantically, it makes you irresistible. To do so, you just have to look at her, or him, and envision those intensified Gerthwich ray volleys whipping out of your hands and lips, while you pretend to button up your coat or adjust your dress, and as pouring into, and overwhelming her, or him. The right spirit will respond by doing that for you instantly with the Gerthwich ray volleys. Below are true cases of people who have captured or ruled the persons they wanted romantically with the right spirit thought magic and entered, at once, the world of bliss which they had daydreamed about in despair before. Their names and identities have been changed. How a 28-year-old waitress, mother of 3, married a handsome executive earning $40,000 a year. Mary Lou was a 28-year-old waitress in a modest restaurant. Most of its customers were people of average means, but occasionally important people dined in it because the fare was good, the environment was quiet and peaceful. Mary Lou, though, was getting sick and tired of the prospects of waiting on tables all her life. She didn't mind working, but the single life wasn't her dish. It was too lonesome. She was getting no younger, besides. In fact, when standing next to an 18-year-old, she already showed the telltale physical signs of no longer being in competition for a desirable man. But Mary Lou banished such depressing thoughts from her mind. She had eloped while still underage. She and her boy husband had had 3 children during their 4 years of marriage and had struggled in poverty and fought like cats and dogs. Then they had divorced and the children were living with Mary Lou's parents. Since then she had waited on tables. There was a particular gentleman who patronized that restaurant occasionally, who absolutely fascinated Mary Lou. He was 42-year-old John Clifford, a tall, handsome, vigorous business executive earning $40,000 a year. John was divorced, too, and the women in the restaurant followed him with eager eyes. Mary Lou was resigned to the fact that she had no chance with him, and yet, he made her head swim. Although he was charming and a fine tipper, however, he treated all the girls there alike. He was friendly to all, in other words, but he was obviously seriously interested in none. But then, how could he feel otherwise toward common waitresses? Mary Lou's heart beat so wildly every time she saw him. Nonetheless, she determined to make a play for him. She happened to be well acquainted with an uneducated woman who knew me, and this woman showed her a crude version of how to draw to her the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person she wanted romantically. Mary Lou practiced it with determination. The very next time John Clifford patronized that restaurant, Mary Lou poured the right spirit at him through her eyes and envisioned it overwhelming him. John Clifford was just then greeting another waitress in his usual jovial mood, when he stopped as if in mid-air, with his eyes on Mary Lou. He recovered promptly and resumed his all-round pleasantry, but soon he was staring at Mary Lou again. His attitude towards her altered completely after that. He grew serious with her instead, as if uncertain of himself. Before leaving the place, he sent her a note asking her for a date. Mary Lou projected the right spirit to him again and again on their frequent dates that followed. Within the amazingly brief period of 4 months, she eloped with him, is living in a fancy high-rise apartment, has an extensive fashionable wardrobe, employs a maid, and John is sending her for a 2-month Caribbean cruise to rest up again, as he does every year. How an anxious husband controlled his flirt-crazy wife without a word or a move. Al was a hard-working, conscientious husband of 45, but the flirting inclinations of his 31-year-old wife, Tina, constantly upset him. She was an outright, embarrassing flirt, and she also threw glances at other men that set them in hot pursuit of her. Al was matured enough to accept the fact that, in present-day emancipated society, and with women dressing with haunting glamour, he could hardly expect an attractive and still somewhat young wife not to enjoy public admiration, particularly from the opposite sex. He was broad-minded enough, too, to assume that she might go no farther than that with her come-hither attitude. Al knew better than to come right out with his suspicions to her. Tina would deny them all, and the discussion would turn into a quarrel. Tina would not restrain herself thereafter either, but just be more subtle about it for a while. Al told me his difficulties and, in strict confidence, I taught him how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person he wanted romantically. In his case, to rule. Since he had little confidence in the occult, it was weeks before his belief in it altered enough to enable him to absorb the right spirit in him. Thereafter, whenever he went out with Tina, he spoke to her and beamed his intensified Girthwitch ray volleys on her by flashing those from his lips to her as soon as she threw a come-hither glance at another man. At the same time, he pretended to button his coat, and flashed those from his fingertips at her. He felt the volleys rip out of him just as he had envisioned them, as the right spirit responded to his vision and materialized it into a reality. Tina, Al was soon aware, suddenly seemed to be ignoring or discouraging man after man who paid her personal attention. Al, meanwhile, pretended to be absolutely unaware of it all. Thereafter, in this manner he controlled Tina's embarrassing eye flirting without a word or move and was relieved of his tormenting anxiety with her. Whenever she went out by herself, he also projected those Girthwitch ray volleys to her through his lips and fingertips, and the right spirit directed them to her and into her, wherever she was, and made her behave herself. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to capture and rule the person you want romantically, even if that person may seem outside your reach. See how you can use it to control a roving or flirting mate without a word or move. See how you can use it to stay in the swim of life career-wise, even after your youth has gone. You can attain any of those goals easily and quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, Tap gently the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the unromantic personality within you that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for capturing and ruling the person you want romantically and fill yourself with the vision of yourself as you want to be romantically. But, flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Draw the spirit of such a vision into you with the explosive power of the saltatory circuit at the node of Ranvier. Step 6. Overwhelm the person you want romantically, instantly, with the Girthwitch ray volley from the upper lip and fingertip afterglows. You are now prepared to capture and rule the person you want romantically. 6. How to use spirit thought magic for a learning memory and fortune-making ideas. Without a learning memory, not a rote, photographic memory, which has only limited value, you miss taking full advantage of one profitable opportunity after another and remain a nonentity or a mere robot. Without it you fail to line up past experiences or glimpses of knowledge and you need to and fail to come up with brand new solutions to problems, which could make you an outstanding leader or a wealthy person. Without it you lack the mental storehouse, with which to contrast daily problems and situations with parallel ones of the past and reap the big rewards of what you learned long ago. Instead, you learn everything again, the hard way. It so happens, though, that the little lessons you learn daily with your playmates, even while playing a game as simple as tag, are equally effective with adults in the business world. But you recall ordinarily only what seems important to you right now, and forget the rest. But the rest can be far more important to you than what you recall. The same is true of the knowledge you acquired from instructors, from books, or from actual experience. A basis for fortune-making ideas. It is equally so with fortune-making ideas. You won't get fortune-making ideas by reading books on economics or by memorizing parts of textbooks. You get fortune-making ideas by seizing upon some past recollection in your life, through which you detect the opportunity to extract a fortune from a present situation. You might recollect some urgent need which you had years back, or which someone you knew had. You could not fulfill it then, and so you forgot it. But now, years later, it has tremendous possibilities as a fortune-making idea for a mass media. That is how you get fortune-making ideas, as so many have done with this secret power. Master it and join the ever-growing parade of wealthy people. The astounding gains of people from acquiring a learning memory from the beginning of recorded history, man has attributed his most unusual feats of recalling, as well as the fount of his most productive ideas, to voices in the air, inspiration, subconscious mind and other vague sources. Small businessmen suddenly start new types of businesses which mushroom into fortunes in double-quick time. Desperate inventors suddenly grasp the key to unlock their puzzles. Groggy scientists suddenly see the answer to another of the world's riddles. Lawyers, doctors and executives suddenly remember something they had totally forgotten in the midst of a crisis, and which saves their client, the patient or the enterprise. All admit that somehow, unexpectedly, out of the blue, the very information they needed at the time, information which they had not even absorbed fully when they had originally received it, sprang into their minds as completely as if they had just studied it, or had just discovered it following an exhaustive search. And that information did for them the wonder which others call genius, or shrewd, or perfect judgment, or the product of long experience, or the like. Many such individuals claim to have required a stimulant first, like smoking, imbibing coffee or liquor, taking dope or even enjoying sex, before their minds could function so miraculously. Others, though, tried those identical means to fill themselves with originality or inventiveness, and failed miserably time and again. Actually, none of the fortunate individuals explained satisfactorily how they got hold of their unusual ideas. Psychology has filled shelves of libraries explaining that miracle of the mind, in terms of the subconscious mind. Indeed, it stretched that theory to extremes when the unusual ideas came from realms which the subconscious mind had never visited. There must be some other explanation for those mental miracles, then, some other source of those most unusual brain processes. But science has failed to find it, and apparently it can never find it while it limits its province to physical matter. The psychic masters, however, found a far more understandable source for it, and they proved it by putting it into application, as you will learn in this spirit thought magic, as well as how to apply it yourself for limitless material gains. How you can thoroughly control the mysterious seat of learning memory in your brain there is little doubt, as the psychic masters have stated in their rather limited vocabulary, that much of what is called subconscious remembering or spontaneous solving of problems, is indeed spirit or astral performed, because your subconscious mind knows nothing about the future before it occurs, nor recollects the past in which you have never lived. But it so happens that you are forced frequently to wring solutions out of problems or dilemmas which you have never experienced before, and which require considerable insight into the future, as well as considerable knowledge which you have not acquired much of. After exhausting yourself and failing to solve the problem, you put it aside. Then, later it solves itself in your mind, either during a dream or while you are awake. The mystic source, but even that dream, whether it was real or fancied, was not a product of your subconscious mind because your subconscious mind had never solved that problem or dilemma before. Neither did it know the future which you had never lived in, nor the knowledge which you had never absorbed much of. Where, then, is the amazing source of such mysterious cerebration or brain power? It is obviously the mind of another which inhabits you at the time. And such a mind can only be a spirit thought or an actual spirit. Consequently, in such a dream, whether it is real or fancied, you momentarily become the person of that outside spirit thought or actual spirit. You become a spirit person, in other words, and achieve with your mind something that your own mind alone does not achieve. How you can control the wide-ranging seat of fortune-making ideas in your brain? There are more than 10 billion nerve units, neurons, in your brain. What part of them, you may ask now, is used in your programs for thought? According to physiologists, it might amount only to a trivially small portion of the total. For, in the waking hours of your whole lifetime, your mind can process, consciously, no more than 50 billion bits of information. If all these bits were stored in your memory, they would include less than 1/20,000th of its total capacity. A computer can match those bits of your whole lifetime in a few hours. And yet, you can originate and invent what the computer cannot. How is this possible? That is because there is something added within you. That something else is another person's, or spirit's, mind, one that can snatch information, and put it together in new and unusual ways, from sources which the million times faster, and million times more knowledge-filled computer, has no access to. It can increase the concentration, or whatever gives you more mentality, in your brain beyond human credibility. Similarly, it has been noted, protein concentrations and specific activity in the brain increase in response to visual stimulation. But, the scientists state, the mechanism by which such processes are regulated is unknown. It is not unknown, though, to the psychic master. Physically, your organs and their nerves to your brain, to put it more succinctly, limit the kind of messages or impressions which your brain can receive and register from them within itself, and from which it can draw when you seek fortune-making ideas. But there are no limits to the kind of messages or impressions which your brain can receive and register within itself from the right spirit thought or right spirit once you absorb it. There are, for that reason, no end of fortune-making ideas which the right spirit thought or actual spirit can pour into you when you listen to its astral synaptic sound. So, master the secret of how to acquire its well-guarded magic, now. The peril of failing to develop a learning memory or fortune-making ideas. There are legions of malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits always around you, perpetually awaiting the opportunity to play pranks on you, or waiting to mislead and misinform you and cause you to suffer severe losses which might even drive you to suicide. Many actual spirits are waiting to avenge themselves on humans or other spirits who ruined the lives of the people to whom they belonged. So, Be very careful to draw to you the right spirit thought or actual spirit when you seek one for memory learning or for fortune-making ideas. The night before a crucial academic examination, Wallace Budge was being driven frantic in his attempts to cram enough information in his last-minute study. He gave up in despair and flung himself into his bed exhausted and fell asleep quickly and dreamed. During that all-important examination next day, to Budge's astonishment, the very same questions, word for word, were asked of him again, that were asked of him in the dream. Swiftly he wrote down the exact answers given him in the dream. He romped through the competition in the examination as a result, and went on to become one of the all-time greats in his field. With luck on his side, Wallace Budge had drawn to him the truly right spirit thought or actual spirit for memory learning, for his own material gain. You cannot always depend on that kind of luck, though, for you could just as well draw to you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit instead and fail the examination or whatever else you seek to achieve with a learning memory or fortune-making ideas. That's what happens to many people who depend solely upon luck, intuition and so forth to attain their ends, and who also fail miserably with it time and again. Because they seek material gain chiefly, but are ignorant of the secret of spirit-hot magic, they fail to draw the right spirit thought or actual spirit into them to help them. Learn well, then, the 4 secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought for a learning memory, or for fortune-making ideas. The 4 secret steps for a learning memory, or for fortune-making ideas. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently in back of the center of your head, Figure 1 Section D, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power rage now. Rage at the fact that you don't remember easily enough the information you need, such as, from study or observation, nor get fortune-making ideas. These lacks have held you back unbelievably and have allowed others with half your talents or determination to attain successes or accumulate undreamed of wealth. Although you have tried desperately to emulate them, your memory, somehow, does not retain easily the formulas, the rules and other encyclopedic information which is outrageously demanded of you during so many important tests. You have tried hard, too, to come up with fortune-making ideas and gain wealth, but your ideas were the kind which could be imitated easily, or which were too complicated or too costly to be pushed profitably, or which did not fill a vital enough need, or which would not bring enough repeat business. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the frantic efforts of any of these sources of power to you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit, to make you remember the wrong things, or fill you with impractical fortune-making ideas that bring you large losses, or even land you in jail. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses a fabulous learning memory, or the ability to turn anything into gold. Be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character, in order not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a crook or a cheat. How to receive the help you need after death. The spirit lives on with the same personality and talents and wishes of the physical body in which it dwelled on earth. If the deceased was a brilliant scientist or financial wizard, for example, his spirit remains one. If he died with a wealth of ideas, in addition, his spirit deeply regrets his having passed away before he could put those ideas into practice. You can milk these gold-making ideas out of it, all modernized for you, and hit the skies with profits. Living persons, too, with minds full of ideas, can't contain them within their minds all the time. When they fall asleep, or whenever their astral bodies extrude partly out of them, as they regularly do, their best ideas rush out of them into the astral world, and can be picked up and used through spirit thought magic. However, you have to know how to receive these gold-making ideas from such minds when they come to you, or you will not recognize them or gain anything from them. The well-guarded secret for receiving these gold-making ideas is to read them by the astral light. How to read by the astral light and instantly procure any memory information you wish. Certain tribes in the Amazon use specific narcotic plants which produce intoxication for 24 hours. During that period of time these people are subject to extraordinary visions and can instantly acquire information on any subject they want to. They do so by reading by the astral light. With the astral light they read the astral messages brought to them by any number of different spirit thoughts or actual spirits, messages which provide them with any answer to any question, or supply them with any information they need. The natives themselves do not possess that light in their bodies, but under the influence of the specific narcotics, their astral bodies are partly extruded from them and allow the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits to pour into their physical bodies and bring them the astral light. With the astral light they can see into anything they wish, no matter how far away, or how well concealed it may be. Like the psychic master, on the other hand, you, too, can read by the astral light without resorting to narcotics. Just do this after filling your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses a fabulous learning memory, or the ability to turn anything into gold. Shut your eyes and ask it the question you want it to answer for you. At once, before the sight of your closed eyes, there will be a flash of something you have seen before, like that of an open book, an open drawer, an open container, or of anything whose contents you are trying to recollect but can't. Relax completely from head to foot now, and let this flash of something grow clearer and clearer before your closed eyes. It won't grow any clearer at first, so practice it a bit. Before long, it grows clearer and clearer, as if your visual field has lost its blur. Suddenly, the very page and paragraph of the book you have read containing the answer you seek, magnifies before your closed eyes sight. Or, the open drawer or container, or the sight of anything else you have seen in the past, even of a whole room, or of some place you have been to and have forgotten, magnifies before your closed eyes, and you see it again exactly as you saw it before, or even clearer than that, and you observe details about it now which escaped you previously. For, you are not staring at it any longer merely with your recollecting subconscious mind, but with the all-seeing astral light of another person's spirit thought or actual spirit. Experts at reading with the astral light can even peer into closed books which they have never seen, thousands of miles away, and discern the very page and paragraph and lines revealing the exact answers they are looking for, and can read them off as if reading from the open book held right before their faces. Practice reading by the astral light and master this unmatchable secret power as perfectly as possible. How to receive fortune-making ideas through the astral synaptic sound. You are seeking a fortune-making idea. Ask the right spirit thought or actual spirit which you have drawn to you, for a fortune-making idea in a specific business. Then, still sit or lie quietly and listen to your whole body. You will soon feel something near you, like the presence of someone close behind you in the dark. It means that the right spirit thought or actual spirit which you have already drawn to you, has withdrawn slightly away from you, to communicate more easily with the astral world and make itself more up-to-date, or to look for more exact information for you. That's why the question you ask of it should be specific, or the right spirit thought or actual spirit will be confused by it and either do nothing for you, or supply you with misinformation and unintentionally mislead you. Before asking it for a fortune-making idea, then, choose accurate words for your question. Avoid ambiguities which could possibly lead to more than one interpretation. In less than a second, or at most in a minute, the right spirit thought or actual spirit will bring you the fortune-making idea you wish. You therefore feel its strange presence creeping back into your body. You experience, at the same time, the peculiar sensation that certain thoughts, or words, or both, are crawling up your arms and legs and trunk and spine, to your brain. You can't even explain or describe why you know they are thoughts and words. But, similar to when you have a hunch, they feel like something unusual coming to life within you, and you sense them organizing themselves in your brain into pressing words and thoughts that compel you to listen to them and understand them, as if they were being delivered to you by an extraordinary teacher, superior, or highly prized advisor. And then, out of the black void of the astral world, the fortune-making idea springs into your conscious mind, like an inspiration, all ready for you to seize, just as the successful inventors and financial wizards get theirs. Sometimes the idea comes to you like a guiding hand. For instance, like the hand that obviously guided an exhausted scientist after 10 years of futile search for a way to make a certain wonder hormone synthetically and fill an astronomical need for it. The hand guided him to set a dish containing a common food substance upon a windowsill. There the dish collected a common mold. Curious, the scientist combined the mold with a certain sex hormone. Overnight, the mold performed an astounding molecular alteration and changed the sex hormone into the easily and cheaply processed wonder hormone, which the scientist had wasted 10 years trying to produce synthetically. That discovery launched a multi-million-dollar product. Or the idea might come to you during a dream, just as the idea for writing the immortal and wealth-bringing Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde came to Robert Louis Stevenson. With the right spirit thought or actual spirit for fortune-making ideas, you can make a fortune easily. Below are true cases of people who have done remarkably well for themselves with the right spirit thought magic for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas. Their names and identities have been changed. How Ernie suddenly saw with the astral light and passed difficult examinations. Miraculously, Ernie had completed medical school, but was having a difficult time getting by the state board examinations. Possessing an analytical mind, he was outstanding at diagnosis, for then he could refer to the textbooks and check up, or investigate, every question in his mind. During his term in the clinic, his unofficial diagnoses, since an intern is not permitted to diagnose officially, compared favorably with those of experienced physicians on the staff. Some medical men admit that no more than 15% of all diagnoses are accurate, because the human body, unlike a mechanical machine, cannot be taken apart and analyzed when it fails to function normally. The human body has to be diagnosed mainly from without, usually with the aid of laboratory tests, X-ray pictures, and the like. Respectable diagnoses, for that reason, require penetrating thinking and piercing investigation. To achieve that ideal is rare without the exhaustive aid of thorough sources of information. The best lawyer seldom depends upon winning his cases with sheer memory of the law. He owns a library of law books and previously decided cases for use in his profession. In the medical state board examinations, however, like practically all other examinations in any school, occupation, or profession, the use of sources of information is barred. Even though the examinee is asked a profusion of questions which he would simply look up in his books in his office as he might in practice, he is expected to have them at his fingertips. To Ernie that was asinine. The examiners expected the human mind to function like a computer. Ernie revealed his dilemma to me. In strict confidence I taught him how to acquire the right spirit thought magic for a learning memory. Due to his extensive scientific training, Ernie experienced no success with the occult for 3 whole months. Unusually strange feelings and contacts, which he could not explain plausibly with science, however, beleaguered him by then and weakened his doubts. 3 weeks later he acquired the right spirit thought magic and read by the astral light. Bursting with enthusiasm, he prepared for the next board examination with the right spirit thought magic. During the test he repeatedly read question after question and shut his eyes. An instant later, or sometimes a little longer, the exact page, paragraph and lines in the textbook or study manual, even in those he had lacked the time to review, flashed before his eyes with the right answer. Ernie read these flashes with the astral light and jotted them down, word for word, on the test pages. For the first time, he passed the board exams with flying colors. Since then Ernie has passed 2 more boards in different states and is absolutely convinced that there is more spirit magic in learning the sciences academically than physical science has ever dreamed of in its philosophy. How Cliff rescued his failing mail-order business. Ruinous bad luck had plagued Cliff all his life, and at 41 he was considered a failure by all. He had tried one career after another, and had gotten nowhere. Nevertheless, he had striven like mad to succeed. The income from the safe civil service job which his wife Mary had, alone kept him off public aid, on which he had been twice during his 20s, while still single. Cliff had attended dental school, but had flunked out in his sophomore year. He had penned millions of words over a period of 20 years, including 6 novels, scores of short stories, several plays, numberless essays, poetry, fillers and everything else imaginable. But not one word of his had been published. He had tried acting, but had failed to get in. He had busboyed, boxed in the ring, modeled, labored, silk-screened. Indeed, he had lost track of the numerous temporary occupations he had worked at. Now he was trying a home mail order business. If that failed, he contemplated taking his own life, for he refused to sponge the balance of his days off his wife Mary. No longer could he face her family and friends. Due to his penniless state, he and Mary had postponed having children for so long, besides, that her gynecologist harbored doubts that she could still have any. Under all that endless tension and discouragement, Cliff had lost, but regained, his health repeatedly. But this time he made up his mind that it was do or die. He and Mary, over the years, had denied themselves just about every conceivable luxury and had managed to save a few dollars. With them they procured a hand-powered mimeograph machine and bulks of mimeo paper and printed, by hand, 2 of Cliff's condensed books. Cliff, meanwhile, studied scores of books from the library about how to write mail order ads, and wrote several of his own and inserted them in many magazines. They lost money month after month. Mary's confidence in Cliff did not lessen, however, because he received enthusiastic testimonials from many a buyer, so she borrowed money from her credit union and maintained their business expenses. Every month, though, these amounted to over $400, ads included, while the business hardly grossed $300. Their big obstacle was the poor pulling power of their ads. Day after day Cliff desperately tried to create a selling advertisement. He begged his advertising agency, and even some of the magazines in which he advertised, for help, but none of their suggestions increased his sales perceptibly. At the end of 8 months, he and Mary had lost about $1,400 in their futile endeavors, while Cliff himself had created and revised so many ads that, altogether, the paper they were written on and revised, stacked up to several inches high. Worse still, his new ads were pulling less than his first ones. Cliff knew me well, and in strict confidence I persuaded him to acquire the right spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas. Believing wholeheartedly in the occult, as he did, he acquired the right spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas very soon and asked it to find him a paying ad for his specific business. His display ads, for one thing, were small, being no more than a ½ inch to 1 inch in depth. After subtracting the headline and the address from the total wordage in the copy, room was left for only a limited number of words. In his classified ads, in fact, room was left for no more than 7 or 8 actual selling words. Every word in his copy, therefore, had to pull like mad. Yet, he could not afford to run bigger advertisements. Nor could he offer his product at less than $2 or $3 and make a profit, for his costs were high. With the right spirit thought magic to guide him, Cliff felt a sudden excitement seize hold of him when he glanced through his pile of created advertising copies and glimpsed at a particular one that he had prepared months ago. It had only drawn laughter and ridicule from all he had shown it to, including his advertising agency. So, he put it aside again. But, no excitement equal to that seized hold of him when he perused the rest of the pile. The excitement from that particular ad copy, indeed, mounted in him until it was volcanic when he reread it. He agreed with Mary that they could afford to make only one more attempt to launch their seemingly hopeless little business, for they could not continue increasing their debt and the increasing monthly interest on it. Their labor of producing their work by hand, also, was ruining their eyes and using up all their leisure time. With trepidation Cliff took the gamble and changed the next insertions of all his failing ads in favor of the one which the right spirit thought magic had apparently picked out for him. When that new ad appeared, his business skyrocketed to the incredible gross of $2,500 that very month. Cliff and Mary could hardly believe that there was so much money lying around loose, but there it was, in cash, money orders and some checks. Not only that, but the customers were clamoring for more. Quite a number of them even begged Cliff to offer classes and teach them his how-to knowledge in person, and showed willingness to reward him well. Cliff's home mail order business was launched at last as a big success. How, with a simple cartoon, Jerry started small and built up a company worth millions. Jerry was an unprepossessing young man. After high school he attended art school. I met him while modeling for one of the classes he attended, and he told me about his ambitions. He aspired to be a comic cartoonist, but the syndicates were not interested in his creations. I taught him the secret power of spirit thought magic for fortune-making ideas. The only hunch he got at first was for cartooning a little insignificant animal. He tried again and again, but when he still only got hunches for that stupid little animal idea, he laughed at spirit thought magic. When I suggested that he follow that hunch, he replied that he would be kicked out wherever he offered such a cartoon. But he gave in eventually and created it. Then he persuaded the neighborhood movie manager to let him show it on the screen between features, from slides. The audience, to their amazement, roared with laughter and relished it far more than the features. Jerry was launched. Soon after, he was in Hollywood producing his animated cartoon for the screen. It was an international sensation. Jerry formed a company and it grew quickly to assets valued at millions. How Archie, a penniless failure at 40, was a millionaire by 50. Archie's family moved from the United States to Panama during the building of the Panama Canal, and his father was employed on it as a foreman. He settled in Panama City afterwards and worked for a Spanish-English newspaper. But he envisioned no future down there for his big family of 7 sons and daughters, so he moved to California during the Depression. He fared no better there. Archie, his eldest son, drifted from one small-paying job to another. By turns, he was a milkman, a filling station employee, a busboy, a Hollywood extra in mob scenes, a grape picker and the like. Archie married and had one child, but his wife divorced him 3 years later and went back home with the baby because she was tired of living poor. By the time he was 40, Archie had gained considerable weight, had lost his hair, and was fiercely bitter. He cursed the system, blamed the capitalists for his plight, hated California, hated the world. His primary cause of dissatisfaction, I discovered, was his financial status, for he was honest and generous otherwise. So I decided to instruct him to use the secret power for fortune-making ideas. He scoffed at that silly, nutty, occult stuff, but he tried it anyway. The only hunch he got, though, he snarled, was the repeated vision of machines tearing trees down and digging up the ground. Much chance of my making money doing that, he said with a hiss. When I asked him what kinds of trees they were, he snorted and replied, tropical trees. Just imagine such an asinine vision. Suddenly he remembered that, while in Panama, his family had lived on a dense acreage just outside the city limits, and that his father had chopped down some of the wild vegetation and planted fruit trees in its place. His father, it struck Archie now, could have done a better job with machines, and with much more land. But his father had had no funds to spare. The old landed families owned extensive tracts down there, but these were practically untouched. Many of these families were losing their wealth, too, to the rising business class. They could save themselves, however, if they bought machinery, on time, and farmed their land and exported the produce. He himself enjoyed tropical fruit. Americans and others would enjoy it, too. Archie told me all that. Personally, I preferred to let the land remain unexploited, but I realized that its exploitation was inevitable. I suggested to Archie that he become a representative down there of big American farming and construction companies, particularly since he was an American with fluency in the Spanish language. To my surprise, Archie took my suggestion seriously. He drove to Chicago and other leading Midwest and Eastern cities and interested such companies in him. Then he went all the way down to Argentina, calling on one big landholder after another. In a few years he had sold so much farm and construction equipment in Latin America, and had invested it so wisely in real estate in different countries there, that he was a millionaire. Lesson summary: see how you can use the spirit thought magic for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas to advance your career, as well as to start making you wealthy fast. See how it can spare you from being held back for years, just because you can't get by the barriers placed before you by peculiarly prepared examinations. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the inadequate memory and at the non-productive fortune-making ideas brain that you have, that it overstimulates you fast. Step 3. But overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for a learning memory, and for fortune-making ideas, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Receive from the drawn-in spirit thought or actual spirit, and read by the astral sight, the much-needed information it brings you. Step 6. Receive from the drawn-in spirit thought or actual spirit, the fortune-making ideas you wish, through the astral synaptic sound. You are now prepared to get information from some of the best concealed or forgotten sources, or to break out with fortune-making ideas and leap ahead on the road to riches. 7. How spirit thought power can be used to find lost articles. Nothing can be more exasperating than your being unable to find an important lost article. The article might be a document that could bring you an inheritance. It might contain evidence that could relieve you or a loved one from an unfair accusation or punishment. It might list a formula or describe a plan for an invention that could bring you a fortune. Unless you find that lost article, your whole life or that of another could be materially altered, and for the worse. To find it in the usual course of time might prove to be too late. The lost article, in fact, might consist of a medicine which you or someone you love or are befriending needs desperately at the time. It might even consist of a body of long accumulated data or notes which cannot be replaced, and yet, without them, you cannot pass an important examination or proceed with a business or plan and enjoy the quick success you expected. You might require considerable time, perhaps extending up to many years, to reaccumulate them as thoroughly again. The lost article, for that reason, might be non-insurable, for its value was not easily transferable, like that of jewelry or a deed. In fact, the lost article might contain only a mention of something which you need badly for something or other, but which is practically impossible to find out from anybody you know or could contact easily, if at all. The secret power to find such a lost article when you want it, is something for which you would pay any price when you need it. It must be admitted, though, that you might never possess that power completely. But you don't have to. Just master it enough, and it will lead you in the right direction to the lost article. If you master it, of course, you will possess a desperately desired power, because you will lose important documents, hard-earned money and other irreplaceable properties during the course of your life, which will seriously handicap you and subject you to fatal losses of friends, time and profits. The astounding gains of people from acquiring the power to find lost articles. Master this amazing power sufficiently as set out in this lesson, and repeatedly save yourself from maddening frustration, financial loss and other drastic experiences due to being unable to find something that has become lost. The amazing uses of spirit thought magic to find lost articles have confounded those who witnessed the seeming miracles achieved in finding them. With such a power, people who had not the least idea of where the article was, or who had no inkling of how it had disappeared, or who had not even seen or known of the article beforehand, were able to find it in the most unexpected places. They even found lost articles in hiding places which others had explored fully but which, due to an unsuspected extra site of concealment, remained undiscovered. With this incredible power, such people recovered for themselves or others, treasured heirlooms, important documents, valuable jewels, large sums of money, purses bulging with badly needed cash, irreplaceable address books, rare stamp collections, desperately needed keys, prized watches. One of them, in fact, even pointed out the exact location of a drowned body after it had been thoroughly searched for. Sometimes the owner himself had lost the article. On other occasions, it had been misplaced or concealed by a child, a pet animal or bird. At other times it had been stolen and hidden by the thief for retrieval later. At still other times, the owner himself had simply put it somewhere and forgotten it, or had inadvertently covered it with something which he had no reason to move for some time, although he needed the hidden article right away. You can use this spirit thought magic most advantageously in your business and everyday life to protect yourself against the consequences of lost articles. How a great portion of what is readily visible remains invisible to you at different times. You don't see all there is to see around you. Due to its conical shape, your eye, each eye, admits only a conical sector of the sphere of light that surrounds you at any time anywhere. All you see when you stand in a room, for example, is the part of it whose reflected light forms a cone with the pupils of your eyes. The rest of the room, which is outside the boundary of that cone, and which therefore cannot find its way inside the pupil of your eye to register its image upon your retina, is not focused on your field of vision. For that reason, you don't see it. And yet, it is there all the time, as you can prove to yourself by just moving your eyes or turning your head. Even the part of the room behind you which you cannot see without turning your body as well, is still there, as you can easily check by turning your whole body around and looking. And that isn't all. You behold more of something of your environment as you move toward it, even though the same amount of it was there before you started moving toward it. When you are present in a room, for instance, and walk up to, and through a door in it, the edge of the door frame expands, in your eyes, as you near it, and lets in a bigger cone of light into your eyes from the room beyond it. Not only that, but the light rays which entered your eyes from the cone of light of the first room, now move outside your field of vision, with the result that the scene of the first room is whisked out of your sight and replaced by a series of changing scenes. And yet, the scene of the first room still exists. But it is in back of you now. Its reflected light is no longer focused on your retina because its rays are outside the fields of vision of the new light cones that form within the pupils of your eyes as you continue moving forwards. That same phenomenon occurs whenever you approach any aperture in the room, whether it be a hole in the wall where something is concealed, or a window, or a space between obstacles, or a hole in the floor. When you move forward to anything, in other words, one vista leads to another in a set of continuous connected sequences, and you perceive one place ahead of another, and the bold place disappears from view. But the bold place is still there, although you no longer see it. Something could then occur in the bold place, and you would not see it because your new visual cone no longer admits light from it. If your visual cone, of course, were extensive enough to admit the whole sphere of light surrounding you, you would see everything around your body in that room, front and back, and down and up, all the time you're in it. Then you would see whatever occurred in the bold place after you passed through it, without turning your head or body. How your secret astral eye can see everything that your physical eye misses. It is theoretically possible to construct a room which would be invisible. Why? Because, for a structure to be visible, it has to reflect rays of light from different places in it, so that these different reflections will form individual beams of light which are separated from each other by membranes of ether. It also has to reflect beams of light from differently angled surfaces on it, so that the beams of light will crisscross each other as they dart out into the atmosphere. Those two qualities make a room visible. If they were missing, the room would blank out and be invisible. The inside of an optical integrating sphere is an example of an invisible room. So is the temporary occurrence of a whiteout in the Arctic of a level snow place, particularly when the overcast sky and the terrain happen to reach the same intensity of light and cause the horizon to vanish. In such instances the observer perceives neither the layout of the structure, nor its different surfaces. He just sees nothing, even though he may detect a fog, film, or the sky. An unmaterialized spirit is also invisible because its surfaces reflect no different intensities of light, nor any differently angled beams of light which crisscross each other as they dart out into the atmosphere. When all edges and curvatures vanish, to state it more crisply, the world vanishes from sight. If something you wanted were concealed somewhere in that room, however, you could find it easily if you could turn that room and everything else in it invisible in your eye, except the concealed article. But how can you bring that about? You can, with the secret astral eye. Its secret will be revealed to you as follows. How your secret astral eye can see what you want, and no matter how well concealed your retina is the photographic plate inside your eyeball, and it registers everything you see outside or inside your eyeball. On your retina, however, there is also a spot without nerves, called the blind spot because it cannot see. On a screen at a distance of 3 feet from your eye, this blind area in your eye covers an irregular circle of 2 inches in diameter. That amounts to a considerable amount of blind space. Nonetheless, you do see out of the blind spot because, if your sight is normal, you miss nothing that is put before you when you look at it. But, you ask puzzled, how can you see through a blind spot in your eye? Physiologists have found that anything seen by the region of the retina immediately surrounding the blind spot, is also seen by the blind spot. The blind spot, according to them, is then filled in by the brain. That's why the color of an object seen, the newsprint red, the continuity of fur, the striping of the wallpaper, the lines of a checkerboard and so forth, are all seen by the retina as if it had no blind spot. Such an important authority as Gibson, though, does not agree with the psychologists. The blind spot in the retina, he declares, does not have to be filled in by the brain in order to see, nor does the subconscious mind have to complete the expected gap in the image by tending to close up the blank area of the blind spot. Gibson suggests, rather, that the picture which the retina itself sees of anything, most likely obtrudes itself on the sight as a whole and causes illusions in the eye of seeing the whole thing as if the eye had no blind spot. After you stare at a curved edge, he cites as an example, a straight edge will appear to you to be slightly curved in the opposite direction of the curved edge. The same illusion even applies to the different colors of surfaces, plainly indicating that there is an adaptation or habituation of the sense of sight. Whatever the cause, it demonstrates that the eye can see what it wants to see, even when it does not actually see it, so long as it is convinced that it should see it. On the other hand, how can the eye be convinced that it wants to see something when it does not even know it exists, such as when it can't see the part of something which is concealed from it by its blind spot? The eye can see it, because it actually does see through its blind spot. It does so with the astral eye. Otherwise, your brain would require clairvoyant power, something rejected by material science, in order to see the area of anything which is not seen by the blind spot of your eye, even if your brain saw that area by illusion. But since the eye actually sees that concealed area of anything it looks at, it is obvious that it sees it with some other eye. That other eye is unquestionably the astral eye. Note it is true that the eye continually moves from side to side swiftly. In that way, it would seem, the seeing part see for the blind spot by normally glancing upon whatever area is not seen by the blind spot. But that would cause a slight blurring in the area of the blind spot or in the image of the picture being looked at. But since no such slight blurring occurs, the astral eye seems to be the only explanation for blind spot vision which can meet any challenge. The right spirit thought magic, however, is even more effective for seeing than the spontaneously used astral eye because it can be controlled to perform miracles of seeing for you. With the right spirit thought magic you can reverse the normal photographic process of your retina at will and convert, or block out, its seeing area into a big, blind spot and see out of its actual, tiny blind spot alone. You then temporarily blot out from your sight all the rest of your environment, and see in your astral, tiny blind spot only the lost article you are searching for. The astral light rays in your astral blind spot will then be attracted psychometrically to those of the lost article. That will be your first major step on the road to locating the lost article. How the natural gift of psychometry helps TO find lost articles. Not only are all mediums said to be gifted with a greater or lesser degree of the psychometric faculty, but Professor William Denton, a noted authority, has declared that he found it in 1 man out of 10, and in 4 women out of 10. Actually, everybody possesses the psychometric faculty in some degree, just as everybody can think, and feel, and learn to some degree, but he may fail to use his psychometric faculty, either because he is skeptical of the occult, or because he does not recognize the signs which that faculty bring him. Dr. Buchanan's earliest experiments with his own students, however, demonstrated that some of them could distinguish the different metals simply by holding them in their hands. Indeed, when he put medical substances in their hands, his students gave vent to the same symptoms as if they had swallowed the metals. Some of his students, the doctor discovered still later, could actually diagnose a patient merely by holding his hand. Dr. Buchanan told of many persons he knew who could press a letter against their foreheads and, from that, describe the character and surroundings of the writer, the circumstances under which he wrote the missive, and other acute details. Fossilized bones and teeth have revealed to psychometrists the extinct animals they represented, as well as the prehistoric scenes with those very animals living in them. There is little doubt that the natural gift of psychometry adds to the astral light and helps to find the lost article. The ability to find lost articles is so miraculous and so useful in your everyday life that it pays you to master its 4 well-guarded secret steps. The 4 secret steps to find lost articles. The air around you abounds with malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits which torture you and other unsuspecting human beings by spitefully misleading you, and them, too, from recovering precious or irreplaceable possessions which you have misplaced or lost. Such foreign entities usually emanate from living members of your opposite sex who were jilted heartlessly in romance, or from those of your own sex who suffer bitterly from romantic deprivation, or from those of either sex who are being mercilessly victimized in some manner by others, either legally or illegally. All are torn with hatred against society, the system, the establishment, against business, against the opposite sex and against practically everything else, and long, astrally as well as physically, to sting anyone they can. The person who is searching for an urgently wanted lost article is a perfect potential victim for such a foreign entity. Protect yourself against such an evil invader and find your lost article, by following these 4 well-guarded secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought to find lost articles. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently in back of the center of your head, see Figure 1 Section D, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that you are usually unable to find important possessions you lose, without undergoing a prostrating ordeal, if you ever find them at all. Due to that lack, you have misplaced things of the utmost value or importance to you, either for immediate or later use, and have lived through a horrible time, or even gone to infuriating expense, to replace them. Frequently, besides, it was outright irreplaceable and curtailed the benefits or advantages of your life considerably, such as by separating you from valuable contacts through losing an old address book, by depriving you of cherished old photographs of family or friends, some of whom might already have passed away, or have been lost track of, or by leaving you without important old documents which are difficult, if not impossible, to reproduce. And yet, the article may be concealed not far from where you are right now. Or it may be hidden where it should be easy to find again, if you only suspected where that place is. Its loss has thrown you into fits of temper so furious that you may have all but smashed up some of your furniture, attacked or accused unfairly some family member or friend of misappropriating it, or gone berserk in some other way. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of such a lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation accomplished, your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now, you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit which will make you so nervous and impatient when you don't find the lost article soon enough that you are ready to explode. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses incomparable ability to find lost articles. Be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character, in order not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a thief or mischief maker. How to trace the lost article through the astral air. Once you absorb into you the right spirit thought to find lost articles, with the 4 steps, you are ready to discover the lost article. Retrace mentally, or even physically, now, every possible step you might have made around the time you might have lost the article. Doing this puts the right spirit thought magic faster on the right track. So, when you visualize the lost article now and crave to find it, the right spirit thought within you instantly blinds the seeing part of your retina, but allows its tiny, natural blind spot to see astrally an image of the lost article. That is blind spot sight. The image it sees is attuned to the rays which the lost article itself throws off into space from wherever it is hidden, and blends with them so completely that you can momentarily see nothing else with your physical eye. You are then like the absent-minded person who sees only what he is thinking about or visualizing as he walks down the sidewalk, but is physically blind to his immediate environment, even though he may be subconsciously aware of obstacles in his path. Now, although the lost article is either concealed or is lying where you don't suspect, it had to get there first. And its motion while getting there, even if you or someone else carried or placed it there, like all motion, always leaves a trace, a visual trace of its physical movement in getting there. Its motion to get there creates an interrupting structure of light, so to speak, which carries information for you because that interrupting light flashes out into space. It flashes into your physical eye, too, but the latter has not been trained to perceive it. Persons blind from birth, for example, whose sight was restored later upon removing the cataracts from their eyes, did not see things directly in front of their eyes, nor spots within their eyes, until they were told about them. Their minds were not accustomed to being aware of sight directly before their eyes. So, when they now saw things directly before their eyes, they still didn't see them. The lost article, then, has left a trace of an interrupting structure of light all the way from where it was before, to where it is now hidden, a trace which your physical eye sees, but does not see. Your astral eye doesn't see it either, because your astral body is trained like your physical body. But, blind spot sight, which you acquire from the right spirit thought magic for finding lost articles, can see such traces. Your blind spot sight sees the trace of the interrupting structure of light of the lost article all the way along its route to where it is concealed for, although the article itself is no longer moving through the air, the interrupting structure of light it made during its air movement, still remains for some time, even though it turns increasingly faint. The phenomenon is identical to that of the experiment of Michaud. Michaud placed a red square behind a screen. When he moved the red square, a black rectangle seemed to elongate immediately behind it, giving the impression that the red square itself was making it. Those who watched the experiment, in fact, got the impression that the red square was writing, drawing, or painting. Yet the red square was only being moved behind the screen, that's all. But it was creating an interrupting structure of light. The right spirit thought, consequently, with the blind spot sight it brings you, sees through the blind spot in your retina, some remaining trace of the interrupting structure of light which the lost article left in the air as it moved, or was moved, to its place of concealment. Once it detects this trace, your blind spot sight, with astral speed, detects the rest of the movements all along the route to where the lost article is concealed. Practice developing blind spot sight by hiding articles around your place and trying to detect, later, some remaining traces of the interrupting structures of light which they left in the air, and follow them towards the lost articles. How Spirit Thought Power reveals the spot to look for lost articles with blind spot sight. The right Spirit Thought magic to find lost articles has led you all the way along the route to where the article you are looking for is. But you won't see it because you cannot see on the astral plane. The right Spirit Thought magic surmounts that obstacle by materializing, for you, a vision of that lost article, usually right above where it is hidden. To effect this, it creates an astral structure of that lost article, not a smooth structure, but one consisting of different small, angled surfaces. See Figure 4. These, naturally, reflect different beams of light which crisscross each other as they bounce back into space. These small, angled surfaces, as a result, show different whitenesses on the astral structure of the lost article, and these whitenesses reflect, back into space, different beams of light with different intensities. Different colors, as a result, are stamped on the small, angled surfaces of the astral structure and cause it to appear to the conscious eye like a differential shadowing, instead of remaining undetected by it like an imperceptible fog. Hence, you perceive, even if not with absolute clarity, but at least you will sense, the reproduction, or materialization, of the vision of the lost article directly over where it is hidden. Below are true case histories of people who astonished others by finding seemingly hopelessly lost articles, with the right Spirit Thought magic. Their names and identities have been changed. How Elsa found her lost legal documents. Elsa looked for her important legal documents where she vividly remembered putting them away for safekeeping 6 months ago. They were not there. Terror gripped Elsa. Their lawyer could not find his copy, so he had asked them for theirs. He needed it by the end of the week to answer a new charge on an old case against their business. With it in his hands to guide him, he expected no trouble. Without it, however, he might not be able to prepare himself fully to meet unexpected surprises in the case promptly and effectively. Elsa searched for the legal documents feverishly everywhere in the house. But she found them nowhere. She felt as if a bar of cold steel had been plunged through her body. What could she do? A disciple of mine taught her the secret of how to acquire Spirit Thought magic to find lost articles. Elsa experienced no success in acquiring it at first, and was close to madness on the night before the deadline date for presenting the legal documents to her lawyer. Through repetition she then suddenly absorbed the right Spirit Thought magic to find lost articles. Early next morning she could hardly touch breakfast. She had an appointment to take the legal documents to her lawyer before 10 o'clock. How could she tell Ted the truth? It seemed easier to take her own life. By 9 o'clock Elsa felt as if on the verge of collapse, for, all at once, she could hardly see a thing in the room she was in, except those lost legal documents dancing mistily before her eyes. Then she felt as if being dragged to her feet by invisible arms, and hauled to another room. Next, she was seized with an irresistible urge to go down to the basement. But, down there she felt like a fool, for she had searched through those premises repeatedly before. Elsa started for the stairs again. But again she could hardly see a thing in the enclosure, except the lost legal documents, dancing mistily in front of her eyes. Before she even realized it, she was standing by a trunk she had not used for a long time, for it contained only old things. An uncontrollable impulse to open it overcame her, but she tore herself away from it and started for the lawyer's office, prepared to go down on her knees and confess her incompetence. But her legs turned limp. Before her eyes again, she seemed to perceive the lost legal documents. She gave way to her uncontrollable impulse and struggled with the trunk until she opened it. Right in the midst of it, wrapped carefully in plastic, were the legal documents. Instantly, Elsa recalled putting them away there herself about 5 months ago, for safekeeping. Lesson summary: see how effectively you can use the right Spirit Thought magic to find lost articles. See how it can save your face or reputation with partners or friends. See how it can bring back to you any of a countless number of valuable lost possessions, and keep you from getting hysterical. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the fact that you are so helplessly unable to find things you lost without a tremendous amount of despairing effort, if you ever find them at all, that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to find lost articles, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Now, trace the lost article through the astral air. Step 6. Locate the lost article as the right spirit thought magic materializes a vision of it, right above where it is located. You are now adequately prepared to find lost articles with surprising speed. 8. How to use spirit thought to discover hidden treasure. You might never discover a hoard of treasure in your life. And yet, you might step up close to many treasures and not suspect it. You might wander through a certain area just once in your life and pass near a buried treasure there. Could you only discover it, how your whole life would change. You could become another Count of Monte Cristo, secretly or openly helping those you want to, and preventing those who loathe you from dragging you down in life, humiliating you and ruining you. You wouldn't have to spend a whole lifetime getting rich first. You could procure the ideal little island you dream of, for your private, natural Shangri-La. You could afford the lavish wardrobe you crave to don, the eye-popping jewels you long to wear, the wealth-multiplying stocks you are dying to buy when the market is low, the expensive operation you need. There is hardly a thing you could not do if you discovered a staggering load of hidden treasure. But how can you discover it? You cannot depend upon an electronic finder, for it covers too little territory at a time. You can't inspect closely every inch of ground everywhere you go, as you have to with it. You would search forever. But you don't have to, with spirit thought magic. It teaches you the secret way to tell where the hoard is hidden. You can use the electronic finder to pin it down afterwards. Spirit thought magic achieves this for you because it reveals the secret astral means for looking for buried treasure, not in the ground, which is impossible when the area is a dense wood or jungle, as it most probably will be, but in the sky. This jealously guarded occult secret has never been revealed. At the end of this lesson there is a long, thoroughly documented, true case history of an American who used it in a tiny, neighboring Central American country, and discovered, by himself, a treasure of buried gold bars valued at $15 million. Practically everywhere you travel contains buried treasure, some greater than that, some less than that. Over the centuries, more people have buried more than you suspect, to conceal it from thieves, murderers, stragglers, relatives, or even to keep it out of banks in eras when banks were widely distrusted. It is an interesting hobby to seek out treasure whenever you vacation or travel. And you might surprise yourself, your family and your associates by striking it rich with lightning speed. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure. The thrilling uses of the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure has been the most carefully guarded of all, for obvious reasons. But even the Darien Indians, in Panama, used the seeds of Datura sanguines to produce in children prophetic delirium, during which they revealed the whereabouts of hidden treasures. Miners, for centuries, used the divining, forked, rod, or branches of trees, to discover metal lodes. The gifted person held the forked twig by its horns, one in each hand, and strolled with it over the ground to wherever he thought the mineral lodes were. Sometimes the forked branch bent so sharply there that it broke in his hand. Some of the greatest mines were located in that manner, and mines, of course, are hidden treasures. Buried treasures were found that way, too. In some cases the divining rod itself was dispensed with, and the peculiar sensation consequently felt in the arms, hands, and body of the gifted person were enough to indicate the presence of water in the ground, dowsing. The electrical or magnetic explanation for such phenomena was exploded as far back as 1654. Modern scientists attribute the phenomena to a faculty or ability in the dowser similar to that possessed by the medium. Without admitting it point blank, then, they confess that it is based on the use of spirit thought magic. It is not surprising, for that reason, that it is written in the Conte de Gabalis, published in the 18th century, that the earth is filled almost to the center with gnomes, or people of small stature, who are the guardians of subterranean treasure, minerals and precious stones. The gnomes are said to be ingenious, friendly towards men and easy to command, and provide the children of the sages with all the money they require, and they ask for no other reward for their services than the glory of performing them. Other spirits which are reported to find hidden treasures are the flagi, a species of familiar spirits. With their assistance, hidden treasures are said to be found, closed letters are read, and everything seen, even if concealed from sight. With their help, buried things have been found, and stolen goods have been recovered. But they reveal their secrets only in dreams. A miner, with the help of the Maoris, confessed to growing rich directly through spirit communication. This spirit thought magic, to repeat, has been the most carefully guarded of all. So, study it carefully and see how effectively a pupil applied it, and found a hidden treasure worth $15 million. The 4 secret steps to discover hidden treasure. The world's atmosphere is full of spirit thoughts and actual spirits which yearn to find human victims to execute their vengeance for them against those who have despoiled them of their wealth, savings or possessions, or who have exploited them mercilessly. They itch to use you to defraud or victimize and thereby punish their wrongdoers. They also envy those who seek to gain treasure easily and try to make sure they never do. Be certain, therefore, to absorb only the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure. Here are the 4 simple steps for doing so. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, gently tap in back of the center of your head, see Figure 1 Section C, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power rage. Now, work up an emotional rage at the fact that you work so steadily for everything you get, and usually under tension and uncertainty. If you could only inherit an enormous sum of money, or make an astronomical killing in the stock market with a small amount of capital. By Jove, would you retire and live it up? How you travel around the world in big style, staying at different retirement paradises, wallowing in the luxuries you relish, passing out money to those you feel pleased with, like a veritable Count of Monte Cristo. Instead, you have to apportion your funds most frugally so as to meet all expenses and still retain a modest surplus for investment to prepare for your old age. You are tired and disgusted straining to save enough to pay your taxes, your medical expenses, including your family's, if you have one, your vacation trips, your new car, the rising cost of living and all the other endless necessities of life. Even should your income be sizable enough, you still have to watch it because so much of it goes to meet taxes and other social demands. Could you only gain possession of some fantastic wealth and revel in the life you want to, without all those drawbacks? Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of your inability to attract such exorbitant opulence to you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With emotional overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. listening to the astral synaptic sound, but you don't want to draw into you a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit which will use you to execute its vengeance against those who victimized it. To prevent that from happening, fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses unbelievable talents to find hidden treasure. Be sure not to draw to you the spirit thought or actual spirit of a heartless greedy person. With a psychic sight, however, like that of Peter Herkos and others with this extraordinary faculty, the person's psychic power center photographs what his physical eye fails to see. He can, for instance, be asked a question about a subterranean vault 5,000 miles away which he knows nothing about, and his psychic power center will instantly photograph it and reveal its contents to him in exact detail. Indeed, even a camera can photograph that projected psychic power picture of his, as it hovers right before his face, in the air. How you can physically see the islands of buried treasure in the air 20 years ago. Psychophysiology tried to explain how the various relay stations, nuclei, along the pathways of the nerves to your brain, manage to preserve the sharpness of the messages which those nerves transmit either from the outside or from the inside of your body, to your brain. The constant overlaps of those nerves at their relay stations were thought to cause blurring of the messages which those nerves were delivering to your brain. Some process was believed to take place along those nerves to restore the sharpness to the blurred messages before these reached your brain. Otherwise, by the time the messages reached your brain they would be rendered more or less unintelligible. Experiments, however, have shown that there is a good correlation between your mind and body physiology to prevent the messages of your nerves from blurring. Experiments have also shown that vibrations at certain frequencies are probably transmitted to your brain without even being felt by your nerves. What vibrations, you wonder, could these be? Astral vibrations are certainly among them. Indeed, they might comprise all of them. Still, it was not known what precise changes the messages being transmitted to your brain underwent at the different relay stations. As Jung pointed out, clear visibility in the visual system lessens progressively at each visual relay station as it rushes from your eye to your brain. Your visibility typically drops from 40% clear sight in your optic nerve, to 20% clear sight in your primitive visual center, your second visual relay station, to 5% clear sight in your conscious mind, your last visual relay station. If you could see in your conscious mind just as clearly as you see in your optic nerve, then, you would see 8 times clearer and farther than you do. In fact, if you could see as well in your conscious mind as you see with your retina, the place where clarity of sight is 100%, you would see 20 times clearer and farther than you do. If you could ordinarily see in your conscious mind something 5 miles away, then you would now see it 100 miles away. On that same principle, if you cannot see an island in the air in your conscious mind, you may see it easily when the vision in your conscious mind is increased by 20 times. Spirit thought sight can increase the vision of your conscious mind by much more than that. With it you will see the island of the buried treasure in the air, even if the treasure is buried many miles away from you. The island in the air may appear in your conscious mind like a vague something different in the atmosphere in the general direction of the hidden treasure. But that will be enough to incite you to search for it in that area rather than in another. Why you need a psychic sight to see the islands of buried treasure in the air now that you have absorbed the right spirit thought to discover hidden treasure, it has to lead you to the treasure if you proceed correctly. It does so by endowing you with a psychic sight because the right spirit thought alone cannot direct your rays of sight through the air to the hidden treasure, particularly since the treasure may happen to be quite a distance away. You can see the hidden treasure only with a psychic sight because the atmosphere, for one thing, is not a homogeneous structure, but contains overlapping islands of slightly abnormal composition. Each of these overlapping islands consists of a cloud of any substance which is diffusing after being thrown into the atmosphere as the result of some chemical event. In still air, such an island is a diffused hemispherical field. But it is elongated by a breeze, or streamed out by a wind. It is dissipated by rain, but is re-established if the original chemical event that created it persists and throws off more of it into the atmosphere. This diffusion field is a source of stimulation to animals. The smell of a delightful cake left in the air by a delivery boy may not be strong enough to be detected by the time you reach the place where some of it still lingers in the air in a hemispherical field. And yet, enough of it may remain in the air to stimulate your sense of smell slightly, or at least to stimulate your astral sense of smell. With the right spirit thought absorbed in you, however, you can detect this smell strongly enough to be led back to the bakery where the cake was made, even if it be miles away. Certain insects and animals possess a sense of smell of that type, although perhaps nowhere as keen as the right spirit thoughts. The magic of spirit thought sight. This diffused island in the air need not merely be one of odor either. It may be one of a different temperature than that of the surroundings, such as when the heat rises in the Arctic air from the top of an igloo. It or be the natural radiation from any metal or other substance, like precious stones, buried in the ground. That is so because everything emits its own wavelengths, although these become mixed up with the wavelengths of other matter in their vicinity. Spirit thought sight can differentiate the specific wavelengths of any form of matter from those of another. You need spirit thought sight to lead you to the treasure also because your physical eye alone, even if it could perceive minute and far away wavelengths, adapts itself too soon to its environment and thereafter no longer sees clearly the barely perceptible in it. Your physical eye, for example, regularly adapts itself to the rate of change of brightness in your everyday environment. After you stare at a light which gradually grows dimmer, a steady light will then appear to you to grow dimmer, too, and vice versa. A field, also, which contains shading, gives longer after effects from light than a field without shading. In the well-known process of light adaptation, the eye adjusts its sensitivity to the prevailing brightness of the light. Yet, when you change the light effects, the eye adapts itself not to the changing brightness, but to the rate of changes of the brightness. How to acquire spirit thought sight now that you have filled your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind or person whom, to you, looks and possesses unbelievable talents to discover hidden treasure. Stare at something in your room and try to detect the island in the air which emanates from it and hovers above it. All objects throw off islands in the air. Try not to let your imagination create such an island for you, and then pretend to detect it. Try, rather, to multiply the clarity of your vision. To do so, see not with your own eyes, but with those of the person you have absorbed into you. Stare at the air above the object, in other words, not as if you are you, but as if you are the person who possesses the necessary psychic sight to perceive the island in the air above it. You won't have to strain to see any clearer, but just to stare at the air above the object with the eyes of the person who can see what you can't. You have to be thoroughly convinced that you are that other person before you can achieve that. Practice this make-believe until you feel this transformation take place in you so completely that your eyes start seeing what they never saw before. This is the most necessary change you have to make in you for spirit thought magic, anyway. You have to forget yourself so utterly that you become the other person who can perform the magic in life which your normal self can't. Actors and salesmen do something similar every working day. They wouldn't make a penny if they didn't. You can do it, too, because actors and salesmen are no different than most people. They just force themselves to change their own persons at will to fit special occasions. If you don't master doing that at once, you will master it after a few tries, perhaps even after a few days' tries. But anybody can master it, for children are notoriously good actors, and you yourself were a child once. But, like all children, you have to stop acting when you go to school and face reality, and so you become yourself alone. Regain this lost natural talent with little practice, and you will instantly start seeing the islands of different objects in the air. You will be startled by them at first, but you will get used to seeing them any time you fill your whole body with the mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom you believe possesses unbelievable abilities to find hidden treasure. The need for astral flash conductivity. Once you approach close enough to the island of hidden treasure in the air to perceive it more clearly with your psychic sight, you have to become more accurate and locate the hidden treasure itself, because the breeze, the wind, the rain, the different gases in the vicinity, the varying wavelengths from many man-made devices, the fogs, the evaporation from the ground, or even the automobile exhausts and other similar causes, may have moved or altered the island of hidden treasure in the air, so that it is now far enough from, or even in a different direction than, where it was originally. The hidden treasure itself, nonetheless, has not moved, and its emanations are still producing more islands in the air. That might, for that reason, confuse you by presenting to your psychic sight as many as a dozen different islands in the air. All you know then is that the hidden treasure is somewhere near in that narrowed down area. But it would require considerable expense to explore for it widely, especially if it is buried in a jungle. Treasure hunters have resorted to certain spirits, like the giants and dwarfs, which are related to the Sylvesters and gnomes, to guide them to the exact spot of the hoard. Those entities are said to have no spirit souls, and may be compared to monkeys more than to human beings. But the psychic masters rely exclusively on the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure, and so they use astral flash conductivity to find its exact site. How to locate the exact site of the hidden treasure with astral flash conductivity? To know when your spirit thought sight has located the exact site of the hidden treasure, you have to use astral flash conductivity. With it you acquire the characteristics of a dowser. Like the dowser, you do not locate the exact site of the hidden treasure through electric or magnetic means, but through astral means. To do so, walk across the nearby, but still general terrain, as normally relaxed as possible. Nullify your senses to every feeling whatsoever and sensitize yourself only to the least sensation of being drawn into the depths of the earth against your will. Assuming that you are neither a medium nor a dowser, you will not experience this feeling strongly enough to be aware of it easily. With wish thinking, besides, you are likely to think or imagine that you experience it even before you actually do. So, control your wish thinking or imaginary fantasies, so that you really know when you experience this sensation. You are then creating astral flash conductivity. With astral flash conductivity you convert yourself into a sort of superconductor of electricity, just as the physicists do with different metals. A superconducting magnet, for instance, when cooled below the critical temperature, loses all resistance to the flow of electricity through it. It acts then, therefore, as a perfect conductor of electricity, since it no longer resists any of the electricity fed into it. When, consequently, even a small voltage is applied to its coil thereafter, it carries more current than it carried before, even though the magnet is still composed of the same material. To increase your astral superconductivity, exhale deeply 5 times, in order to breathe out much of your body heat and feel cooler. Drift around slowly, meanwhile, so that you don't work up more heat in you. Envision yourself so clearly as turning into an iceberg that you feel chilly all over. Indeed, the icy chill starts from the soles of your feet and crawls up through your different tissues, into every cell in your body. Your body is now prepared to receive the drawn into the earth signal from the right spirit thought or actual spirit when either of these locates the exact site of the hidden treasure. So, wander on here and there, with your whole body still turned into an iceberg, and be alert to the least perceptible change in you. Blank out all thinking from your mind, to prevent yourself from imagining that you are being pulled into the earth, when you aren't. No matter how long you meander through the general area of the lode, remain an iceberg with a blank mind. If you don't locate it that day, try again next day. But don't force yourself to feel that you are being drawn into the earth if you don't feel that you are, because the right spirit thought or actual spirit won't pull you towards it until you do reach, or are very close to reaching, the exact site of the hidden treasure. Then suddenly, out of the blue, you experience a strange sensation. It commences deeply within your body which, all at once, feels like moving in all directions. Your feet seem more weighty, and slow down your walking pace, or even bring it to a halt. Your shoulders droop, your back slumps, and you are gripped with an overwhelming lethargy. Unless you are a gifted dowser, you might feel no more drawn into the earth than that. But it will be enough to signal to you that you have located the exact site of the hidden treasure, with astral flash conductivity. But, don't leap yet into the air and shout with joy. Reassure yourself first, that you have received a genuine signal by pausing right where you are and deep freezing yourself still more by exhaling deeply another 5 times, until you are standing as if frozen stiff. Blank your mind so completely, too, and close your eyes to help it, or gaze at an insignificant spot in the distance, that you turn into a brainless piece of superconducting, human metal. If you did receive a genuine signal, the earth will pull you down to it still more forcibly and turn you so icy that you shake with a slight tremor. Advance a short step now and determine whether the downward drag on your body is as compelling as it was where you were before. If it is more so, you have moved still closer to the hidden treasure. If it is less so, you have moved farther away from it. Do likewise in different directions until you find out where the downward pull on you is most tenacious. That will be the exact site of the hidden treasure. Verify it with an electronic counter if you wish. Using such a device, though, might attract attention and rivalry, and sometimes, dangerous rivalry. Below is a true case of a man who discovered a phenomenal cache of hidden treasure with spirit thought magic. His name and that of the place have been changed to protect the innocent. How Lee discovered a treasure of heavy gold bars. Lee was an American adventurer who was convinced that the old Spaniards had buried many mammoth treasures in the Central American republics during all the years that they emptied the great gold mines of South America with the labor of the conquered Indians. History recorded only that the old conquistadores had buried some of the vast loot to conceal it from pirates, and had then lost exact knowledge of the location of the hiding places. Lee learned from the secret legends of descendants of those victimized Indians that small bands of Spaniards had rifled the king's ill-gained cargo themselves by packing heavy gold bars on mulebacks after dark as his caravan crossed one of those narrow Spanish colonies and had vanished with them into its interior, and traveled for days and nights through thick jungle before pausing and burying it. The plunderers had planned, apparently, to capture a vessel of some size later by disguising as English pirates, and fleeing with the wealth to some other European country. One such band had piled up an enormous cache of riches in a secret hiding place in the impenetrable jungles of a distant province of that little Spanish colony, about 150 miles away from the Camino Real, the Royal Road. The band had sailed to that faraway province repeatedly on rafts deeply weighted down with heavy gold bars and manned by enslaved Indians at the oars. But the king's men finally ambushed the band and slaughtered every member of it in a nearby crocodile-filled river, to which they had fled. Lee bubbled with excitement. The trouble was that, none of the Indians had the vaguest notion of where the Spanish band had buried the treasure in that distant province. The bandits had taken every precaution to evade pursuit when they sailed to it, even leaving 2 or 3 armed men behind them to abort such a possibility. Lee met my father in the early 30s, in the interior of that former colony which, at the turn of the century, had gained its independence. My father had been investigating spirit thought magic there with the native Indians. The two became friends, and Lee invited my father to prospect with him for buried treasure. My father, however, was more interested in unearthing the mysteries of the occult for more humanitarian purposes. He responded to Lee's fervent pleas, nevertheless, enough to teach him how to acquire the right spirit thought to discover hidden treasure. So rabidly eager was Lee to acquire that power that he did so in the amazingly brief period of 3 days. The jungle was thick to comb through, however, and Lee still suffered from a recent attack of malaria, which he had contracted in that country's swamps. So, he postponed serious search for the treasure. But his faith in finding it through the help of spirits did not lessen, for he knew of a miner in New Zealand who had been told by the Tohunga to go to a certain stream and trace it up for 6.5 miles. And then, by following its course in the midst of the forest, he would come upon a pile of gold. The miner, Marsden, followed the Tohunga's directions to the letter and came upon a mass of surface gold lying on the stones in the bed of the brook, deep inside the forest. When I myself resided temporarily in the interior of that little country in the late 30s, re-investigating my father's researches, I met Lee. He was prepared now for the big try. My father had succumbed, meanwhile, from a mysterious tropical ailment, and Lee invited me to be his prospector partner. I refused for the same reason my father did. But I was keenly interested in learning how successful Lee would find the right spirit thought magic for discovering hidden treasure. Lee departed the next day to where he suspected the Spanish bandits had landed in that province with the loot. He strained to detect the islands of buried treasure in the air with the right spirit thought magic, but failed for 2 whole weeks. But, all of a sudden, he experienced the strange feeling that there was something out there in the sky, something unaccountably different from the rest of it. It still looked like the same old sky to him, but in the southwest portion he sensed a peculiarity which he could not pinpoint. Something within him, like a hunch, reassured him that he was nearing the hidden treasure. Lee kept staring at that part of the sky, his heart beating savagely. In the meantime, the little feelers of the foreign entity, which he had felt crawl into him, seemed to coil up in his body cells like legions of microscopic watch springs. Then they lashed out in his body cells with such fury that they shook Lee like an explosion bottled up within him. Right then he felt as if something had been blasted out of him towards that part of the sky. Lee found himself heading quickly in that direction, as if being dragged to it against his will. So difficult was the way through the thick jungle that Lee had advanced but a few miles by sundown. He rested that night, covering himself tightly against the endless multitudes of voracious insects. He resumed the trek in the morning and soon came unexpectedly upon a stream. Once again he experienced the strange feeling that there was something unaccountably different in the sky, but this time it was about 2 stone throws away from him, near the stream. It occurred to Lee that, surely the Spaniards must have had the gold-weighted rafts towed up the river when they reached that province. No longer doubting that he was near his goal, Lee applied astral flash conductivity to learn the exact site of concealment of the hidden treasure. He exhaled deeply 5 times to lose body heat, as I had taught him, and blanked out his mind. Then he shuffled along the bank of the river, toward where he sensed the astral island in the air. He did not feel as if he were being drawn into the earth when he reached the region of the astral island in the air. So, he wandered about the area. Progress was discouragingly slow because the jungle, although thinner in the immediate vicinity than elsewhere around, was still impenetrable enough. Lee also had to watch closely for poisonous reptiles in the underbrush. He was back in town a few days later and revealed his experience to me. I urged him to make another attempt. He gathered supplies and a pick and a shovel, but loitered in town for a week to dispel suspicion. Then he returned to the spot. For another week he combed practically every square inch of the possible treasure area, but still had no sudden feeling of being pulled down into the earth. He was ready to give up searching there when, one day, his feet seemed heavier, and all but glued him to the ground. His shoulders drooped, and his back slumped. He felt as if he was falling into a lethargy. Instead of leaping into the air and shouting with joy, though, Lee halted and exhaled deeply another 5 times until his body felt perceptibly cooler. He also blanked out his mind, and closed his eyes to help it, and tried to convert himself, as much as possible, into a brainless piece of superconducting, human metal. To locate the exact site, Lee edged this way and that until the lethargy that had overtaken him felt most noticeable. With his heart beating like mad, he marked that spot by ripping the bushes around it. Lee dug feverishly until dark, and all next day. 6 feet down he was stopped by a board flooring. Bursting into a cold sweat, he hauled up the boards. Big gold bars were assembled neatly beneath them. With violently trembling arms, Lee hauled out some of them and estimated the full value of the cash at about 15 million American dollars. He collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, he reburied the bars he had extracted, concealed the spot carefully and hastened back through the jungle to town. He rushed into my hut and bubbled out about his staggering find. He was deeply afraid, though, he confessed to me, that he might have been watched, and even followed, from afar. I advised him to hurry to the governor of the province and record his claim. On the following day, the governor and an escort of police raced back with Lee to the spot. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to discover hidden treasure, discreetly, of course, and change your whole future. See how you can live, at last, the fantastic life of luxury and ease which you have dreamed about so long, but could not make come true. See how you can finally retire and live it up, travel around the world, stay in different retirement paradises, wallow in anything you enjoy, and pass out money to those you want to help, like Count of Monte Cristo. You can achieve these stupendous gains with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, tap gently in back of the center of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage so fiercely at the fact that no windfalls ever drop in your lap that you have to strain for everything you attain, until it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for discovering hidden treasure, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. See the islands of buried treasure in the air with psychic sight. Step 6. Locate the exact site of the hidden treasure with astral flash conductivity. You are now adequately prepared to discover hidden treasure and change your whole life into the fantastic one you wish. 9. How spirit thought magic can be used to learn people's inner secrets. Nothing can protect you better from other people's selfish designs and put you quickest where you can profit most easily from them, than the power to learn their concealed secrets about you. The Secret Service of every government, big or small, spends unbelievable sums and employs many spies to try to learn the concealed secrets of their enemy spies. Nations have been born, or tumbled with that power. The same occurs in business, social relationships, friendships, love, family life, law, and in everything else under the sun which relates you with people. Every step you take in life can succeed or fail, depending upon how well you learn the concealed secrets of your friends, enemies, loved ones, partners, children, neighbors, and acquaintances. You can be succored so tragically by anyone who plans your ruin without your realizing it that you could lose your life savings at the drop of a hat, miss the grandest opportunity of your life, irreparably lose a prized friendship, have your loved one stolen away from you, your child's character destroyed, or your confidence in yourself shaken so badly that you never regain it fully. All because you didn't learn the inner secrets of such individuals as a clever swindler, a faithless friend or employee, a disloyal mate, a deluded child, a tricky salesman, an inexpert professional man, a sweet-talking politician, or of scores of that ilk. They all scheme to ruin you clearly in their minds, but since you don't learn their concealed secrets, you fall easy prey to them. Once you learn their secrets, however, you can rout them before they make a move against you. By learning the secrets of your true friends, in addition, you don't misjudge them and convert them into enemies. The spirit thought power to learn people's inner secrets is the great effort saver for dealing effectively with people, for it leaves you always prepared to profit the most from everybody instantly. Obtain this power and you will work miracles in your everyday contacts with people. How some persons profited from learning others' secrets. The numerous uses to which certain persons have used spirit thought magic and actual spirits to learn the inner secrets of others, be it for romance, business, social advancement, for uncovering treachery or other plots against them, or to rob company secrets and turn them into unbelievable wealth, stagger the imagination. Not only that, but a surprising number of such people did not even realize that they had used spirit thought magic, and, in many cases, malignant spirits. California Indians, indeed, gave children certain intoxicants in order to gain, from the visions these brought them, information about their enemies. Such people could have gained equally in the right way with the right spirit thought magic, had they known how to acquire it. For, with a power like it, wives multiplied the amount of spending money they extracted from their penny-pinching husbands. Husbands trapped faithless wives. People read the treacherous minds of most trusted friends. Lawyers prepared for their clients the best answers to the opposition's questions beforehand. Doctors uncovered the true causes of their patients' afflictions, which the patients themselves had concealed from them for one reason or another. Swindlers and con men, of course, used it for evil self-purposes. Card players, like bridge players, used it to place their opponent's cards with uncanny skill. The experts call it the feel of the table. Spies used it to unearth well-guarded national secrets. Generals used it to find out the tactics of enemy armies and prepare to smash them. Envious workers used it to disseminate vicious, but circumstantially true, tales against fellow workers and ruin their chances of promotion. Prisoners, both of civilian and of war, used it to escape the best-watched jails. Honest employees used it to advance themselves with remarkable speed. Parents used it to halt their children in time from performing unwise acts that might have ruined the rest of their lives. There is hardly a use, indeed, to which the right spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets has not been put. The 4 steps to learn people's concealed secrets. The atmosphere around you is always crowded with malignant spirit thoughts and actual spirits who are frantically trying to help, or to encourage unsuspecting humans with hard hearts to carry out evil designs such as, to swindle, deceive, victimize, delude, ruin or take advantage of others for unworthy purposes. Their vengeance-seeking minds crave to see innocents, like yourself, suffer as they themselves did at the hands of the unprincipled. And they are incredibly successful in those nefarious designs. Your best protection against them is to read the concealed thoughts of those they impel against you, before they can take advantage of you. You can do so easily by following these 4 simple steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that although you are so conscientious and well-meaning and try to do your best for others, so many people, nonetheless, do you dirt. They hold you back in your career, in romance, socially, with your family, in fact, in practically everything in life. You are always the gallant who is too noble to do the nasty thing. As a result, you usually get the worst of every deal. Had you only known the concealed motives of such people beforehand, how different a life you would have lived. Even when you tried to help those close to you, had you but known beforehand what malicious advice others had given them which would ruin them before they were experienced or shrewd enough to know better. You hate yourself for that lack in you which has repeatedly left you, or someone you love or side with, at the mercy of some vicious, heartless individual who looked out only for himself, for his personal gain, for his own temporary pleasure, or for something always his own, and who saw you or the person closely attached to you, as a victim ripe for sacrificing. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of that lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in a second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But now you don't want a psychic but malignant, foreign entity, to convert yourself into a swindler, vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the ability to learn the concealed secrets of others. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy character. How to feel and become enough like the other person. To anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Now that you have drawn the right spirit thought to learn people's secrets into you, you have to draw enough of the other person's astral body into you with it, in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts, and thereby learn his concealed secrets. Croisset, a famous mystic, had this ability for mystic power. When he treated anyone, he said, he felt as if that person's astral body entered into him. As a consequence, he added, he then observed everything like that person, and even felt and willed like him. He called that state telepathic rapport, or unification. Here are the 4 steps of the secret for you to draw enough of another person's astral body into you with the right spirit thought in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Relax now and let the right spirit thought which you have drawn to you, extrude its little feelers out of you and visualize it seeping into the other person's physical body, right into his body cells. Clench your fists tight and visualize these little feelers closing over a portion of the other person's astral body in his body cells. Finally, relax your fists and visualize the little feelers relaxing and freeing the grasped portion of the other person's astral body in your own astral body. That portion of his astral body is still connected to him by his silver cord, but, since it lies free within you now, it can communicate instantly to you everything he thinks or feels. Why you can become enough like the other person to anticipate his thoughts and possible actions. Your brainstem, or the part of your brain which lies just above the top end of your spinal column, is the message center from your brain. Nerves from your spinal column also convey to it messages of pressure, pain, temperature, as well as messages from the remote parts of your body, from some 4 million sense detectors embedded in your skin. Your brainstem, as a result, is flooded with messages simultaneously from all parts of your body. Indeed, it is estimated that in every second of your waking life, your sense organs send out at least 100 million messages, electrical signals, to your brain. So, when the grasped portion of the other person's astral body is freed within you now, its still remaining direct connection to his own brainstem enables you to siphon off enough of the messages in him that reach his brainstem, into your own brainstem without his even suspecting it, since his conscious mind receives but 1 in a million of them. You are, therefore, accurately supplied with exactly the same messages which his body and brain receive in him all day long. To state it more graphically, you are then practically living within him, looking out at the world through his eyes, smelling through his nose, feeling with his fingers, suffering from his sensitivities. You feel and become enough like him, as a consequence, to anticipate his very thoughts. In other words, you have put yourself in his place. And so, you know precisely how he feels, or how he is influenced, by every message he receives from outside or inside his body. Hence, you can anticipate with remarkable accuracy exactly how he will respond to them. When you can siphon off his concealed secrets astrally, you will be able to become enough like him, indeed, to feel enough like him to anticipate his thoughts as if you were him. This is the secret you will be taught next. How secrets can be siphoned out of the other person's mind into yours. A nerve pathway which conveys commands from the brain to the muscles is composed of several different nerve segments. These lie end to end along the whole length of the nerve pathway. The ends of these different nerve segments consist of nerve extensions which reach out into the gaps which separate these different nerve segments. Through these nerve extensions, the command from the brain, which is being conveyed by the nerve pathway, is thrown off into the liquid space of the nerve gap into which these nerve extensions reach. The fluid in the nerve gap then transmits the command across the nerve gap into the next nerve segment along the nerve pathway, where it continues being conveyed to its destination in the muscles. That means that you can siphon a secret out of the other person's mind into yours astrally. You do so simply by slowing down the speed of the command which is conveying his concealed secret across the nerve gap that carries it, and then siphoning his secret off of the command before it flows on. For example, when the other person sees something frightening, a frightening picture of it registers first in his visual center. Then it rushes to his emotion center, his hypothalamus. From there the fright is registered in his conscious mind, where it is sent to be more sensibly appraised before he responds to it. His conscious or subconscious minds, or both, then deliver commands to his different muscles, directing them to protect him against the danger being threatened by the cause of the fright, such as, to his hand muscles to close his fists and strike out in self-defense, or to his finger muscles to sign a vindictive order, or to his vocal muscles to shout for help, or in defiance, or to his stomach muscles to dilate and halt his digestion, in order to provide more blood in his arteries to supply his protecting skeletal muscles, or to his shoulder muscles to shrug and feign unconcern of the peril. You can siphon any command out of the other person into you astrally. Siphon it out after his mind dispatches it towards his muscles. Just intensify the nerve electricity which transmits the command, and that nerve electricity reaches the nerve extensions of the second segment of his nerve gap. You will know beforehand, then, how that person is affected, say, by the fright, see figure 6, bottom. That's how you will easily anticipate his coming reaction to the fright. Reread this revelation slowly, and learn, next, how to put it into effect. How to siphon the concealed secret unsuspectedly out of the other person's mind into yours. Astrally visualize yourself straining your utmost to push open an immovable door, and envision the other person's astral body straining beside you, trying to help you. Tense your muscles hard, if need be, to add to the reality of the vision. But, make both the other person's astral body and yourself fail miserably in your combined attempts to push open that door. A sense of discouragement will be instantly implanted in the other person's astral body, as a result, either telepathically from you, or from himself. That increases, at his nerve gaps, their natural resistances to the speed of the discouragement command which is rushing to his muscles, because a sense of discouragement augments the acidity of the fluids in his nerve gaps. That now weakens or arrests the action of the nerve electricity which is crossing his nerve gaps, just as acid arrests the action of a battery. His onrushing commands slow down enough then for your astral body to siphon his secret unsuspectedly out of him into your psychic power center before the commands reach his muscles. As a result, the grasped portion of his astral body which lies free in your body cells and which is still connected to him by his silver cord, will receive his thoughts or concealed secrets from him, and implant them into you before they reach his muscles. That puts you always a step ahead of him, and you beat him to the punch repeatedly during your personal contacts, even over the telephone, and put him at your mercy. Even when you are far away from him in distance, you will still know his concealed secrets. That's how to siphon the concealed secrets unsuspectedly out of the other person's mind into yours astrally. How to decode astrally the meaning of the other person's concealed secret. Once you siphon the other person's concealed secret out of him, you have to decode it properly, or you risk being misled by it. You might siphon his secret out of him either in visual or word form. More likely, it will be in the form of hunches, or feelings, of what he is thinking about, or planning to do. Unless you are a naturally gifted medium, only occasionally will you siphon his concealed secret out of him in a specific visual or word form which clearly and plainly reveals it. In any kind of spirit thought magic, in fact, you will usually absorb the spirit thought, even from actual spirits, in the form of hunches, feelings, inclinations to do something, for no apparent reason, or in sudden inexplicable compulsions to perform acts which you never conceived of before, and so forth. On the other hand, that's all you really need to decode the spirit thought communications you receive. And, indeed, it is even better to receive them that way because the visual or word form may be subject to numerous interpretations and lead you to conflicting conclusions. While a hunch, a feeling, an inclination to do, or not to do, something, if not opposed by you, will lead you straight to doing what the right spirit thought magic wants you to do, with little time wasted trying to figure it out. That is so because each nerve fiber, at any instant of time, is either full on or full off. It is either actively transmitting a message or command with its nerve electricity, or its nerve electricity is turned off altogether and the nerve fiber is transmitting nothing. So far as physiologists have been able to determine, no intermediate, partly on, state exists in your nerve fibers. The other person's brain centers, then, send you complete messages or commands, even if they are for indecision. You therefore receive these as completely as he himself thinks them out. You never receive them only in part. The hunch or inclination you receive from him, then, is fully his, not part his, and partly no communication. So, seize that hunch or inclination the instant it flashes into your conscious mind, and don't start analyzing it. Just accept it as you receive it. Don't try to convert it into words and figure it out, either. Just accept it as given. Should you experience, for example, a compelling feeling that the other favors you, accept that. Don't start appraising his features and expressions and actions and speech and other such qualities and comparing them with your hunch about him, for he might be a clever actor who can alter these external factors to suit his ends. Just accept the spirit thought hunch you received from him as the final decoding of the concealed secret about you he harbors, and prepare to meet it. If the hunches you receive are overwhelmingly irresistible, faint images of them might even flash before your eyes. As a famous medium once said, however, the pictures I get are always correct. But sometimes I make mistakes in trying to interpret them. That's why it is usually best to take the hunch and let the pictures go. Warning: when to draw no part of the other person's astral body into you. There are times when you should draw no portion of another person's astral body into you, times when you should not use the spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. Don't use it when the other person is not well, for it might add to his miseries by draining him of needed energy. When he is a child of very tender age, or is seriously ill or infirm, or is a doddering old man. Indeed, never draw into you the astral body of anybody who is enfeebled. It might deprive him of needed energy at the time, or confuse him if he is a child. When he is wide awake, if, at that moment, he needs his presence of mind. Otherwise, you will leave him unable to think straight and protect himself from some peril. Below are true case histories of people who have saved themselves and others from disaster with the right spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. Their true names and identities have been changed. How suspicious. Len contacted his wife's mind while she cheated on him, and surprised her. Len had to absent himself from town frequently on business. He trusted Edna, his wife, implicitly, but she was too querulous about his exact whereabouts every time he came back home. To calm his suspicions, he drove back homeward several times much earlier than he was expected to and watched the house after dark, a block away. But he saw nothing to arouse suspicion and felt like a guilty fool. Len discontinued that unpalatable practice, but his suspicions remained. He told me his problem, and in strict confidence I suggested that he acquire the right spirit thought magic to learn people's secrets, in order to learn his wife's activities whenever he left town. Len practiced my instructions without Edna's knowledge, and in a few weeks he absorbed the right spirit thought magic. The next 4 times he was out of town he received no hunch, feeling, or inclination that Edna was misbehaving. Barely after leaving town the 5th time, though, he was seized with an inclination to return home as soon as possible. He made an effort to ignore it, blaming it on his old suspicions. But the inclination remained. In disgust with himself, Len started back home. About midnight he parked a block away from his home and stepped out of his car. A faint light was burning in his kitchen, and through the dark Len described the silhouette of 2 figures on the back porch. A few minutes later, a man left the house quickly. Len himself then sneaked to the rear of his home, rapped lightly on the door and whispered Edna's name. She hurried to it, whispering back in evident alarm, "What's the matter, Larry? Haven't you gone yet?" She drew the door open, in her nightgown. At sight of Len she turned white as a sheet. Threatened with divorce unless she told him the truth, Edna broke down and confessed all. How Clem read the treacherous mind of his most trusted friend. Clem was 68 years old, and was married to Lorna, his much younger wife of 33. They were married 5 years now, and although Clem no longer functioned as a virile husband and no longer looked like a youth, he was still madly enamored with Lorna and provided her with all the luxuries he could afford. He was not mighty rich, but he had saved and invested steadily over the years, and his estate had accumulated to about $350,000 in value. Being mostly in solid stocks and real estate, it was still growing steadily in value. Clem was satisfied that Lorna would have no economic worries should he suddenly pass away. 38-year-old Alf was Clem's most trusted friend, and Clem let him escort Lorna to the races and other places she enjoyed, but which he himself did not care for much. Alf was most kind and considerate to Clem, especially of late, after Clem had tripped on the stairs of his home and nearly suffered a concussion. Clem had refused to be taken to the hospital and was recuperating satisfactorily. He was faintly suspicious that Lorna might have had something to do with it, so, when he resumed his daily walks and met me again, he begged me to teach him how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to learn people's concealed secrets. I taught it to him in strict confidence, and in 12 days he acquired it. But when he tried to siphon Lorna's concealed secrets out of her, he received no unusual hunch, feeling, or inclination. He tried to again and again, especially at night, but enjoyed no more success. Next, Clem tried to siphon his janitor's, and then his neighbor's, concealed secrets. But he still received no response. Before giving up, he reluctantly tried to siphon Alf's. It seemed to Clem as if he did receive an answer, but it was vague. Puzzled, he made a second attempt. On his third attempt, on the following day, something gripped him and seemed to drag him back to those stairs. As he descended them once more, a sudden impulse, or some mysterious power, brought him to a halt. His very feet felt as if glued to the steps. He looked down at them curiously, and there, fastened across that very step, was a cord. Frozen with terror, Clem returned to his room. Later, though, he blinked out when no one else was in the house, broke the string and went on down quietly. Downstairs he made a thumping noise, dropped to the floor, let out a shriek and lay still. Alf dashed in. But instead of rushing to Clem, he raced up the stairs, slipped the ends of the string off its attachments and pocketed it. Clem was standing at the bottom of the stairway, looking up at him. Spirit thought magic had opened a deep secret for Clem. How Henry suspected his 15-year-old daughter's explanations for the frequent parties she attended. Henry was a hard-working, conscientious father of 44 with a daughter of 15 and a son of 13. His daughter, Tina, was an honor student and very popular, especially with the boys. Henry and his wife were proud of her, but Henry wished that she would limit her excessive popularity with the boys until later. "Oh, don't be old-fashioned," his wife, Grace, reassured him. "Girls, nowadays, start dating at 13. And you can't stop them. This is a different age." Henry still felt that Tina was too young to date, frequently up to twice a week, and even to stay overnight, occasionally, in a girlfriend's home after a party there. When Henry protested, nevertheless, both Grace and Tina tore into him and pecked him to shreds. The more Henry thought about it, however, the more he convinced himself that he was right. Even though Grace insisted that the parties Tina attended were proper, and that the homes she slept in overnight occasionally, were respectable, Henry still felt that his daughter was not doing the wise thing. So, he told me his problem. In strict confidence I suggested to him that he convince himself once and for all about Tina's social activities with the right spirit thought magic to learn people's secrets. Since he urgently sought such help, Henry acquired the right spirit thought in 9 days. The next time Tina attended a party, Henry reached her with the right spirit thought magic. But he received no alarming answers from her. The answers were not different when she attended a second party. When the hour neared for her to leave to a third party, though, Henry was suddenly seized with a strange hunch that an unsuspected tragedy was about to take place. When he questioned Tina at length about that coming party, she flew into a rage, and Grace helped her silence him. But Henry could not suppress the hunch, for it pushed deeper and deeper into his mind. In bed that night he could hardly sleep, so persistently did it hound him. He phoned the home where the party was held, at midnight. The parents replied that the get-together had ended an hour and a half ago because school examinations were coming up soon. But Tina had not come home yet. Henry started to call the police, but Grace wouldn't let him. An hour later Tina banged on the door and rushed in, with her clothes ripped and torn. Her boyfriend had made her drunk, she babbled hysterically, and tried to attack her. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to learn the inner secrets of other people, whether it be for romance, business, social advancement, or for uncovering treachery or other plots against you which may even threaten your life or ruin that of those you hold dear. See how much safer it makes your everyday living and safeguards your best plans. And you can achieve all these goals easily and rather quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that, although you are so conscientious and well-meaning and constantly try your best to help others, so many people regularly try to, or do you dirt. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for learning people's concealed secrets, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Now, draw enough of the other person's astral body into you with the right spirit thought, in order to feel and become enough like him to anticipate his thoughts. Step 6. Next, siphon his inner secret unsuspectedly out of his mind into yours astrally. Step 7. Decode astrally the meaning of his concealed secret without analyzing it. You are now prepared to learn people's secrets and to be able to act in your own interests. 10. The power of spirit thought to defend you against psychic attack. Unless you can defend yourself regularly against psychic attack, you will be constantly victimized by people who envy you and wish you harm. Such people, sad to say, number up to legions in your life. You don't suspect how many there are, because they don't have to be outright enemies or jealous rivals of yours. Many of them happen to be your best friends and associates who fear that you are climbing too quickly in life and will soon forget them. Without meaning to, they desperately try to retain your friendship and subject you, albeit subconsciously, to devastating psychic attacks to retard your swift rise. Even those who like you immensely, fear that your new position will alter your relationship with them, for they will no longer be able to kid you as they did. If you amuse them by being a griping bachelor or old maid, for instance, they might resent your unexpectedly capturing a much-admired mate and turning into a busy, married person, without much social time left for them. Your loving children, too, for understandably selfish reasons, might wish you to remain a lonesome, bereaved or divorced parent. Or your adoring mate might want you to retain, or make still worse, a harmless cosmetic defect like baldness, if you are a man, or a big waist, if you are a woman, so as to feel more secure about you. Last but not least, those who envy or despise you, will subject you regularly to psychic attack, both consciously and subconsciously. With spirit thought magic you can easily defend yourself against such sneaky psychic attacks. With it you become immune to their devastating powers as set out in this lesson. Such immunity, besides, causes the psychic attack to ricochet off you astrally, back into the guilty person and deplete his energy and compel him to accept the inevitable about you and to stop trying to attack you effectively through powerful psychic means. Your greatest talents bloom forth freed from psychic attack. As a result you are automatically and widely accepted thereafter for the new person you have grown into socially, or in your career. You are liked by all again, even if somewhat differently now. So, master this secret power and save yourself from mysterious and unknown forces undermining you secretly. The astounding gains of people acquiring spirit thought power to defend them against psychic attack. The urgent uses of the right spirit thought magic by people, all through the ages, for defense against psychic attack, would fill libraries. People not only used it to protect themselves against the psychic attacks of their enemies, but of their envious rivals in love, business, careers, social success, affluence or health, or from those who were simply sadistic. Lovers used it to protect themselves against rivals who wanted their prizes for themselves, and who, for that reason, tried to turn the lover's mind against his prize. Women with happy homes used it to protect themselves against jealous friends or neighbors who tried to destroy them by filling their minds with baseless suspicions against their husbands. Rising subordinates used it to keep themselves from losing their confidence in themselves and ruin their careers, due to the vicious thoughts of green-eyed fellow employees. Inventive minds used it to banish the confusion into which jealous, non-inventive minds tried to throw them and crush their creative talents. Artists used it to prevent materially minded people they knew, especially among their own families and friends, from driving original ideas out of their heads. Less attractive individuals used it to neutralize the eroding forces of the more attractive who begrudged them when they improved their own attractiveness and developed into close rivals of theirs. Jealous lovers used it evilly to drive into a frenzy the ones they failed to win, or whom they lost to others. Suburbanites used it to defend themselves against the bitter psychic acrimony of their competing against the Joneses' neighbors. Frightened wives used it to hold off the fierce disapproval of in-laws. There is hardly a situation in life, in fact, in which you won't meet people, either important or unimportant, who will, even if unsuspectedly, scourge you with psychic attacks. The terrifying power of evil spirit thoughts all around you day after day, you and everybody else around you are being subjected to some kind of psychic attack. Some of the attacks are more obvious and terrifying, while others are so subtle that their effects cannot easily be differentiated in you from a psychological aberration or quirk. An obvious and terrifying one occurred recently when two sisters died mysteriously in the same manner, 5 years apart. Each had been well and happy, and then suddenly looked horror-stricken, let out a piercing 10-second scream and stopped breathing. One of them had awakened early in the morning when it happened to her, and the other had just emerged from a swimming pool. An example of a more subtle psychic attack is when you suddenly get stage fright when about to take part in an activity which you have engaged in repeatedly and easily before. This commonly affects athletes, actors, public speakers, salesmen, and others. The athlete may even be a champion in the gymnasium, but freezes during competition and goes down to ignominious defeat. No matter how incessantly the coach reassures him that he is championship material, or even how expertly the psychiatrist prepared him for the meet, he still remains unstable and fails again and again during competition. Apparently, the malignant spirit thought or actual spirit is nailed into him either by himself by allowing it so seep into his body cells, or the astral body of some rival has implanted itself into him, even if the rival does not suspect it. Similar thraldom can affect your daily speech and incline you to stutter and stammer on occasion, to acquire claustrophobia in an instant, or to be plagued with a sudden unexplainable revulsion against something you relished before. Psychiatric treatment has not always freed such victims from such mysterious thraldom either, proving rather conclusively that the cause was something beyond the reach of human reasoning. Such an affliction pounces on you as if from nowhere and invades your whole body. It sets your heart beating tumultuously, your stomach fluttering, and your bowels moving or feeling like moving. Your sight turns blurry and you feel as if ready to faint. Yet, the moment you fail miserably in the situation for which the debilitating psychic attack was fired into you, that a psychic seizure may disappear as if by magic, leaving no trace in you. That is the terrifying power of evil spirit thoughts all around you, spirit thought from people or actual spirits which are ready to devastate you with psychic attacks. More extreme instances of psychic attacks are those in which Chinese and Hindus have killed themselves to exact revenge on their enemies by leaving their spirits clinging to their foes like giant, blood-filled ticks, until they drove them to suicide. That's why the Chinese have a dread of the wandering spirits of persons who have come to untimely ends. The Chinese fear with good reason that such persons finish themselves off because they were thoroughly dissatisfied, in one way or another, with their earthly lives. So that, when their spirits subsequently return to their former earthly surroundings after the suicide, these discern their old environment as if they were still in it. And, to their despair, they witness their last wishes disregarded, their savings being squandered, strangers possessing their old estates, their families cursing them for not leaving them better provided for, their children turning corrupt, their lands gone, their wives, or husbands, either being tortured with worry or stricken with mortal disease. The half-crazed spirit, in such instances, cannot help but fling itself into the picture and try to exact revenge on those who made a mimicry of it. The half-crazed spirit runs amok, like a mad dog, psychically attacking anybody it can. It might even turn into a wicked poltergeist and break loose with mysterious rappings and knockings, or it might invade the minds of the unsuspecting, like you, and devastate you instead of one of its own despised earthly relatives. This is especially true, though not always necessarily so, should you happen to have profited, even in the remotest manner, from the ruin or destruction of any of its relatives or close friends. How the psychic attack unsuspectedly seizes control of you to be effective. The psychic attack, either from an evil spirit thought or actual spirit, has to catch you when you are not prepared to resist it, whether you are awake or asleep. It catches you easiest when you're tired or fatigued or discouraged and your body is being affected by internal toxic forces. As a rule, it sneaks into you unsuspectedly. But, immediately afterwards, you experience either a nightmare or a feeling, if awake, of a psychic seizure. If you happen to be asleep, you may groan or let out alarming sounds. In fact, you might even have a nightmare and cry out in vain and show all the signs of intense anxiety such as sweating, a fixed facial expression, dilated pupils, difficult breathing. The essential symptoms which you distinctly experience are oppression of your breathing, paralysis, and anxiety, usually occurring in that order. The anxiety is believed by many to be the most intense ever suffered by man. The dream in your nightmares, too, lacks a clear structure. But it is commonly a dream of oppressive situations, as if you are locked up in a tomb, or having rocks piled on your chest, or falling from a high place, or drowning, or facing a horrible death through physical attack. Upon awakening you recall nothing you dreamed but, for no apparent reason, you display an intense anxiety which you did not display before. That indicates that the malignant spirit thought or actual spirit carrying the psychic attack, has crept into your body cells and, like a foreign protein in your body, has caused an allergic reaction in you, both astral and physiological. The psychological wreckage resulting in you from the psychic attack. It is not easy to resist the psychic seizure of the psychic attack. It pounces upon you and overwhelms your mind and body, regardless of whether you are physically strong and healthy. Even if you suffer from no bodily ailments, you now look ill or pale, or severely drawn in the face. You also seem quite different from your ordinary self. And, of course, you are. The psychic attack, besides, whether it stems from another person or from an evil spirit, storms into you against your will. The Kui, as the Chinese call it, may even drive your astral body out of you. If it invades you during your sleep, when you wake up you will find yourself changed from a cool and confident person into a trembling psycho. Or you could be gripped with an uncontrollable impulse to throw violently anything you lay hands on. Or you may feel a compulsion to do the very thing you don't want to do, whatever that may be. As a result, you may waver with physical weakness, trembling, dizziness and profuse perspiration. You may even be passive now and refuse to do what is expected of you, or you may be active, instead, and do the very opposite of what is expected of you. If the psychic attack on you is merciless, your suddenly acquired negativism may include your own natural body functions. And so, for example, you now refuse to empty your bladder or move your bowels when you should, and thereby you punish yourself without rhyme or reason. You may drift about, also, with feelings of utter unreality, as if you are not really where you are, doing what you are, thinking what you are, or saying what you are. You might even be obsessed with a stubborn indecisiveness, like that of the individual who is never sure that he has turned off the stove and who is forced to return to it repeatedly to make certain. Indeed, you could be thrown on the borderland of delirium, with your consciousness cloudy, bewildered and disoriented. That is the psychological wreckage that may result in you from the psychic attack. The physiological wreckage resulting in you from the psychic attack. The psychic attack not only transforms your psychological reactions, but even your very body tissues. Since it injures your tissues with the trauma of the invasion of an evil spirit thought or actual spirit, proteins at once invade your tissues and bind them more firmly to the structures within your body cells than to the outside surfaces of your body cells. The larger macromolecules in you are, consequently, absorbed by your body cells more readily than the smaller ones because they are drawn into them now by stronger membrane movements, a process called endocytosis. And, macromolecules are known to exert biological effects in the body cells in which they lodge. One such macromolecule protein, for instance, enters the nerve cells of the sympathetics, the fighting nerves, and causes them to multiply from as much as 4 to 6 times in number. Another one promotes the growth of tissues other than nerve. Many other ill-defined macromolecules are present in your bloodstream, although their functions are still largely unexplored by scientists. Their invasion of your body cells, at any rate, results in throwing toxins into your bloodstream, for the toxic molecule is the same in all protein. And the toxins, in turn, may act directly on all your body cells, probably changing their physical and chemical nature and producing in them a state of fatigue. Toxins in your blood also increase the excitability of your nerves, leaving them more susceptible to harmful influences. And the nerves most affected are your sympathetics, or your fighting nerves. Your adrenal and thyroid glands, for that reason, are stimulated by them to oversecrete their hormones. Your metabolic activity, therefore, is increased too, and you suffer loss of weight, depressed digestion, faster pulse beat, night sweats, rise in body temperature, changes in your blood, and increased metabolic activity which breaks down your tissues faster, and weakens you and hurries on old age, and an injury to your body cells which hinders assimilation within your body of foods and other substances into your body cells. When the psychic attack persists for a while in you, besides, your body becomes acid, and that increases and prolongs the toxic symptoms in it. The psychic attack, because of that, transforms you like a witch transforms a human victim into a despised animal, and controls the rate of growth of your different tissues all the time you are enslaved by it. The 4 steps to defend you against psychic attack. As already stated, the atmosphere around you, wherever you are, abounds with malignant spirit thoughts or actual spirits which are constantly attempting to invade and ruin you with psychic attack. These may range from prank players to those who long to alter your character in order to work off some pent-up fury of their own against certain people. Protect yourself against ugly influences by drawing to you the right spirit thought to defend yourself against psychic attack as follows. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the part of your head just above your ears, see Figure 1 Section B, 4 times in 2 seconds. Your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that you are surrounded by so many secret enemies, or are plagued by so many people who are against you for one reason or another, despite the fact that you mind only your own business, live honestly and do no conscious harm to anyone. Emotionally rage at the fact that so many people begrudge you every time you advance in life, and upset you so badly that you cannot do your best at anything. Rage at the fact that, although you try your best to be nice to everybody, so many individuals analyze you suspiciously or with contempt for doing so, that they paralyze your true personality. Rage at the fact that, even though you pursue but one woman, or man, seriously, others either poison that person's mind against you, or make you so uneasy that you can get nowhere with her, or him. Rage at the fact that, although you try to think clearly during emergencies and meet them sensibly, so many people want you to get the works that you grow panicky in such situations and fall into disaster. Rage at the fact that, even though you do your best for your subordinates, so many of them believe the contrary and wish you a calamitous fate that you are turning into a nervous wreck in your superior position. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this tragic plight of yours, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession. Inhale each time for 3 seconds, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to spring into your body cells and subject you to the psychological trauma and physiological devastation and resulting enslavement of a psychic attack. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the stolidity to absolutely ignore all psychic attack from anyone for anything whatever, and who can thereby cast off any such attack against you the very moment it seizes you when you are awake, or the very moment you realize that you were subjected to one while asleep. You will regain your normal self at once. Again, Your heart beats normally, your breathing is normal, the pupils of your eyes are dilated normally, and your digestion, and the rest of you regain their normalcy and you lose the oppressive weight that bore down on your heart. You have freed yourself from the vicious psychic attack. Below are true cases of people who have completely fought off and annihilated vicious spirit thoughts or actual spirits with the right spirit thought magic for defending themselves against psychic attack. Their names and identities have been changed. How Loomis, who dreaded losing his position, got a raise instead. 37-year-old Loomis was a factory superintendent. For the last 2 months, though, he had drifted about his work befogged, as if in a trance-like state, he told me. He constantly feared making mistakes, and so he made more of them than ever. His plight left him anxious about his position. Of late he even doubted the reality of his own person and practically had to pinch himself to make sure he was at work, and that he was actually Loomis and nobody else. He also complained of poor memory, insisted that he could not think and that he felt as if falling victim to sleeping sickness. My personal belief, without passing for a psychiatrist, was that he might be the victim of a psychic attack. So I suggested to him, in strict confidence, to try to acquire the right spirit thought magic to defend himself against one. It took Loomis a whole month to acquire the right spirit thought magic because the enslaving spirit thought or actual spirit had him absolutely under its control. But then, almost like a miracle, the diabolic condition vanished entirely. Loomis was his old self once more and was soon promised a raise by his superior. How a copywriter overcame the psychic attacks of his rivals in the agency and produced his best copy. Paul had been doing well with his ideas in the advertising agency where he worked as a copywriter. Of late, though, he had done poorly, and his boss showed evident disillusion in him. Paul learned from a reliable source that his rivals there were spreading the rotten impression that he was mentally unstable and impractical. Paul's confidence in himself, as a result, vanished quickly, and whenever he tried to create and produce new copy, he froze with discouragement and could not visualize clearly or concoct anything truly original. Consciousness of his recent failures looked bigger every day in his mind, too, as if somebody was perpetually hammering it into his head, to finish his career. And so, his heart beat fast with dread of failure, and a heavy oppression pressed upon his chest and stifled his breathing. When he attempted to free himself of it and create regardless of it, his lungs turned ice cold and his hands trembled. Cold perspiration even burst out over his forehead, and occasionally he felt faint and dizzy. Since Paul was convinced that he was being subjected to psychic attack by his rivals, in strict confidence I taught him how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to defend him against psychic attack. He acquired it in 9 days. Instantly he was his old, optimistic self again. At work next day he sailed into his new assignment with bubbling enthusiasm. The difficulties he encountered only whetted his appetite for more. Paul made more progress that day than he had made for weeks. His superior was intrigued and called his new copy his best to date. How Jim won back Lana after losing her from an indirect psychic attack. Jim and Lana were engaged to be married in 3 months. Jim worshipped the ground she walked on. Not only was Lana beautiful in a bewitching manner, but she was a delightful conversationalist, an entrancing listener, and gushed with sympathy for him. But, all of a sudden, she changed abruptly towards him and handed him back his engagement ring. Jim was stunned. All Lana said to him frigidly was that she had decided not to marry until she found the ideal which she now realized she wanted. Jim implored with her, but to no avail. His every attempt to win her back was met with a firm no. Jim confided his desperation to me. He agreed that he had rivals for Lana's hand, but as far as he knew, she kept company only with him. It struck me that Lana might be enslaved by the psychic attack of a rival of Jim's who was striving to alienate her from him. But Lana, I believed, still loved Jim very much so. In strict confidence I taught Jim how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to defend himself against psychic attack. Jim acquired it in 4 brief days, and flashed the skill into Lana. A week later he made a desperate last call on her. To his amazement, she seemed unable to resist him again. They were married a month later. On their honeymoon Lana confessed to him that, during the whole week before he returned to her, she suddenly felt freed from some mysterious enslavement within her which had made him, for some unexplainable reason, seem contemptible in her eyes. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to defend yourself against the psychic attacks of your enemies, or of your rivals in love, business, career, social success, or from those who are simply sadistic. See how much more peaceful it can make your whole life and keep you from becoming panic-stricken whenever you face any kind of competition. And you can attain those goals easily and quickly by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the part of your head just above your ears 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert the right part of your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you have so many secret enemies, or that you are envied by so many people for one reason or another, even though you have done them no harm and only mind your own business. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to defend you against psychic attack and flood the Vicen you receive with a worthy purpose. You are now perfectly prepared to defend yourself against psychic attack and to prevent others from scourging you with it. 11. How to use spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others. To take psychic possession of others is a remarkable power. It is another power which has to be particularly used for worthy purposes only, because it puts others abnormally under your domination and control. If you use it for unworthy purposes, you will create an evil monster in the other person which will destroy you in turn. If used for worthy purposes, on the other hand, with it you can completely alter the faltering character of another person and make him a most effective individual instead. You can cast an enslaving habit off him instantly. You can fill a vacillating person you love, instantly, with the fortitude to resist an unworthy suitor or a designing, conned man. You can push your friend or child through a difficult examination and gain for him the position or the opportunity he covets. You can fill him with Herculean power to save his own life during an emergency. You can use it to subdue the mind of another who is assaulting you physically. There are endless worthy ways to use spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others. Never use it to compel unwilling prospects to do business with you, solely to make you rich. Such victims will abhor you, once they recover from your secret power. You would have to take psychic possession of them year in and year out to keep them subjugated to you, and that would be an exhausting effort. Apply this power on people for comparatively short periods only, because it affects them like magic and enables you, with lightning speed, to achieve your goals with them. But keep your goals worthy within the limits of fair competition, at least, or you may convert your victim afterwards into a lasting enemy. The best gain from an individual person is attained when you leave him, or her, so thoroughly satisfied with you that the person becomes a steady customer, or falls in love with you, or is grateful to you for freeing him of an enslaving habit, and so forth. When used for worthy purposes, spirit thought magic to take possession of others converts you into a human being without a peer. So, go ahead and become an expert in it as set forth in this lesson. The astounding gains of people taking psychic possession of others. The right spirit thought magic to take possession of others was abused by witches and others to possess innocent people unsuspectedly and compel them to do willingly what those people would not have done otherwise. Other individuals, though, used it for worthy purposes such as, to advance themselves nobly in life, especially when those who barred their rise proved to be indomitable. Such individuals used it to seize hold of the basic character of the person barring their rise, and altered it into that of a person who would favor their rise. Others used it to seize hold of the basic character of the person who rebuffed them romantically, and alter it into that of a person who would desire them romantically. Still others used it to save their own lives by implanting, in the person who imperiled it, the basic character of a person who would not imperil it. Others used it to alter the resistance of people they met daily and briefly in business, by changing their obstinate attitudes into attitudes of compliance, long enough, at least, to gain the advantage over them, or to execute their plan or mutual agreement. With the right spirit thought magic to take possession of others, the user secures an inescapable hold over another person by divesting him of his basic character and thereby leaving him unable to free himself from the hold. With this right spirit thought magic, in other words, you can implant into another person the very character you wish he had and leave him so strongly possessed by it that he behaves as if he were that very person. This spirit thought magic, then, is obviously one that can convert you into a veritable power unto yourself. The difference between obsession and possession. Let there be no mistake in your mind about the meaning of the word possession in the occult. It is not the same as obsession. Obsession, in the occult, means to be attacked repeatedly by a malignant spirit thought or spirit from without. Its medium of control is mainly through mental telepathy from the attacker to the attacked, something akin to the piercing of a wax image of a person by his enemy, with pins, accompanied by dastardly oaths against him, as in black magic. When the victim is, at length, half crazed by it, the resulting condition is called obsession. Possession is the opposite of that, in the sense that it indicates the total domination of a person by an evil spirit from within him. Both obsession and possession, nonetheless, describe a takeover of the basic character, and the absolute control of the body and mind of the singled-out individual by a foreign and discarnate entity. It was believed, in the Middle Ages, that all madness was caused by possession of the evil one. In the rites of black magic, in all ages and places, too, the performer may deliberately seek to be possessed by the devil and his demons in order to receive from him or them infallible knowledge and the consequent power brought him over others and, therefore, over his destinies. But here you will be taught how to use possession for worthy purposes. The 4 secret steps to take psychic possession of others. The atmosphere around you abounds with malignant spirit thoughts or actual spirits who are constantly trying to invade you and use you as a stepping stone to take possession of their enemies and revenge themselves on them. They want you to absorb them and project them, or the vengeful personalities they harbor, into the person they despise, so that they can retaliate at last on those who wronged their lives selves while they were on earth. The trouble is that not only do you gain nothing from that, but the evil act remains in your subconscious mind after you commit it and initiates a long train of psychological aberrations, unexplainable nightmares of guilt feelings, and maddening inner conflicts in you that may lead to a low degree of retrograde amnesia and transform you into a repulsive type of Jekyll-Hyde person. Others, too, are jealous of you and are dying to hold you back in life, or they want you girl or your wife for themselves, or they oppose you socially or in business. You may overcome them by changing their basic characters into the characters you wish they were, with the 4 secret steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right part of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage at the fact that you lack the ability to make people behave towards you as you want them to. Rage at the fact that they can bar your rise in life without your being able to alter their characters and to thereby compel them to advance you as you wish them to. Rage at the fact that you can't make the person you want to want you as madly as you want her or him. Rage at the fact that you can't break down the resistance of people you meet daily and briefly in business, long enough at least to gain significant advantages over them, or to execute your plans or agreements with them consistently. Rage at the fact that you can't divest others of their basic characters and enslave them in the hold you would like to get on them, for worthy purposes, of course. Instead, you are defenseless against being held down mercilessly in your career. You can't win or keep the mate you want most. You fail to reach the pinnacles in life you aspire to. Or you can't bring others completely under your domination, for worthy purposes, of course. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred for this desperate lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and exhale at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound, but you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to enslave you to its nefarious ends, and even sacrifice you in the process. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the ability to compel people to behave towards you as you want them to. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy purpose. Note now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to take possession of others, you have to know how to ignite and implant your spiritized astral body into the other person in order to take psychic possession of him. The secret of the spine-brain psychic impulse: before you can possess the other person, you have, first of all, to ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action. You do so by creating and reaching it with protoplasmic radioactivity, because the astral realm is the realm of superatomic activity, like that of the gamma ray. You achieve that end with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump as follows. As Madame Curie demonstrated when she discovered the activity of thorium, the activity of all radioactive substances depends simply upon the amount of the active substance present, and it has nothing to do with the nature of the chemical compound in which it is found. Radioactivity, furthermore, like the astral body, has been found to be independent of all physical conditions, as well as of all chemical conditions. Neither the lowest temperature nor the highest temperature appear to affect radioactivity in the least. Radioactivity, consequently, is as unalterable a property of the atoms of radioactive substances as is weight itself. But, how is radioactivity produced in the atom, in the first place? It is produced by the nuclear electronic jump. And what is that? When an electron is knocked out of the farthest outer electron orbit, Figure 7, Section A, radiation, generally of an optical frequency, is produced when a new electron jumps into the vacant spot. When an electron is knocked out of an inner electron orbit of the atom, however, the subsequent jumping of an electron from the next outer electron orbit, or from a still farther out electron orbit, into the vacant spot, produces radiation. But, when an electron, beta ray, is ejected by the radioactive process from the nucleus itself, Figure 7 Section C, the subsequent electronic jump, or readjustment, within the nucleus, produces the gamma ray. And that is the nuclear electronic jump. The gamma rays are radioactive rays because they are roughly 100 times more penetrating than even the beta rays, and because they are not deflected by magnetic or electrical fields, like the other rays. Gamma rays are regular rays in the ether, like X-rays, only shorter, and they are spontaneously emitted by radioactive substances. Potassium, now, is the only radioactive substance in your body, and no other substance takes its place. And, a radioactive substance is transported to your tissues only by your nerves, undoubtedly because your nerve fiber is exceptionally rich in potassium. Potassium is the source of the nerve electricity which transmits messages or commands through a nerve. When a nerve is stimulated or deprived of oxygen, potassium diffuses from it fast into the surrounding tissue fluids, but it returns to the nerve when the nerve is rested or reoxygenated. Now, before the nerve fiber can acquire its maximum potassium concentration, it has to be full of energy, but it should be using up the least amount of it. The nerve fiber is found in that state when the body is calm and breathing slowly and deeply. That is the perfect parasympathetic nervous system state. Potassium can therefore be concentrated in your tissues by your nerves, and specifically by your parasympathetic nerves, your loving nerves with the psychic master secret, which may be scientifically called the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. How to affect the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump? Your parasympathetic nervous system has 3 centers in your body. One of them lies at the base of your spine in your sacrum bone. Another lies toward the back of your brain, the nuclei of your bilateral vagus nerves. The third lies in your hypothalamus, your organs, control center at the base of your brain, which, in turn, is under the control of your psychic power center. There are the spine-brain psychic centers of your parasympathetics. See Figure 8. Through the combined effects of these three centers upon your whole body, you can concentrate the potassium in it and make your body markedly radioactive for astral purposes. So, lie down in bed and relax fully. Banish all tension from your mind and body, so that your sympathetics, your fighting nerves, lose much of their influence on you, and your parasympathetics, your loving nerves, gain control over you. Take 3 or 4 deep breaths, but no more, to quiet down your heart still more. Feel now like the happiest person on earth. Feel that every part of your body enjoys perfect health, even if it doesn't, that all your economic difficulties are solved, even if they aren't. Underscore that your romantic and family life is ideal, even if it isn't, that you have attained every goal you seek in life, even if you haven't, that you are flooded with popularity and admiration everywhere, even if you aren't. Lift your spirits, in other words, into the heavenly ecstasy of the mystic, into the ecstasy one experiences when he communicates with the Absolute and feels he is being wafted through space in heavenly bliss. That is how the psychic master stimulates his parasympathetics, his loving nerves, to the maximum and attains a potassium concentration of spiritized proportions. Next, you are to effect the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump to ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action. To do so, blast the little feelers of the right spirit thought magic out of your body cells into your spiritized astral body, like a machine gun firing a barrage at a clump of nearby small trees. Feel the barrage blast so powerfully within you that it shakes you from head to foot. It will batter the atoms of your astral body into astral pulps, and their nuclei will eject an astral electron each, producing gamma, radioactive, rays. Your astral body is now not only spiritized, but also ignited into implantation action. Practice and master this stupendous psychic master secret, for it is the first great step for your actual taking psychic possession of others with the spirit thought magic. How to draw the other person's basic individuality into you. Your next step is to draw the other person's basic individuality into you and transmute it with your ignited, spiritized astral body before you implant it into him to possess him in precisely the manner you wish. No matter how you want to possess the other person, let's call him Andy, you have to change his whole being in the process. In fact, you have to change Andy's physical size, his health, strength, mental processes, agility, imagination, muscle coordination, body weight, indeed, everything about him, so that he takes on all the physical and mental qualities of his possessed self. He must even walk like it, think like it, speak like it, argue and gesture like it. Otherwise, he is only influenced, not possessed, by you. Andy will resist your drawing his basic individuality out of him, just as instinctively as the infant girl will resist molestation until made a delinquent of. For that reason, you will not draw his basic individuality out of him in an instant. But you will do so quickly enough. Just continue lying down and visualize Andy as being present wherever you presume he might be at the moment. Your psychic power center will automatically link you up with him telepathically wherever he is. Next, visualize your whole body as being transformed into a powerful astral magnet, and concentrate its astral rays upon Andy's astral body. With the utmost peaceful relaxation, feel these rays penetrate his astral body. How to transmute the other person's astral body. Since Andy's ripped out astral body bears with it the stamp of his physical, mental and physiological individuality, your ignited, spiritized astral body has to obliterate that stamp from it once you imprison it within your own body, and transmute it into that of the person you want him to be. So, draw your ignited spiritized astral body back into your body cells now, and let its radioactive cells infiltrate into every astral trace of Andy's bewildered, imprisoned astral body, like a bleach into a fabric, and divest it of all natural aspect. Then, immediately visualize the exact self of the new Andy you want him to be. If Andy is a friend, relative, or loved one whom you wish to be, or to feel, bigger, smarter, or handsomer, if you are a woman, envision him from head to foot, in every possible detail, looking, acting and actually being that new person, and let your ignited, spiritized astral body alter his own astral body into that of such a person. If you wish him to be, or to feel like, a genius, order your ignited, spiritized astral body to create a mind for his astral body like that of a genius, even if such a mentality happens to be radically different from his own. If you want your loved one to feel like a beauty, if she is a female, order your ignited, spiritized astral body to create an appearance for her with stunning loveliness even if she has little of it herself. Don't limit yourself, in brief, by what he, or she, is like in actuality. Just remember the theory of relativity. So, just transmute Andy's astral body, with your ignited, spiritized astral body, into that of the person you want him to be. How to eject the other person's transmuted astral body out of him with his new self. You are now ready to implant Andy's ignited, spiritized astral body into his body cells. If any other spirit thought or actual spirit has invaded them meanwhile, by implanting your own astral body into him you oust it at once. It so happens, though, that REM sleep is necessary for astral body implantation. REM stands for rapid eye movement, and it is the phase of sleep in which you dream. You have to enter it through SWS, slow wave sleep, or you will enter it too abruptly and be jerked awake. Haven't you experienced the sensation of drifting off to sleep, and then suddenly been awakened violently by a savage jerking of your body, usually of your legs? At times that is caused by a reflex muscle contraction in your body, but at other times it is caused by a too hasty darting off of your astral body from your physical body to where it subsequently floats several feet above you during your SWS, slow wave sleep, like a balloon in the air at the end of a string. This unexpected explosion of astral energy in you causes a reflex astral contraction of your silver cord which jolts your floating astral body right back into your physical body. The physiological explanation for this is that SWS, slow wave sleep, is a tension-banishing sleep, a sleep in which there is no intense activity of the central nervous system. Your astral body leaves your physical body during such sleep and suspends itself above it, and your sleeping physical body gets used to the separation during such sleep. REM, rapid eye movement, sleep, in contrast, is a sleep of intense brain activity, with a marked increase in activity of your conscious and subconscious centers of sight, hearing, of blood flow in your brain, of elevation of your brain temperature, and of your thalamus, your sensations recording center, all of which are activated by your sympathetics, your fighting nerves. So, before you fall into REM sleep, command yourself, as in a post-hypnotic suggestion, to fall asleep deeply and soundly first, or to fall into SWS sleep, and not to dream. But that, a half hour after you are asleep, to keep sleeping still, but to wake up astrally, and to eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of your body cells with such volcanic power that it blasts out of you like an astral rocket. Repeat these commands to your hypothalamus, at the base of your brain, 5 times. Then relax your body from head to foot and convert your mind into a total blank by thinking only of a big zero in space. Before long you will fall into SWS sleep, and at the appropriate time, into REM sleep and eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of you with the self you want him to be. How to seize control of the other person's silver cord after you eject Andy's transmuted astral body out of you. You have to seize his silver cord before you can implant his transmuted astral body into him. While your physical body is alive, your astral body remains connected to it by your silver cord. Your silver cord can be extended without limit, and it is severed from your physical body at your death, just as the umbilical cord is severed from the mother at the birth of her child. Your astral body then joins the spirit world. All through your life, though, your silver cord remains intact between your physical body and your astral body, but your astral body is free to roam from your physical body when you sleep, or even when you are awake, especially if you have trained it to do so. This roaming of your astral body produces dreams. Such dreams indicate that your astral body is roaming during your REM sleep, and they consist of the scenes and impressions which your roaming astral body transmits to your physical body as it wanders about. In order to render Andy's physical body more prone to accept a changed astral body, you have to deprive Andy himself altogether, first, of his own true self. To do so, gently line up your own silver cord against the portion of Andy's which was drawn into your physical body with his astral body, about 15 inches of it. The normal astral currents from your own astral body will then flash through the whole length of his silver cord and reach into his psychic power center and confuse him. Accomplish this by clearly visualizing that as actually taking place. Andy at once loses, as a result, temporary recollection of his own astral body. His physical body is now, as a consequence, a body without a self. How to implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him and possess him, but you cannot just leave it to Andy's transmuted astral body alone to implant itself into his body cells, for it has been changed into an astral body which is suited to another person altogether. His physical body would resist or even reject it. You yourself have to implant it into him and possess him. Here is the psychic master secret for achieving this spirit thought magic classic, which seems hardly less than a miracle now that Andy's transmuted astral body is hovering just outside his physical body, trying to re-enter it, command and affix it just above his physical body instead. Place it parallel to it, but with its feet pointing in the opposite direction of his physical bodies. Now, draw his transmuted astral body close to his physical body, so that its psychic power center touches that of his physical body. Next, wheel his transmuted astral body around in a semicircle, like the long hand of a clock, with its head serving as the fixed end. Its legs and body will swing around, therefore, and come up under his physical body. When Andy's transmuted astral body approaches to about 10 degrees below his physical body, halt its movement. Its head will then be practically implanted into his physical head, while the rest of its body will still extend outside his physical body. His astral psychic power center will now be lodged within his physical psychic power center, and it will pack itself into the body cells of his brain and alter his basic character. Finally, slowly elevate the rest of Andy's transmuted astral body until it is implanted completely into his physical body and infiltrates all his body cells. Andy will be possessed by you now, for when he awakes he will be far more like the self you have implanted into him, than like his own true self. Medicine men and witches develop the power to implant another person's transmuted astral body into him with such fantastic effectiveness that they can alter completely and for as long as they wish, the self of the person they possess. So can the psychic master with the right spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others. When you use this power for worthy purposes, you, too, can do marvels with it. Below are true case histories of people who used this spirit thought magic for remarkable achievements with psychic possession. Their names and identities have been changed. How a doomed man saved his life. In strict confidence I taught Arthur S. how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others, to advance him in his career. Shortly after, while vacationing, he was swimming in a deep-water beach where some motorboat enthusiasts occasionally broke the regulations and drove within the safeguard limits, to ogle and try to pick up some of the bathing beauties ashore. Swimmers, for that reason, had to keep watchful and alert there. As Arthur relaxed and cooled off in the water on that hot, steamy day, he suddenly spied a motorboat skidding across the water toward him with lightning speed and making surprisingly little noise, compared to other models. The eyes of its middle-aged operator, besides, were glued on a bevy of teenaged dreams lolling in the sunshine. Aware of Arthur's plight, the girls signaled frantically to the boat driver, but he mistook their gestures for invitations and ogled back at them like one hypnotized. Frozen with terror, Arthur resigned himself to a horrible and untimely end when, in desperation, he envisioned himself hurling his identical self at the man and implanting it into him and thus, making him as much aware of Arthur as Arthur was of himself. Instantly the man's hands seemed to turn the wheel just enough for the motorboat to whiz past Arthur by only a few feet, although the driver's eyes were still fastened on shore. Spying Arthur at last when the huge wave from the motorboat heaved him up high, the man nearly lost control of the wheel. At once he sped straight out, glancing back at Arthur as if to reassure himself that he was not seeing things. In this case, Arthur had saved his own life by swiftly implanting his own astral body into that of the motorboat driver. By doing so, he had possessed him momentarily with his own character, so that the man's reflexes, his hands, turned the wheel without his even suspecting it, just enough to miss running down helpless Arthur. How selfish Richard enslaved beautiful Olga 3,000 miles away, although she had never seen him. Richard was an average-looking young man of no status in a class-conscious foreign country. He fell desperately in love with beautiful Olga, the daughter of a multimillionaire aristocrat. He thought of nothing but her, as he went about his commonplace life, clerking in a clothing store by day, and sitting with the poorer class in the public square at night, exchanging gripes over the political might of the wealthy natives. Richard was half American and had little future down there, so he decided to settle in the United States. He would make his fortune overnight and return and beg Olga's haughty father for her hand. Whenever he spied her being chauffeured through the crowded streets in the back of her limousine, he poured his heart out to her through his eyes. But she took no more notice of him than of a lamp post. Richard was settled in the United States about 3 years before I met him. He was chained to another inconsequential job and told me that it was no easier to get rich here than back there. And he was not willing to spend years getting rich, and lose Olga in the meantime. He wished to take possession of her so strongly, he confessed to me, that she would not accept any other man and would wait for him. The fact that she hardly knew he existed, made no difference to him. With the greatest reluctance, I taught him the secret power of spirit thought to take possession of others. I tried, however, to talk him out of using it for such an apparently hopeless goal. Olga might even be married by now. I warned him. "I don't care," he replied. "For me, it is Olga or nothing." Richard practiced and mastered the spirit thought secret power and projected it, daily, 3,000 miles away to the old country. Richard projected the power at least once a week. During the last 10 years he did so only occasionally. In the interim, he married and divorced twice. But he couldn't forget Olga. One day, by what seemed like mere chance, although spirit thought teaches that there is no such thing, he ran into someone he had known distantly in the old country. He found out that Olga had married shortly after his departure, but had divorced 3 years later, a most unusual act in that religious country, and had moved to the United States and was residing in Florida. Richard hurried to Florida and traced her. She was still nearly as beautiful as ever, and she accused him of wrecking her life. She could not stand her husband, she told him, because he, Richard, had filled her thoughts and enslaved her against her will. She hated him, in turn, but could not oust him from her mind. Her unexplainable obsession had driven her to shock the country by obtaining a divorce and taking off to Florida, as though some magnet had drawn her there. Although she had never laid eyes on him before, she insisted she recognized him instantly as the mysterious image of the man who had flooded her thoughts and imprisoned her will. They married soon and returned to the old country. There Richard managed her ailing father's huge interests and inherited them recently upon his demise. You are not advised to pursue a headstrong course like Richard's. His case history, nonetheless, shows up that the secret power of spirit thought magic to take psychic possession of others worked effectively even when the intended victim could not recall ever having seen him before, but yet enslaved her for more than 10 years over a distance of 3,000 miles. Lesson summary: you have been shown how you can use the right spirit thought magic to implant into another person the very forces to possess that person so that he reacts exactly as you want him to. This power of psychic possession can enable you to reach the heights of your desires, to change obstinate clients and customers into agreeable ones, to convert dreaded enemies into self-sacrificing friends, and to save your life in an emergency. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the front part of your head 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain of the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to compel people to behave towards you just as you want them to, so that you can put them completely under your control, for worthy purposes, of course. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound to take possession of others, and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Ignite your spiritized astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. Step 6. With your ignited, spiritized astral body, rip the other person's astral body out of him into you, with his basic individuality. Step 7. Imprison and transmute the other person's astral body with your own, ignited, spiritized astral body, into that of the person you want him to be. Step 8. Fall into REM sleep in order to implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him with the self you want him to be. Step 9. Implant the other person's transmuted astral body into him and possess him. You are now perfectly prepared to take possession of others and compel them to do willingly anything you want them to do, for worthy purposes, of course. 12. How spirit thought can be used to contact past astral incarnation. No matter how deeply you think and try to make the wisest decisions before you act, 2 heads are better than 1. But you can't always find a dependable head to help yours, not at once at least, and sometimes not for a long time. Its owner might not have lived enough like you, or might not be enough like you, or might not have lived through enough experiences similar to yours to be able to help you in a sufficiently practical manner. He can advise you then only through his own eyes. But his eyes are not your eyes, and they cannot see from your points of viewing. No matter how eagerly that person might desire to help you, his counseling might fall short of the mark and do you more harm than good. You loathe him thereafter, although he did his best to help you. Much of the time, besides, you would rather not confide your problem to another person. The friends of today are the enemies of tomorrow, goes an old saying. Most blackmail originates from former friends or associates to whom have been confided intimate secrets by their victims. Even if that person never blackmails you, rightly or wrongly, you may fear that he might. It is safer to keen your own counsel. But that might not help you solve your threatening problem. Find the safe, ideal, qualified counselor you need by contacting the past astral incarnation of someone very much like you, who existed decades or centuries ago, someone who faced a problem similar to yours and who solved it with miraculous success and with the least effort. The basis of all problems remain the same over the ages. Contact the past astral incarnation of such a person, and his spirit will fly to your side and guide you safely, like a well-informed big brother, through your difficulty and enable you to make the greatest gains from it. There is no problem for which you can't find a secret, invisible, thoroughly informed big brother to guide you through with ease, as set out in this chapter. The astounding gains of people contacting past ASTRO incarnations, the unbeatable gains of people from acquiring the right spirit thought magic to contact past astro incarnations confound all the sophistication of science. With past astro incarnations, people have relived situations that took place decades or centuries ago, problems with amazing effectiveness. Others brought to light long forgotten, never exposed crimes. Still others were led practically by the hand, to unsuspected abandoned treasures in art, to priceless old manuscripts, to history-making archaeological discoveries, to revolutionary historical records, or deciphered mysterious ancient documents. You can now master this spirit thought magic yourself as set out in this chapter, and evade most of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that will be rained at you during most of your life. How there is no true reincarnation. My long-searching ancestors found out from the psychic masters the never-yet-revealed secret of past astral incarnation. They learned from them that there really is no such thing as reincarnation, or the belief that the spirit of a person, after his death, reappears sometime later in the body of a newly born person as that person's astral body. The belief that you, for instance, have already lived at least one life on this earth before your present one, a life the very opposite of the one you live now. If you lived like an affluent member of the nobility before, for example, you might be living like a hard-pressed nobody now. The most secretive of the psychic masters, with whom my ancestors lived for so long, had discovered that there is, instead, past astral incarnation. Past astral incarnation means that the spirits of dead persons who had natures and who lived existences the very opposite of yours in past lives, are prone to unite with, or enter into, your body at different times during your present life. They gain entrance into it either sneakily and unexpectedly, or you can draw them into you with the right spirit thought magic, because opposites attract. That is what is universally mistaken for reincarnation. When such an opposite to you spirit enters you unexpectedly and you live through the life of its former owner, that phenomenon is erroneously called a reincarnation because the occultists have assumed that you must have lived that very life yourself before. According to the most secretive of the psychic masters, however, you exist on this earth but once. And so does your spirit. But, you can exist back astrally in many different past lives of others simply by being invaded, or by drawing to you, the departed spirits of deceased people who had natures and who lived existences the very opposite of yours in their own lives on earth. That is called past astral incarnation. Why there is only a quasi-astral possession, or a past astral incarnation. Past astral incarnation, then, is a sort of quasi-possession of your astral body by the departed spirit of a deceased person who had a nature and who lived an existence the very opposite of yours in his own life on earth. For, according to the most secretive psychic masters, your own astral body is the child of those of your parents. When you die, it is converted into a full-fledged spirit and remains one until eternity. It never returns to dwell in another physical body, except in unusual instances such as, when it possesses the physical body of a person born after you have expired, with a nature and existence the very opposite of yours and alters it by depriving him of his self-possession, or when it quasi-possesses him and leads his conscious mind back into some period of your life. Such rare instances, though, usually last for brief periods only. Your astral body, to summarize, is born as a combination of two already existing astral bodies which unite to form a new one altogether with a personality of its own which may, or may not, resemble that of its parents, but which will differ from either of them. Your astral body will, therefore, contact past astral incarnation of the dead whose spirits and whose natures differ from those of your parents. These contacts, however, are not reincarnations, but quasi-possessions by spirits of the dead whose natures and past existences were the opposite of yours. None of them, nevertheless, are reincarnation, but only another past astral incarnation. So, study well the 4 secret steps to draw to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations. You can then extract from them unparalleled knowledge to use in your present life. The 4 secret steps to contact past astral incarnations. The atmosphere around you abounds with spirit thoughts and actual spirits with your own nature and similar existences who envy your possibly outdistancing them in life and who try desperately to invade you and prevent you from achieving in life any more than they did. They fiercely resent your every attempt to contact spirits with your opposite traits, in order to use their rare knowledge to solve your own perplexing problems, romantic, business-wise, career-wise, etc., or to open up before you fantastic opportunities in life which you hardly realize exist. They resemble an older, discouraged person, envying a younger, optimistic upstart who is enjoying unusual luck with his endeavors. Escape these mortal and immortal enemies of yours by drawing to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations, with the following steps. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the part of your head just above your ear, see Figure 1 Section B, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right area of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to contact past astral incarnations so that you can witness the intimate lives of people with difficulties similar to yours. Due to that lack, you cannot solve your perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. You cannot unearth long-forgotten, well-concealed crimes. You cannot be led practically by the hand to unsuspected abandoned treasures in art, to priceless old manuscripts, to history-making archaeological experiments, to revolutionary historical records, or to decipher uninterpretable ancient documents. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this pitiful lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies. With overstimulation, your body tissues turn acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so, you over-oxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and by exhaling at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in your tissues by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want a malignant spirit thought or actual spirit to invade you and stop you from achieving in life any more than his owner did. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of person whom, to you, looks and possesses the qualities and abilities you lack, and who can therefore make your life as perfect as could be, in a very short time, if not instantly. And be sure to flood your vision of him with a worthy purpose. Now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations, you will be taught how to contact them. How to contact past astral incarnations. You can contact past astral incarnations by means of the right spirit thought, because your astral body is the part of you which will visit them and extract from them the rare knowledge you seek. Experiences are parallel at any time in history, even if their exact causes change, and so, the lessons learned from former lives are equally valuable for your own. You contact past astral incarnations with 4 steps. They will be briefly summarized first. Step 1. Ignite your astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump. Step 2. Again, implant the psychic power center to your now ignited astral body into the body tissues of your physical psychic power center. Step 3. Through this combined psychic power center, you command your ignited astral body to incarnate you into a past life similar to your own, but which was lived by someone who made a stunning success of it. Step 4. Finally, fall into REM sleep, and your ignited astral body will implant into your body tissues the spirit of a dead person which fits your wish. Now, this is how to execute these 4 steps to contact past astral incarnations, once you have drawn the right spirit thought to you. Step 1. Ignite your astral body into implantation action with the spine-brain psychic nuclear electronic jump, as you did on page 175. Step 2. To implant the psychic power center of your now ignited astral body into the brain tissues of your physical psychic power center, lie still and feel it settling into them and becoming one with them. You won't experience that astral feel at first, but you will after a little practice. Just make yourself feel the astral matter of your ignited astral body seeping into the brain cells of your physical psychic power center, like a gas into a porous solid, and infiltrating every possible space in it. That will implant your astral psychic power center securely into your physical psychic power center and ready it to contact the desired past astral incarnations for you. Step 3. Now, command your astral psychic power center to flash before you a specific scene from that dead person's life in which he lived through a trying experience similar to yours, and to provide you with the lifelong lesson he learned from it. Step 4. Then fall into REM sleep and, as Shakespeare wrote, dream such stuff as dreams are made on, for our little life is rounded with a sleep. That night you will dream that you are living in an entirely different time and place, and be meeting people you never knew existed, and be performing duties you never conceived of. You will also possess an entirely different point of view, which is exactly what you acquire when you receive professional counsel. The dream will suddenly terminate and, shortly after, you will awake abruptly. Immediately get up and write down, even if briefly, what you dreamed. You will forget it quickly if you don't, because the memory of it will return swiftly to your astral body and back into your past astral incarnation. Next day, study this dream in close detail. Extract its timeless lessons from it and apply them to your perplexing problems. Below are true case histories of people who filled their lives with the wisdom of the ages overnight by using the right spirit thought magic to contact past astral incarnations, and who attained their seemingly impossible goals with it with amazing speed. Their names and identities have been changed. How Abney arrived in the United States with only a few dollars, and years later was worth $8 million. Abney was a poor, downtrodden foreign immigrant. He set foot in the United States in his early 30s, and was still unmarried and alone. He proceeded to buy men's neckties and socks from stores in crowded neighborhoods in half-dozen lots, and peddled them on busy streets. His selections intrigued the men he stopped, and they gladly paid Abney 1/3 more for them, at least, than they would have paid at the store. At first Abney cleared just enough to eat, but, in less than a fortnight, he profited enough also to cover his rent and save a buck or two. He started buying much bigger lots of merchandise and peddling from morning to night. But he also looked into the future and saw himself getting too old to haul that bulky cargo around with him all day. I happened to be attending college at the time, as well as researching the secrets of spirit thought magic in the classroom, without arousing the suspicion of the professors, in order to make them scientific and more practical to use. I grew acquainted with Abney in the public square, and he confessed his plight to me. In strict confidence I urged him to acquire the right spirit thought magic to contact past astral incarnations and find out what others in his predicament had done before to get rich. The principles they adopted would be timeless, I told him, even if their methods had to be altered to fit the age. Abney was a firm believer in miracles, although he confessed that he had been blessed with none. So he applied himself intently to the secret of spirit thought magic and acquired the right spirit thought magic in 2 weeks. One night, while he was dozing in REM sleep, Abney dreamed of a man 50 years back, purchasing land about 2 miles out of town, a corner lot, to be specific, and, as the years went by, buying up all the land he could around it. Abney awoke abruptly and had a strange feeling that something indefinable was lurking inside his tiny, airless room. Trembling, he put on the light, but was relieved to discover that he was still alone. When he recounted the dream to me next day, I encouraged him to investigate it. He did. Nearly 2 miles outside that Midwest metropolis, along the waterfront, Abney found a little farm on the corner of an expansive, uncleared block. It was for sale. On a hunch, he arranged to buy it on time, and with a bank mortgage. Soon after, he married a woman who roomed where he had, and she raised chickens on their little farm and sold the eggs. Abney continued to peddle all day long in town. Every penny they saved, they invested in more small lots in the wilderness of that block. Their eggs pleased their customers. And stores in the city begged them for wholesale lots. Before another 3 years had passed, Abney opened a small men's clothing store of his own with used fixtures, and both he and his wife still worked, she at the enlarged farm, and he at the store. Instead of enlarging his store, however, Abney remembered the dream and bought still more lots on that uncleared block. It seemed like an idiotic thing to do because, while that city of several millions was growing fast, it was extending in the opposite direction from Abney's farm. Again and again he was tempted to change his mind and sell all his land, but every time he contacted past astral incarnations with the right spirit thought magic, he received either no answer from it, or an urge or inclination not to alter his plans. I myself even wondered whether I had given him disastrous advice. By the time that Abney owned the whole waterfront half of that big city block, nearly 15 years had passed. Then, suddenly, the city started growing like mad in the opposite direction. Land in the south side had risen too high, because of the scarcity now of desirable waterfront land. Realty construction, as a natural consequence, turned feverishly to the north side. With a sizable bank loan and other financing, Abney built a 14-story high-rise on the south half of his block, and left the north half of it vacant. 10 years later, all his land, including that beneath his now aging high-rise, was worth about $6 million, indeed the building itself was worth about $1 million. The price of his land was also zooming still faster now because the city had extended far beyond Abney's block, and remaining desirable waterfront land close enough to downtown, was as scarce as lightning on a bright, sunny day. How Georgiana, expelled and deprived of her scholarship, was suddenly reinstated. 18-year-old Georgiana and her parents burst with joy when she graduated from high school and received a 4-year scholarship from a big university. Having come from a small high school, however, Georgiana felt lost and lonesome on the enormous sprawling campus of the college. She was also stunned by the attitude of the professors toward the students in the giant lecture classroom. Then, agitation gripped the campus over the abrupt ousting of a young assistant professor whom the students enjoyed because they found him so friendly and human in his classes. But the school board disapproved of his teaching methods. It called them too informal, and accused him of leaving his examinations practically to the choice of his students. Georgiana joined the agitation, and her life was now bursting with excitement. She had found something to think about and fight for. So, she readily joined the leaders and seized the library with them and held it for 2 weeks. Her parents were panic-stricken, but Georgiana would not change her stand. The university authorities, to everyone's surprise, did the opposite of the other universities at the time and refused to give in to the student demands. Neither did they call in the police. They just ignored the library seizure and suspended all the students involved in the student strike, Georgiana included. Georgiana's parents turned desperate. They called on the administration and tried to make peace with it. But they were given the cold shoulder. The students finally gave up, although the establishment remained adamant about ousting the young assistant professor. But when they returned to their classes, they found that they were out. Georgiana staggered back home. Her parents prayed and prayed. Month after month passed, but the suspension remained. The university, indeed, stiffened its stand still more, like college after college throughout the country in protest against the destruction of property on their premises during campus disturbances. Georgiana's people were not well-to-do either. They lived in their own home, but it was only half paid for. Her father's occupation had fallen on evil times, and her mother was helping out by clerking in a downtown department store. Georgiana's scholarship had been a windfall for them. Besides, they had 2 other children who were completing high school and whom they also planned to send to college. They were at a loss as to what to do now. Georgiana's only hope seemed to be to forget college for a while and work and save for her tuition, for the government was even considering withholding student loans from troublemakers. I knew Georgiana's parents well, and in strict confidence I taught them how to acquire the right spirit thought magic to contact past astral incarnations and see if it could help them solve Georgiana's plight. Her father tried it, as a last resort. In 3 weeks he received an answer in the form of an inclination which possessed him all day long. It urged him to wait and do nothing, but to visualize repeatedly the thought of the dean dropping all charges against Georgiana because she was a freshman, and offering her another chance. He followed the instructions to the letter. The suspension, nevertheless, still was not lifted. The attitude of other colleges and universities all over the country, coupled with that of the people and the government, grew harsher and harsher against the student rebels, and the criticism leveled was sharpest against those with scholarships. Then, one day, at the end of the school year, Georgiana's parents were requested by the dean to call on him. He received them with amazing pleasantness and agreed to lift their daughter's suspension and restore her scholarship to her. Georgiana's mother nearly fainted. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought to contact past astral incarnations and relive situations of decades or centuries back, comparable to those of your present life. And, with the lessons learned from them, solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. See how others were led, practically by the hand, to unknown buried treasures, even if it be in real estate values. See how you can use it for so many other extraordinary gainful purposes. And you can achieve all that easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following these simple steps. Step 1. With the astral rattle, gently tap the part of your head just above your ear, 4 times in 2 seconds, to alert your brain to the next 3 steps. Step 2. With the psychic power rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to relive a life in the past, very similar to your own, so that you can solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. Rage so fiercely that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. But, overstimulation increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells and nullifies the efforts of the natural forces within you and outside you to help you. Combat that by over-oxygenating your lungs. Step 4. Listen to the astral synaptic sound for past astro-incarnate tie-ins and flood the vision you receive with a worthy purpose. Step 5. Contact the past astro-incarnations through reversed astral body implantation. You are now perfectly prepared to relive past lives, very similar to your own, and solve your own perplexing problems with amazing effectiveness. 13. How to use spirit thought magic to contact your astro-spirit counterpart. All your failures in life, all your disappointments, are caused by your lacking some quality which you needed at the time to meet the situation you faced. Even if you tried your best then, you lacked what it took to meet the challenge. You might have lacked the right personality, the right knowledge, the required energy or experience, or the ability to raise the necessary funds. Had you possessed the right quality you needed at the time, your whole life would have changed. You would have leaped to incredible heights by taking the tide at the flood, as Shakespeare so well expressed it. You were cast helplessly ashore instead, upon a desert island of despair, and were abandoned there to waste the best years of your life praying for another unique opportunity to sail your way. Several such opportunities sailed your way, too, but each time you failed to take the tide at the flood again because each time you lacked the different quality needed for success. One such lack after another had repeatedly doomed your best opportunities in life, tripping your best efforts at every step, holding you back every time you took a substantial step forward. Every time you overcame one such lack, besides, another showed up and beat you back. Bad luck, you bitterly said and wished you were someone who was not plagued with your lacks. But, how, you ask yourself, can you change yourself into someone else? You are you, an imperfect you, and that's all there is to it. If you could only acquire the missing part of you, the part which is not hindered by those different lacks of yours, you would be converted instantly into a well-rounded, perfect you and would succeed at anything you wish. But not even the powers of science or magic can bring you that missing part of yourself. That missing part of yourself is your astro-spirit counterpart. You can bring it to you with spirit thought magic. You will acquire then a power greater than science or magic. You will be invincible, unmatchable and unequaled in anything you do, because you alone will have added this missing part to yourself. You alone will have converted yourself into an incomparable person, while your rivals will still remain without their missing parts. To change yourself swiftly into a super type of person, it is necessary for you to master a special power described in this lesson. The astounding gains of people acquiring contact with their astro-spirit counterparts. The fortunate few who acquired the right spirit thought magic to contact their astro-spirit counterparts performed feats with them which no science, magic, or power on earth has equaled. Some defied the laws of nature and flew through the air like birds. The shamans of the Eskimos of the far north called upon the spirits of men and animals to change the weather, or to cause or cure disease and illness. So did the medicine men of the American Indians. And the fakirs, while engaged in contemplation and meditation, occasionally sit in dangerous proximity to wild animals or giant, man-eating reptiles and are left undisturbed. With it a Frenchman tracked down a criminal with a divining rod. Whenever he picked up the trail, the stick became full of life. With such a power, these gifted people went through life hardly making a serious mistake. You too can achieve the fantastic with this irresistible power. It is not an easy spirit thought force to master, however. But if you master it even to a small degree, you will still accomplish the incredible with it. Above all, this spirit thought magic explains why so many great men of science, philosophy, religion and statesmanship believed in psychic phenomena. That's why Freud, as early as 1921, wrote to Hereward Carrington, the erudite psychic investigator, that, if I had my life to live over again, I should devote myself to psychical research rather than to psychoanalysis. And also why William James predicted in 1900 that the greatest scientific conquests will be achieved in parapsychology. The secret of your astro-spirit counterpart. Now you come to the most unbelievable revelation of spirit thought magic, the secret of your astro-spirit counterpart. Your astro-spirit counterpart possesses none of your lacks. It can therefore convert you into an invincible person, if you only realize that it exists, and know how to search it out and draw it into you. 3 days after one's death, one's astro-spirit counterpart reunites with his astral body after his astral body takes its final departure from his physical body, and the two combine to form his departed, or discarnate spirit, completely separated from the so-called physical existence. Your astro-spirit counterpart has been erroneously termed by some who suspect its existence, as your astro-twin. Actually, your astro-spirit counterpart is your astral body opposite, or the complement of your astral body. The psychic masters claim that it resides in the astral counterpart of the Earth or in another Earth which is the opposite of the Earth you live in. Like the scientifically discovered molecular counterpart, the other Earth was created as one with the solid Earth you live in. But it immediately separated itself from it and lies unseen and far away in space, as if it were the departed spirit of the solid Earth. Life in the Earth's counterpart goes on just like the life you know, except that the roles of all the individuals on it are reversed. If you are a failure on this Earth, your astro-spirit counterpart is a big success on the other Earth. When you are ill, your astro-spirit counterpart is hale and hearty. If you are a nonentity romantically, your astro-spirit counterpart is a devil with the opposite sex. It is likewise with everything else about you. To balance up your lacks, then, you just have to contact your astro-spirit counterpart, and it will automatically balance them up for you. But don't contact it for something in which you are already successful on this Earth, because your astro-spirit counterpart will be a failure at that on the other Earth, and will therefore not help you. Contact it only for what you lack, so that it can trade places with you, so to speak. Your whole life would be a miracle of satisfaction if you could draw to you your astro-spirit counterpart without further delay and have it fulfill your every wish. The trouble is that your astro-spirit counterpart is the most difficult magic to acquire, because you have to seek it out as situated on an entirely different Earth. So, it is wisest to practice the other spirit thought magics thoroughly first and leave your astro-spirit counterpart for your last acquisition of spirit thought powers. You're trying to acquire it will tremendously improve your success with the other spirit thought forces. When you finally acquire this immense power, you will be an instant miracle worker among your fellow humans. So, study and practice this spirit thought magic persistently and with determination. Why your astro-spirit counterpart can bring you powers greater than worldly magic or science. Your astro-spirit counterpart can bring you powers greater than magic or science because it more than doubles the powers of your astral body by adding to it the astral body of a life that fills out your own. You are then like a being possessing two astral bodies instead of one, like a being possessing more than two of them, in fact, for you are then flooded with astral body versatility, since you will possess two complementary astral bodies working together, one of which balances the lacks of the other. The truism that the whole is greater than the sum of all its parts applies here, because by balancing up your astral body powers through eliminating all their deficiencies, you instantly attain as closely as possible the powers beyond ordinary belief. That's why, with such a spirit thought magic, people have flown through the air like birds and, with a power like it, have stopped hurricanes and lightning. With it, others have leaped to the heights in riches, social success, and in healing. The 4 secret steps to contact your astro-spirit CUNTRPRART. Unlike the case with the other spirit thoughts, the spirits in the atmosphere around you do not try to prevent you from drawing to you your astro-spirit counterpart, because practically none of them were aware that such an entity existed while they dwelled in the physical or worldly bodies of their dead owners. As a consequence, they never missed that complementary part of them during their stays on Earth. The 1 in a billion who might have known of it, gained so much from it while on Earth that he has no reason to envy you for trying to draw your own to you and gain incredibly from it, too. Such a spirit realizes, besides, how superhumanly difficult it is to draw that separated part of you back into you in the first place, so it pays little attention to your attempts to do so. The spirit thoughts around you emanating from the living, for the same reasons, will put no obstacles in your way against acquiring your astrospirit counterpart. So, you will master these 4 well-guarded secret steps easier for this particular spirit thought magic than for any of the others. So, get started with them at once. Step 1. The astral rattle. Sit quietly in your room, in a comfortable chair. With the row of second knuckles of your fist, tap gently the front part of your head, see Figure 1 Section A, 4 times in 2 seconds. The right area of your brain will be widely alerted for the next steps. Step 2. The psychic power. Rage now. Rage fiercely at the fact that you lack the ability to perform feats which no power of magic or science has equaled. You can't fly through the air like a bird. You can't stop hurricanes or lightning. You can't gain fantastic riches and social renown with comparative ease by proceeding through life without making one serious mistake. Rage at the fact, in other words, that you lack the ability to bring about the seemingly impossible. Fill yourself with an explosive hatred of this pitiful lack in you, such an explosive hatred that it overstimulates you quickly. Step 3. Destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. With overstimulation your body turns acid with toxins, and that increases the striping of the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. But the acid state lowers the receptivity of your psychic power center to the communications from your conscious and subconscious minds, from the minds of others and from the astral world. That nullifies considerably the efforts of any of these sources of power to help you. You remedy that by destriping the tigroid bodies in your nerve cells. To do so you overoxygenate your body by taking 4 deep breaths in succession, and by exhaling at once each time in 1 second. That will rid your body of the abnormal amount of carbon dioxide produced in it by the psychic power rage. Step 4. Listening to the astral synaptic sound. But you don't want your own doubts of the possibility of your performing incredible feats with your astrospirit counterpart to pour through you and bar you from drawing the right spirit thought to you. To prevent that, fill your mind with a clear mental and physical vision of the very kind of astral body which, to you, looks and possesses all the powers and abilities which you yourself lack but hunger to have, and which can round you out with the powers of a demigod. And be sure to flood your vision of it with a worthy purpose. Now that you have drawn to you the right spirit thought to contact your astrospirit counterpart, you have to undertake the great outside journey to find it and bring it back to you. This is the most difficult part of acquiring this spirit thought magic. You will learn how to do it now. Why you need to convert yourself into a supercharged astroelectric battery. You cannot successfully rocket your astral body into astronomical space in search of your astrospirit counterpart on the other Earth, without converting yourself, first, into a supercharged astroelectric battery. A mere mental command to your astral body through your psychic power center, otherwise, will not suffice to rocket you so far away because your astral body has never undertaken such a strange and Herculean trip before. It has grown accustomed only to being projected by you during certain dreams, to different places and persons around the solid earth you know, or even outside the solid earth to contact the Akashic records in search of prophecies. The other earth, though, is so infinitely far away in outer space from any of those voyages of your astral body, that you require a superhuman astral power delivery to hurl it that far away from you and stretch your connecting silver cord out to such a distance. You can achieve that, however, by simply charging yourself with high-voltage astral electricity. With that power you can hurl your astral body out of your physical body with such an astral superforce that it will rip through the enormous distance in outer space to the other Earth, and embed itself into your astrospirit counterpart and bring it all the way back to you. How to convert yourself into a supercharged astroelectric battery. When you charge yourself with high-voltage astral electricity from the right spirit thought, you intensify, for hundreds of miles, the astral energy which constantly emanates from you in the form of radio waves. There are many cases on record of individuals who were suddenly charged with high-voltage electricity. A frail, nervous farm girl in her middle teens, all at once, for no apparent reason, behaved like a powerful storage battery. Sparks flew from her fingertips when she reached for the pump handle, and the voltage was so intense that the sparks gave her pain. Even then, They gave considerable more pain to anyone who happened to touch her under conditions that enabled her electricity to leap through his body. This astounding quality of hers faded by the time she reached maturity and, much to her delight, since she knew nothing about the unmatchable power of her astro-spirit counterpart, she became a normal, young woman again. Another young lady acquired a similar high-voltage electrical power, following an unexplainable illness which lasted a year and a half. When she recovered from the malady, she found that she shocked people who merely touched her. She also magnetized metal objects, so that these had to be torn away from her once she laid hands on them. A man also possessed similar high-voltage power. In his case it reached its peak intensity early in the morning after he had enjoyed a good night's sleep, but wore off during the day, as he grew fatigued. In order to charge yourself with a high enough voltage electricity with the right spirit thought, sit quietly after you have drawn to you the right spirit thought with the 4 secret steps, and feel the little feelers of the right spirit thought seep into your body cells and coil up all through your body like myriads of tiny watch springs. Then, all at once, let them snap loose and slash so mightily against the walls of your body cells that they cause sparks of high-voltage astral electricity to flash immediately above it. Hence, many kinds of ions are present in the ionosphere and so, just as many kinds through you. In fact, visualize the little feelers coiling up with such a vicious tightness within your body cells that they snap loose with a violence that shakes you up like a tremor. Practice and master this consternating secret, so that you can convert yourself into a supercharged astroelectric battery in an instant. How the ionosphere undermines your astral body as it rips through it. Your astral body requires high-voltage astroelectricity to catapult it through space because the Earth atmosphere is so thick, not only with physical molecules, like corpuscular radiation, but also with countless spirits of the deceased. Your astral body, for that reason, cannot help but suffer several astral collisions while ripping its way out to the other Earth. In the physical realm, besides, sea-level organisms receive radiation from the naturally occurring radioactivity in the Earth's crust. In the same vein, Earth-level astral bodies traveling through the atmosphere, from living people, as well as spirits of the deceased which fill the atmosphere with their limitless intentions, good or evil, send out astral radiations which assail your astral body as it tries to spring off from the Earth. That is not all. The ionosphere, the lower part of the Earth's atmosphere, is the electrically charged part of it. The ionosphere extends from the surface of the Earth to the boundary between the Earth's magnetic field and the interplanetary medium. The ionosphere was discovered as a result of the high reflectivity which the free electrons in the upper atmosphere exhibit for radio waves. The ionosphere is as high as 200 to 400 kilometers and was created mainly by the ultraviolet and X radiation from the Sun. The ionosphere frees electrons from atoms and molecules of the upper atmosphere, which lies of atomic collisions are possible in it. The consequence is that these heated electrons constitute the bulk of the ionosphere electron gas. The ionosphere, for that reason, will tend to set free the electrons from your high-voltaged astral body as it rips through it, away from the Earth, and thus ground it and ruin your efforts to reach your astrospirit counterpart. That's why you have to blast your astral body out of you at the right time in order to rip it successfully through the atmosphere and reach the other Earth and absorb your astrospirit counterpart. The best time to rip through the ionosphere with your high-voltaged astral body. This is when to rip through the obstacles of the ionosphere easiest with your high-voltaged astral body. When the atmosphere is energizing, as, in clear weather, the air has a positive electric charge and is therefore full of protons. When the atmosphere is debilitating, as in cloudy or stormy weather, the air has a negative electric charge and is therefore full of electrons. The ideal weather conditions for ripping your high-voltaged astral body through the ionosphere, then, is when the air is clear and energizing. Your physical body is then full of electrons, for it has a negative electric charge at that time, and gives off energy. Blast your high-voltaged astral body towards the other Earth, for that reason, when the sky is clear and you are bounding with energy. Blast it out at night, too, because at nightfall the sun, which is the source of ionizing radiation, goes down, and the number of electrons in the atmosphere decrease markedly, while those of your physical body increase in the same proportion. That fact explains why there are more spirits around you after dark. There is less resistance in the atmosphere against them, or less electrons, at that time. How TO reached the other Earth. TO find your astro-spirit counterpart. Your supercharged high-voltage astral body zooms through the atmosphere considerably faster than the speed of light. But since the other Earth is at least 1 million miles away from the solid Earth, your high-voltage astral body will require at least 5 seconds to reach it. When your high-voltage astral body finally approaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth, however, it encounters very different conditions than it did in the atmosphere of the solid Earth. The other Earth is not a solid. It is composed of astral matter. Hence, it exerts no gravitational pull and has no magnetic field. Or, these two forces are of little importance on it because your whole astral body weighs no more than 3/4 ths of an ounce. That is very small compared to the weight of your physical body. The weight of the other Earth bears that same proportion to the weight of the solid Earth. All of which indicates that the other Earth must be some form of gas, astral gas, and the gravitational pull of any gas is very weak compared to that of a solid. The other Earth, hence, reacts the opposite of this solid Earth to light rays and other radiation. It reacts to them, in fact, more like a near-total magnetic field reversal. And a near-total magnetic field reversal does not attract any matter strongly to it. Your high-voltage astral body, as a consequence, is attracted only the slightest to the other Earth by any pull of gravity. To help it reach, you have to visualize the other Earth zooming through space towards its intended destination. And then you have to turn artificially angry and clench your fists and drive it on mentally, actually, psychically, until it reaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth. How TO find your astro-spirit counterpart on the other Earth. Once your high-voltage astral body reaches the upper atmosphere of the other Earth, maintain a close identity with it to prevent it from being battered into an astral pulp by the savage hail of cosmic rays and the still undiscovered rays to which it will be subjected there, and rendered unidentifiable to your astro-spirit counterpart. This is the great threat awaiting your high-voltage astral body in the upper atmosphere of the other Earth. It is caused by the fact that the upper atmosphere of the other Earth is not shielded by a magnetic field, as the solid Earth is. A massive number of particles of cosmic and still undiscovered rays, therefore, are continually being rained through it and are ready to collide with any astral molecules they encounter and alter their identities. Your astro-spirit counterpart itself escapes that peril because it is infinitely lighter than your astral body. Its own molecules are therefore so much farther apart from each other than the colossal downpour of cosmic rays, etc., to which it is subjected, slip right through it, like rays of light through glass. To save your high-voltage astral body from being battered to a pulp by the savage hail of cosmic rays, etc., keep pouring yours full psychic nature into it through your silver cord by planting a full vision of yourself into your extensively stretched out silver cord, and flashing it through to your high-voltage astral body. By doing so repeatedly you keep your own identity pointedly clear in every part of your astral body. When your high-voltage astral body, as a result of that, retains your full identity on the surface of the outer Earth, it will have little trouble contacting your astro-spirit counterpart. These two parts of you are so perfectly complementary to each other, and possess such absolute astral powers that, they will find each other almost instantly. The secret lifetime of the astral atom or molecule. You have to absorb your astro-spirit counterpart next so that you can drag it away from its adopted habitat to a strange place like your own physical body, in order to make it work miracles for you. You can absorb it because the astral atom or molecule is in a superactive stage of electronic change, for it remains in existence less than 1 microsecond of time. That's why its lifetime can't be recorded by any man-made device. That's also why you don't see spirits with your naked eye, even though the atmosphere around you is packed with them. How to absorb your astro-spirit counterpart on the other Earth. When the physical atom or molecule is in a superactive electronic state, it can survive a number of elastic collisions with other atoms or molecules before being broken up. The fact, then, that your astro-spirit counterpart is composed of superactive electronic atoms and molecules is evidence that its mass consists of the fewest possible atoms and molecules. And these keep moving back and forth so far away from each other that, it is a simple matter for your high-voltage astral body to permeate its mass without being detected by it. Once they permeate it, they double the number of atoms and molecules present in your astrospirit counterpart. The collisions between them, as a result, doubles at least, and so they interact and form a new astral compound. You have now absorbed your astrospirit counterpart with your high-voltage astral body. You then simply have to drag that new astral compound back to you by sucking in your breath and, at the same time, visualizing it being drawn back to you by your stretched-out silver cord. It will be dragged towards you at once, first through the great expanse of outer space, and then through the atmospheres of the solid Earth, right into your body tissues. Now you are ready to use your astrospirit counterpart to effect the miracles you wish in your life. Practice and master this awesome secret because it can serve you well. Following are dynamic descriptions of people who performed unbelievable feats with their astrospirit counterparts. How Dora controlled hurricanes and lightning. Dora was a middle-aged housewife and a mother. She was in Miami one summer, suffering from a malady which threatened her life. Storms occurred daily, driving her close to hysteria. The gloom and dampness that followed in their wake threw her into a state of chronic depression which aggravated her condition. Could I only do something about these hateful storms, she sighed and wishfully tried to absorb some imaginary power which she hoped would enable her, indeed, to do something about them. Years later, when living in Tampa, there was a sudden uprush of growing winds and spasmodic rain. Official hurricane warnings came steadily over the air, and people started boarding up their windows and taking other precautions which were suggested to them to ride out the threat. By afternoon of the day the hurricane was due, the warnings came still faster, and they were more alarming by the hour. The radio announcer finally shocked the populace by revealing in seeming panic that, "You are faced with real danger this time. The winds are so terrific that, no matter what you do, it will be useless. These winds compare to those in the recent Mississippi disaster." As the afternoon goes on, he added, "The ungodly power of the hurricane, due to the rapidity and strength of its winds, together with the higher and higher rising tides in the bay, will make all hope of survival impossible because the tides will engulf and sweep away everything in their path. Life and property, both, are doomed. Shorn of all hope." Dora stopped nailing up her doors and windows or in trying to find safer places for her chickens and ducks to hide. Bathed in cold sweat, she controlled her terror and faced the situation squarely. Nothing would be left of her wooden house and little farm after the cataclysm, much less of herself and her 15-year-old son. Dora determined to make a last stand. She had nothing to lose by trying to control the hurricane. Hungering feverishly for such a power, she clenched her fists and sucked in her breath, and drew, and drew, and drew an unknown power from outside into her, until her body felt as if bursting with it. It was undoubtedly her astrospirit counterpart. The radio announcer continued his desperate warnings, but Dora no longer heard his excited voice, nor the furious rain that pounded her house, nor the howling winds that half-deafened her. Instead, she blasted that unknown force that filled her, out toward the approaching tempest. At once she felt as if she were out there in space, in the midst of the savagely advancing terror. It roared all around her, tearing her skin with its ferocious power. But instead of being flung by it through the air like a pillow, the unknown force within her expanded her body in all directions and converted it into a gigantic circular wall that actually blocked the path of the oncoming gale. Next thing Dora knew, the announcer's voice went off the air. With her unknown force, Dora continued, blocking the path of the inanimate monster which threatened all. After an interval, the announcer's voice returned. Partly stuttering and evidently nonplussed, he revealed that something unbelievable seemed to have transpired, although it was too soon to confirm it. "But I'll be back shortly," he cried. "Just keep tuned in." Minutes later, his voice returned. Now it was bubbling with excitement. At the very last moment, he yelled, just when another few minutes would have meant total destruction for the whole area, something happened. No one understands what. But, in just a moment's time, the whole power left the wind, the tides in the bay started subsiding and, unless the hurricane regains its previous force, Tampa is safe. Dora was too dumbfounded to utter a sound. Her son gasped. "You did that, Mom?" Dora repeated her performance with several lesser hurricanes. She discovered that whenever she was present in a threatened region, or, on location, the gale was there one moment and gone the next after she sent out her unknown force to stop it. While, whenever she was absent from the threatened region but her son or someone she knew well was in it, she sent her unknown force to it through that person. The gale then abruptly detoured and half-circled the area before continuing on its previous course, but with rapidly lessening force. Dora experimented with that same unknown force to end a drought. She was too successful with it. It rained so hard and long after she used it that a nearby canal on her son's business property was completely flooded out. On still another occasion, for which Dora still feels very guilty, she wished strongly, while in Florida, that a dangerous hurricane headed for Cuba, where her family had lived years before, would miss the island and hit Haiti instead and finish off the black magic cult. To her astonishment, the tempest missed Cuba and pounced upon Haiti with devastating rage. Not only that, but she learned later that the savage gale had not been expected to reach Haiti at all because, in the past, Haiti had been off the beaten path of hurricanes and was not subject to them. Dora feels that her idle wish probably brought on the major catastrophe to legions of innocent people who had nothing to do with black magic. That's why, accompany all your uses of spirit thought with a worthy purpose, for the power you may unleash with it may surpass anything that science or magic has equaled. At other times Dora has stopped hurricanes when she was not on location, by visualizing the person she knew who was there, and placing her Bible on a small table, with the radio in the center of the table, and using the 91st Psalm. Dora acquired her power over lightning later, perhaps, she believes, because I never thought of trying it before. "I just don't like lightning," she says. I don't especially try to stop it, however, although I frequently do. I just don't want it in the area where I live. How Peter ended his long streak of buying bad luck stocks and made money fast. Peter was being driven out of his mind by the furious complaints and sarcastic appraisals of his money-making ability by his wife for his crazy stock trades. They had lost $3,000 in the market already last year, and that amounted to most of their savings, for they were in moderate circumstances. Time and again Peter had bought stocks after they had risen too high from their lows, and had failed to sell them when they had risen higher. In fact, he regularly held on to them until they dropped so low again that he sold them at a loss. Peter's problem was that he could not make up his mind when to buy or sell his stock. When he wanted to buy it, he waited for it to drop to the low figure he had selected. But when it dropped to that figure, Peter changed his mind and waited for it to drop still lower. Instead of dropping much lower, though, the stock promptly rose again. Panic-stricken at missing his opportunity to buy it low, Peter waited for it to drop once more. But when it still rose higher, he bought it in desperation, before it rose too high. Peter told me his problem. Repeatedly, he confessed, he anticipated with remarkable accuracy the low or high of the stock he wanted to buy or sell. But, he couldn't force himself to act when its price neared those figures. He constantly changed his mind about acting when it did, and ruined his most perfectly planned trades. I seemed to turn into a different person altogether when I faced the reality of carrying out my own plans, he sighed in frustration. It's the same, in fact, with everything I do in life. I get terrified when it's time to perform, no matter how well prepared I may be. That's why I've never reached the heights in anything. In strict confidence I taught Peter how to acquire the right spirit-thought magic for his astro-spirit counterpart. I assured him that that part of him was a big success in life on the other earth, and that by absorbing it he would, all at once, possess its remarkably successful nature. Peter followed my instructions to the letter. A month later, he sent me a useful present. Just made $500 on my first small investment by using spirit-thought magic, he wrote exultantly. At the end of that year he showed a satisfactory profit. He reinvested it in more short-term stock and quit his job years ago. Since then he has lived, like a king, on the profits of stock speculation. How Linda hastened her husband's recovery from a serious operation. Both Linda and her husband's surgeon were worried because Bob, her husband, was convalescing so slowly at home from his recent serious operation. Unless Bob became more active soon, his physician warned Linda, blood clots might form from the stagnant blood in his legs, or he might contract pneumonia and weaken still more. Even high-potency vitamins and other medical aids might not help him enough then, for he was in his early 70s. Linda revealed her predicament to me. I suggested that she acquire the right spirit thought magic for her astro spirit counterpart, and see if it could help her influence her lazy Bob. Anxious as she was, Linda immersed herself in the secret spirit thought technique and acquired the right spirit thought magic in 2 days. Next day she passed her hands over Bob's whole body every 4 hours, with her astro spirit counterpart exuding its power through them. She passed them up and down, about half an inch from Bob's body, and pressed her astro spirit counterpart into him and visualized it filling him with miraculous strength and vitality. To the doctor's amazement, Bob regained his energy in surprisingly short time, and was soon back on his feet, and being active. He escaped the peril of the threatening blood clots and recovered very soon thereafter from the serious operation. Lesson summary: see how you can use the right spirit thought magic to contact your astro spirit counterpart and perform practical feats in your life which no other magic or science equals. See how it is used to defy the laws of nature. See how you can use it to limit your mistakes and trade profitably in the stock market. See how you can use it even to hasten the process of healing. And you can achieve those stupendous gains easily and quickly with this spirit thought magic by following the simple steps set out in this lesson. 14. The secret of Necrotrill for instant use. The spirit thought is the psychic master's secret for locking the incomparable power of spirit thought magic into him permanently. With the spirit thought he can draw to him the spirit thought for any spirit thought magic he wishes, instantly. He can then eliminate the second and third steps of the 4 secret steps for drawing any spirit thought to him and use the first and fourth steps alone, or just alert the right area of his brain with the astral rattle, and then listen to the astral synaptic sound. Thereafter he can, anytime and anywhere, acquire the right spirit thought magic for any power he wants, in a matter of seconds, and have everything in life he wishes, thrown into his lap by his countless invisible helpers. You won't master the spirit thought, however, until you master first the 4 secret steps as described throughout this book to draw to you the right spirit thought for any spirit thought power. After that, though, you will master the spirit thought with ease. The 2 secret steps of the spirit thought. The spirit thought consists of step 1. Develop a one-thought goal mind. Then step 2. Acquire absolute confidence that you will contact only the right spirit thought for the magic you want, and no other. Details of step 1. Sit quietly in your comfortable chair and sense the cluttered world of spirit thoughts and actual spirits milling all around you, beleaguering you and shrieking at you, each one selfishly trying to capture your exclusive attention. You are like a king riding through a mob of starving subjects. But, also like such a king, you must still your emotions to all those urgent demands around you and think only of exactly what you yourself have in mind. Let not the slightest doubt or influence from the demanding world of invisible creatures around you sway you from your preconceived goal, or you will be flooded with doubts and influences from the army of spirit thoughts and actual spirits assailing you. You might even confuse these doubts and influences with your own subconscious thinking because, as stated repeatedly before, it is practically impossible to tell where the boundaries of your subconscious mind and those of your psychic power center begin. So, just visualize your own wish clearly before you, and see and hear it alone. Practice and acquire that ability, so that you can stamp out instantly from your mind, and keep stamped out from it for several minutes at a time, every other thought except that of your own particular wish. This is discipline in the extreme, kind of discipline which the disciple masters before he can develop into a psychic master. Details of step 2. Relax this drastic discipline now, and let pour into you the best possible way to attain your wish. Be absolutely confident that it will be the best possible way, and that the best possible spirit thought or actual spirit is the only one that you will draw to you when you apply steps 1 and 4 of the 4 well-guarded secret steps set out in previous chapters. You have to be absolutely confident of that, remember, so absolutely confident that no malignant spirit thought or actual spirit will dare to defy your one thought goal mind and try to push itself into your body tissues and mislead you. For you to acquire such absolute confidence and not simply assume that you have it, might require weeks of practice because your sophisticated conscious and subconscious minds will vehemently resist your acquiring it. That's why you have to master first your acquiring the different spirit thought magics with the 4 well-guarded secret steps before you can hope to master the spirit thought. Once you master the spirit thought, though, you will obtain snap-of-the-finger control over all the right spirit thoughts and actual spirits you want to use, and will possess mystic-like power for material gain for instant use anywhere, anytime. How to be the new spirit thought you. For the rest of your life you have now been told all about the secret of spirit thought magic, the unrivaled practical knowledge which was stolen bit by bit, over the years, from the one psychic master who knew it and guarded it jealously, and which was thereafter scientifically perfected for your ready understanding and use. Again and again you have practiced and gotten the feel of its 4 secret steps in each of the different spirit thought powers in each chapter of this book. With a little more practice you should be ready to use this insuperable power which selfish people in the past have abused by going right out in the world and amassing fabulous wealth at the expense of others, making fools of potentates, and for other unworthy purposes. But you yourself have promised to use it worthily. Gathered secretly within you now, then, is your new spirit thought self or a power to use the thought of others, as well as the invincibility of spirits, to make your every wish come true, while you yourself just sit back and let them do all the work for you. You have suddenly acquired control over an endless army of the best skilled and most versatile helpers in the universe who will work for you for nothing and change your whole life just as you want it changed. Epilogue. Reread Lesson 3 and master the basic application of the 4 secret steps to draw to you any right spirit thought, so that you can apply them easily and swiftly when you reread, at a future time, any specific lesson or lessons whose spirit thought magic you want to use at once for some big purpose. Master, particularly, listening to the astral synaptic sound, in order to hear or feel the right hunch, urge, or inclination when it comes to you. Finally, train yourself with the spirit thought magic, so that your whole body will remain supersensitive to communications only from the right spirit thoughts or actual spirits which abound around you, and become impervious to the unwanted influences of the legions of malignant or evil spirit thoughts or actual spirits among them. Reread 2, Lesson 2, in order to understand how your physical body is already gifted with the qualities of all spirit thought powers, and how these have been triggered into action accidentally in others through different traumas, for mystic power only. You will then be doubly reassured that you do possess these powers yourself in a latent form, and that spirit thought knows the secret way to awaken them in you and spur them into action. Because, the more confidence you have in yourself, the more easily you will apply spirit thought with the spirit thought magic. You will then have acquired, at last, the incomparable ability of spirit thought magic to have and to hold domination over the powers to get what you want from life itself in overflowing quantities.
Invoked between man's conscious mind and the divine mind within. The conscious mind is the seat of reason, logic, and rationality. The soul is the seat of the higher divine mind within man, where spiritual communication takes place. When we pray, we reach out with spiritual language to this hidden, secret center within the soul, and invoke God's help and guidance. The language of the soul is as real as the language which mankind uses to communicate with his fellow men. When you wish to invoke the divine mind within to carry out your wishes and aspirations, you must use this method of spiritual communication. To release the dynamic energy of this higher mind, you must see to it that the words you use in this spiritual communication are the right ones. Let us examine 2 states of consciousness that are represented by opposing words in the following listing. Life, death. Peace, war. Riches, poverty. Good, evil. Health, sickness. Youth, age. Joy, misery. Beauty, ugliness. Love, hate. Confidence fear. When you wish to work miracles through creative metaphysical commands, you must be sure that you approach the divine center of your consciousness with words of spiritual communication that represent the positive, life-giving, healing qualities of divine mind. When you invoke the images of negative words given in the right-hand column, you will release mental and chemical forces that deplete your energy, lower your vitality, and create negative and destructive circumstances within your body and in the outer circumstances of your life. Science confirms miracle power. At last, in this scientific age, science confirms the miracle power that man possesses within his brain and body and soul. A series of laboratory experiments taken with school children showed that the sugar content of the blood could be raised or lowered by the experimenter at will. Two groups of children of the same age were taken from the same grade in school. These two groups were given the same problems to solve. The group were told that they could easily solve the problems, that the solutions were easy, and during the time they worked, they were given encouragement and praise for their efforts. The B group were told that the problems would be difficult to solve. They were told they could not easily solve them, and they were discouraged and depressed by the teacher. The A group finished their tasks quicker, with fewer mistakes than the B group, but the most startling part of the entire experiment was the fact that when the blood of the A group was analyzed, it was found to be higher in sugar content than the blood of the B group. This extra flow of sugar from the liver gave the A group more energy and helped them perform their tasks more quickly and accurately than the B group. It was also found upon analyzing the blood of the B group that it showed less sugar and more fatigue acids than that found in the A group. This was scientific proof that the creative energy of the mind and body, the glandular flow, and all the other activities of the brain and body are radically affected by the words, thoughts, and emotions that are imprinted upon our consciousness. How to give positive creative commands. The divine mind within carries out your instructions and commands. It had tremendous power, for it is the creative mind that originally created you and the entire universe. Within you is a spark of the divinity which brought you into existence, just as within the chick is the creative power which makes possible the miracle of future new life through the egg. Your creative commands reach this divine center of your being and release the miracle working power that can cause you to do anything you wish. This power can heal your body if you are sick. It can keep you healthy and strong and youthful as you grow older. It can guide you to your right work. It can give you songs, inventions, poems, stories, any kind of creative ideas you desire that might make you a fortune. All these things and more can this divine mind within do for you if you once learn how to invoke its dynamic, creative power through your creative commands. The regime for giving your higher mind creative commands. Each day, when you arise in the morning, give your higher mind a series of creative commands made up of the life-giving, positive words you will find in the left-hand column just presented. You can make up your own powerful commands or use those given here. Say these statements aloud if possible. If not, then say them quietly to yourself. Repeat them several times to give them greater effectiveness. Then, during the day, as often as you can, whenever you feel the need for more energy, more power, more intuitive guidance, say the particular creative commands that fit the situation. 1. Life. I am life. The life force now flows through my brain and body, filling me with energy and vitality. I now breathe deeply, and the life force is strengthened and fortified. I am young. I am strong. I am powerful. I now meet all challenges with new courage and optimism. The divine center of my being expands and grows more powerful under the impetus of divine mind. 2. Peace. I am now at the center of peace and poise and power. All disharmony and conflict fade away. I know the joy of perfect serenity, and like a peaceful lake, reflect the blue of the heavens. My serene soul now reflects the joy and radiance of the divine countenance, and I am at peace with the world. 3. Riches. I now command the forces of life to bring me abundance and prosperity and riches. I ask for divine guidance to my right place in life. The treasures of the universe were created for me, and I now accept abundance. 4. good. I am good, and therefore I attract only that which is good into the orbit of my experiences. As God is good, I am now a channel for the perfect expression of God's goodness through my daily activities. I give out good and good comes back to me. I operate under the law of good, and evil has no power to touch my life. 5. Health. I summon the miracle working power of my higher mind to heal my body of any and all negative conditions known as sickness. I command the life-giving forces within my brain and body to so regulate my glands and operate within my organs that I shall know health, vitality, energy, and strength. 6. Youth. I now energize my brain and body with the consciousness of youth. I recognize that the life force or divine energy is never old, sick, or tired. Therefore, my body can know only the enthusiasm and energy of youth. I am now in the consciousness of immortality and divinity, and the soul is ever young, and in the eternal image and likeness of God. 7. Joy. I vibrate on the plane of joy and happiness. I am filled with the vibrancy and thrill of life. I rise on wings of hope and optimism to new planes of consciousness, where all my dreams come true. I am happy and I radiate that happiness to everyone I meet. 8. Beauty. I am filled with the ideal of spiritual beauty, which overcomes the limitations of the physical self. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and I now see the beauty of sunrise and sunset, of oceans and mountains, of bright blooming spring flowers, of blue skies, and all the hidden beauty of my daily life. I am surrounded by beauty, and its creative miracle now changes my world from one of drabness to a wonderland of magic and enchantment. 9. Love. I now live in the radiant consciousness of love. I send out love to everyone I meet. This radiant stream of divine love negates all hate and resentment. I am like a loving, trusting child, having faith in all people, and knowing that the divine image of love is within the soul of every living human being. 10. Confidence. I now surround myself with an aura of confidence and poise. I no longer fear anything in life. I know that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I radiate confidence in my business and social life. I am at ease in the presence of others, and operate with confidence and poise in every situation. Speak the metaphysical creative word. Have the miracle. When you once practice this form of spiritual communication with the divine mind that is at the center of your being, you can speak the creative word and have the miracle almost at once. As you grow stronger and stronger in the use of these creative commands for working miracles, you will be amazed at how quickly and easily all the forces of nature will bend to your will. Case history. She asked for and got $100,000. A lady who had a 17-year-old daughter came to my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall for about a year. Her husband was dead, and she had worked hard to bring up and educate her daughter, but they had never been able to make more money than just enough to get along. After this lady had learned the metaphysical method for performing miracles, she asked the divine mind within for the sum of $100,000. She did not know how such a vast sum could ever come to her, but she did have faith that the power within could bring her that sum of money. One day in meditation, she suddenly had a vision that she would win the money through buying a sweepstakes ticket. She had never gambled in her life, and she was astounded when this vision came to her so strongly. She bought a ticket in the Irish sweepstakes, and when the drawing occurred, her ticket was chosen for one of the biggest prizes, $144,000. She won that amount when the race was run, since her horse came in first. She came into the fortune she had dreamed about, and was able to do all the things she had wanted to do all her life. I have never bought a sweepstakes ticket in my life, and I certainly do not urge any other person to go about his demonstration of a fortune through this unreliable medium of gambling, but in this instance perhaps there was no other way by which this lady could have had the materialization of her fortune, and divine mind might have given her the intuitive guidance to buy that ticket. The power works in various ways for various people. It may take longer in some cases, but if one persists and has faith in this miracle power, it will ultimately bring one the things of which he dreams. The regime for releasing miracle power through creative words. 1. Concentrate your creative power of mind by organizing your thoughts into positive patterns, rather than negative ones. Remember, thoughts are things. You create the outer circumstances of your life by your inner thoughts. Each day, practice thinking positive thoughts of health, happiness, peace, prosperity, and joy. 2. Make it a practice to eliminate all negative words from your vocabulary and supplant them with only positive words. When you talk to other people, use only creative commands. Learn to practice saying things that express positive convictions, such as, I am happy. I am healthy. I can succeed. I can do that. I will be a success. I will have money. I will overcome my problems. Henry J. Kaiser, who is worth hundreds of millions, showed a friend who once visited his home in Hawaii a dictionary in which he had carefully cut out the word impossible. This was one of the secrets of his success. He refused to express any words that were negative and lived on in the positive conviction that he could accomplish anything he desired. 3. Daily, practice raising your energy levels by using energy-producing words which you repeat over and over, such words as love, success, happiness, good, achievement, God, harmony, peace, charity, brotherhood, forgiveness, faith. Great men in history have always used this theory for producing the positive chemistry of mind and body by using magnetically charged words that help them raise the creative energy levels of their consciousness. When Napoleon was preparing to become crowned as emperor, he strode back and forth before a full-length mirror, repeating over and over these words. I am Emperor Napoleon I. It is said of Caruso, the great Italian tenor, that when he was waiting in his dressing room to go on stage, he would stand before his mirror and sing, I am Caruso. He would sing this over and over, up and down the scales, fixing the image of his greatness indelibly upon his inner consciousness. 4. While you are working to build your higher consciousness, you must practice, very much like an actor does for a stage role. Stand in front of your mirror in the morning before going to your office and practice your dynamic word commands in a firm, confident voice. You can make up your own statements or use these. I command the forces of life to do my bidding. I demand the best that life has to offer. I expect respect from everyone I meet. I request from invisible sources my supply and abundance to meet all my needs in life. I have important work to do this day, and I shall achieve greatness. I take on qualities of superiority in my personality and conduct, and therefore I become superior. It was a wise man who said, if you wish to become like Voltaire, you must think, act, and talk like Voltaire. 5. Form the mental habit of having faith in yourself and in the power of the divine mind within you. Express this faith in daily words and actions. Take on the expressions of a successful person if you wish to be more successful. If you wish to materialize riches and abundance, begin today to act like a person of substance. Dress like a person who is important, and if you have only one suit, be sure it is neat and clean at all times. Chapter 3. New Dimensions of Miracle Power Through Metaphysical Mental Imagery. In a study of miracles performed by the great men of history, I have discovered that most of them used new dimensions of miracle power through mental imagery. They were able to expand their states of consciousness to include new combinations, new ideas, and new concepts, which no one else had previously formed. What is the imagination? It is defined in the dictionary as the act or power of forming mental images of what is not present. The act or power of creating new ideas as by combining previous experiences. An image is a visual impression of something. In metaphysics, we employ mental imagery more than anything else to achieve fulfillment of that which we desire. The first place where the Bible speaks of mental imagery is in the story of creation in Genesis, where it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. The imagination is a God-given function with which man may perform the same miracles as God himself. It is within man's imagination that this divine function exists, and which man may use to create in the image and likeness of his innermost thoughts. Mental imagery as a spiritual function. Joubert said, "Imagination is the eye of the soul." All great things have been created through the art of mental imagery. This applies not only to our material world of skyscrapers, bridges, industry, and our jet and space achievements, but also to the world of the intellect. Einstein's theory of relativity was a mental concept. Rockefeller's great financial empire was formed in his mind through mental imagery before it became a reality. The miracle of mental and material creativeness which formed the Hilton chain of world-encircling hotels was born in Conrad Hilton's imagination years before it became an outer reality. When the Master Jesus performed his miracles of healing the sick, making the blind see, and feeding the multitudes with the loaves and fishes, it was a stupendous act of mental imagery focused through the higher spiritual dimensions of mind. The building of the first car was an extension of the mental imagery that first produced a horse-drawn wagon. Henry Ford carried the mental pattern further in his imagination and visualized the assembly line method, which produced the modern miracle of cheaper transportation that put America on wheels. How to form big mental concepts. To image a thing is to form a mental concept first. Then the projection of this mental concept to the outer world is an almost automatic function, which involves the mechanism of the higher mind, the sympathetic nervous system, and the reflex actions of the muscles and nerves. You may ask what you will of life, but you will only achieve it by first forming the correct mental images of what you desire. Ask yourself, what do I want of life? Image it clearly in all its details. This should include the things you want to do, the person you want to be, the things you want to have. You possess within your mind a metaphysical brain projector, which is capable of projecting to the outer world the mental images that you have built within. Just as a motion picture projector sends out a beam of light which focuses on a screen the picture on the film, so your brain projector can only project a picture if it is clearly imprinted upon the cells of your brain. If there are no images on that film, there can be no outer projection. Let us see how this works. There can be no successful projection unless you have first fixed the mental image of success upon your consciousness. What is the picture you hold of your success? Is it mediocre or big? Is it an image of your own business or working for someone else? Do you visualize a different job from the one you are doing, which you do not like? To have a great destiny, you must have big mental concepts. Here is the regime for building these big mental concepts, which can cause your higher mind to project the creative pattern you hold to the outer world of reality. 1. Sit down for at least a half hour a day and concentrate your mind on building big concepts. If you are making $100 a week, expand your image to $200 a week. Visualize yourself earning that money first. Do not make the mistake of raising your mental sights too rapidly, for you must really believe you can earn $200 a week before you can project that success image to the outer world. After you have built this mental concept for a week or two, you may be prompted to enroll in a special course in evening high school, a course that will actually project you into a future job paying the bigger salary. Example: a woman of 50 attended my classes in New York for several weeks. Her husband had died, leaving her some insurance money, but not enough for future security. She told me in a personal interview that she had tried to get a job, but no one wanted an old woman, as she put it. I told her to change that mental concept of herself at once. She had let her hair become dingy and gray-streaked. I advised her to search within her own mind to see what she really liked and wanted to do. She knew a man who was a judge, and one day she visited his court and became fascinated at seeing the stenographer taking notes on a stenotype machine. She told no one of her plan at the time, but she enrolled in a course in stenotyping, and when she had finished her course, she began to project the mental concept that she would one day be a court stenographer. A few months later, her judge friend told her that his secretary was leaving to be married, and he needed a good stenotype operator. It was only then that she revealed her secret to her friend, that she was a trained stenotype operator. He hired her at a good weekly salary, and this woman, who had felt that she was old and finished in life, began at 50 a new career that paid her well and gave her new dignity and self-respect. Miracles can truly occur through the use of mental imagery. 2. Look around you in your everyday life and see what conditions you would like to change or improve. Almost all great things have been accomplished because someone looked about him and was discontented with the way things were and wanted to change and improve them. This exercise should apply not only to your physical environment, but also to your mental gifts and talents. Perhaps you want to play the piano, or sing, or do public speaking. This desire to change the circumstances of your life can be extended to all departments of living. Visualize yourself playing the piano, writing the book, taking the trip, making a bigger sum of money. And soon you will be guided by the divine mind within to doing the things that you have created through mental imagery. 3. Constantly strive to increase your knowledge of the world in which you live. The power of imagery increases when you possess a mind that has many highly developed facets. Your imagination can only compile new and more effective forms of imagery when your brain has absorbed many new ideas. It is true, he who has imagination without learning has wings but no feet. The imagination must be developed through knowledge and solid facts. Make it a point to study all branches of knowledge so you will be well read and will have an appreciation of the better things in life. The Chinese say, "Man with good education seems to have much luck." 4. Mentally practice actions that you would like to have take place in your life so that your imagination will be more fully exercised. For example, practice aloud and before a mirror, asking your boss for a raise in salary. Then practice selling some product to a prospective buyer. Make a speech before the Congress in which you plead some universal cause, such as peace or brotherhood. Visualize yourself buying a Cadillac or other fine car, driving it, showing it off to your friends. Do the same thing with buying your own home, investing money in the stock market, or taking a trip to some place you want to go. The ability to create mental images depends on exercise, just like physical development of a muscle. If you can pass a series of such mental images through your mind daily, you will soon find yourself reflecting these mental images in your daily life and doing the things you have held as mental concepts. 5. Mentally set some high goal for yourself and let this goal constantly inspire you to make bigger efforts to achieve your goal. You might, in your mental imagery, plan what you would do if you suddenly inherited $1 million. You might laugh at the thought that you would ever come into so much money, but remember, you are using a metaphysical miracle power that can work its miracles for you as it has for thousands of others in the past. Examples. Here are 4 examples of students in my classes who used this power of mental projection through the imagination and who came into unexpected sums of money. One young lady received money through a large insurance policy that a relative had made out in her name years before. A man had a sum of money come to him from reparations paid by Austria to those whom the Nazis had robbed when they occupied Austria during the war. A third member of our lecture group came into a large sum of money through the settlement of a court case involving a patent infringement. Another lady in our group sold her first novel, which she wrote after learning how to exercise her imagination. She was given a substantial advance payment for the book, and later received thousands of dollars from a movie company that bought the book. 6. Do not accept the limitations that might exist at the present moment in your life. In your mental imagery, see these circumstances changed by time into the new conditions that you hold in consciousness. If you were a shoeshine boy in Texas and someone told you that you would one day become President of the United States, it might almost appear laughable. And yet, a boy named Lyndon Baines Johnson made that type of amazing transition in a period of a few short years. He used these principles of mental imagery to amass his vast fortune, and even if he had not become president through chance, his life still would be counted a successful one. 7. Talk to your higher mind, just as you would talk to a person, telling it your secret aspirations and desires, and then sit quietly in the silence and let it guide you to taking the right steps, which will fulfill your destiny. Sammy Davis Jr. had every known limitation in his early life, but he kept telling himself, "I can do it," and visualizing and imagining his future success, until he finally won through and became a great star. Another instance of a man of the same race, who has amazed everyone in the boxing world, who has used this principle of imagination and mental projection, is Cassius Clay. Some people might consider his confident statements about victory in the ring as mere braggadocio, but the fact remains, he has up to this point fulfilled every promise he made to himself. 8. Perhaps you are not living the life in this moment that you would like to live in the future. You may be in the wrong work, and you may not be able to make a change at present. You may not have enough money to do the things you desire, and you may feel that you can never change these negative circumstances of your life. Should you let your situation depress and discourage you? Indeed not. By using the metaphysical miracle power that your higher mind can release in your everyday life, you can soon alter these negative conditions and create a positive, happy, successful future for yourself. In the meantime, make it a point to see your present environment through rose-colored glasses, and in your imagination, see the perfection you dream of in your inner world. How a child saw spiritual reality. I remember I once visited a place on the Pacific called Balboa. There were charming white stucco houses on the side streets facing the ocean, with purple and red bougainvillea spilling over their trim roofs. Suddenly I found myself at the end of the street, and there was a shabby little house that had been built of packing cases and odds and ends of lumber. It was obviously inferior to the other cottages that lined the streets. Playing in the yard of this shabby house was a little boy of 8 or 10, with blue eyes and a shock of golden hair. I pointed to the shabby shack and added, "Does anybody live in that house?" The boy looked up at me with a big smile on his bright face and said, "Yes, I live there. Ain't I lucky?" This child was seeing the true spiritual reality behind his life, not the ugly, limited shack, which had caught my attention. He had the blue Pacific at his doorstep. The golden California sun bathed his world with beauty. He had the unlimited vision, beauty and spirit of youth to buoy him up, and to him, this little shack in which he lived was a palace, and he felt himself fortunate to be living in it. This is the mental attitude that you must bring to your own life. You may not live in the most perfect home at present. Your job may not be to your liking, and you may not have all the money you would like to have, but don't let your discontent with your present situation blind you to the metaphysical miracle power within your mind, which can change these negative conditions, if you will, but hold the right mental images and concepts in your consciousness. Chapter 4. The Master Key that opens doors to metaphysical miracles. There is a master key which you may use to open miraculous doors to the secrets of the entire universe. This key is desire. In metaphysics, we call desire the divine emotion, for it is the master key which the Creator used to evolve the entire universe. When everything was created, God placed this divine emotion into all living creatures, and it serves as the motivating power that stirs all things into creative action. It is the desire to get out of that egg which causes the chick to begin to peck his way out of his prison. If this desire were not inborn, he would never know the breath of life. It is your desire for life that keeps the life force pumping through your body, propelled by your heart and glands. It is your desire for success that drives you on and gives you the motivation to seek out the means for making a fortune. It is the desire for happiness that causes people to overcome all kinds of discouraging obstacles and strive to achieve this desirable goal. This one master key alone can help you unlock doors to the mysteries of the universe. The Master Jesus knew of this master key principle. He said, "Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you." There is a metaphysical miracle in this great spiritual formula which can help you unlock the doors to the invisible treasures of the universe. Do you recall the story of Ali Baba in the fairy tale? Before the door to the hidden treasures would open for him, he had to first learn the magic word. When he said the magic word, the door swung open, and he found unlimited wealth. The magic word ask. Now let us analyze the metaphysical principle involved in the words ask, seek, knock. The first letters of these three words spell ask. You can only ask for something that you desire first. This is the beginning of creating any kind of a miracle. You must use the master key of desire before you can motivate the invisible forces of cosmic power, which work through your divine mind. Your mortal mind asks, and the higher divine mind within you answers. It knows all the secrets of the universe. It is the divine power which formed your body in 9 short months' time. If you are sick, isn't it natural to go to the master physician within who knows all the chemicals and elements from which your body was created? The miracle of healing through desire. If you want a miracle of healing, isn't it logical that the mastermind that rules the entire universe should know how to bring about the miracle of health? Think of the mystery of your heart alone, that little organ about as big as your fist, which pumps night and day, sending your bloodstream throughout your entire body, carrying the impurities to the kidneys, then pumping fresh, clean blood with its load of life-giving oxygen once again to your cells. Think of the miracle of your digestion. Solid food is broken up into liquids that are easily assimilated by a process known as osmosis through the walls of your intestines. The bloodstream is then able to carry necessary nourishment to all parts of your body. As if this weren't enough of a miracle, think of the even greater miracle when your body sends out a cell to the bloodstream for a particle of iron, or magnesium, or sodium, and the blood brings that element or mineral to the exact place where it is needed, be it in a brain cell or in a toenail. It is the master key of desire at work in your body and brain cells which makes possible this great miracle of life and of healing. Desire as a dominant and divine emotion. Desire is a powerful emotion within your brain. It is able to set up magnetic wavelengths, which reach out into time and space and attract the very things that are desired for fulfillment and growth. The cactus plant isolated in the desert must have moisture to live. In its desire for moisture, the plant sends its roots deep into the desert sand and causes it to attract any moisture that exists below the surface of the soil. Many a desert traveler, dying of thirst, has been saved because he knew that the cactus plant had a reservoir of life-giving moisture within its leaves, and by cutting leaves open and drinking it, he lived. Your emotions, working through the master key desire, can set up wavelengths of magnetism to attract to you all the elements you require for a healthy, happy, successful life. Let us learn more about this master key, which all the great teachers and prophets have used since time immemorial to produce their great miracles. The reason why such great teachers as Moses, Buddha, Confucius, and Christ were called masters is because they had completely mastered life by knowing of and controlling this master key emotion of desire. Ye shall ask what ye will, and it shall be done unto you. Also, what things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is why, in my teachings of metaphysics, I have named desire the divine emotion. It is the master key that helps us work the miracles which the Master promised we could also do. And greater works than these shall ye do. If you believe this statement literally, then you are on the way to performing miracles in your own life, which will astound you. What things do you desire? Before you can ask the miracle-working power that dwells within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite and clear-cut. Someone has said, metaphysics is the language of the soul. In any form of communication, there must be words that set up patterns of action and reaction. To reach the higher mind within your divine mind for some specific thing, you must be able to formulate your desires into language that is definite, and be shown how to make out a blueprint of destiny, which can help you consolidate and concentrate these desires through your emotions. 1. Desire for a better life. 2. Desire for good health, youth, and vitality. 3. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. 4. Desire for happiness. 5. Desire for friends and social recognition. 6. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. 7. Desire for cultural achievement. 8. Desire for the right work and creative expression. 9. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. 10. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. A truly balanced and perfect life should contain all of the above 10 desires, fully expressed in all departments of your life. It is when one or more of these elements is missing that one feels a sense of incompletion and unhappiness in his life. Emotions, the building blocks of desire. Before we begin to use the master key of desire to shape your future destiny, let us study the basic emotions, the building blocks which desire uses for creating your future. There are positive emotions and negative ones. The positive emotions can be used to charge your mind and body with dynamic energy and to help you overcome the negative forces in life that are constantly opposing the positive ones. Positive emotions. Negative emotions. Faith. Hate. Love. Fear. Hope. Worry. Expectation. Jealousy. Enthusiasm. Envy. Anticipation. Revenge. Self-confidence. Resentment. Charity. Despair. Goodness. Avariciousness. Unselfishness. Discouragement. How to use positive emotions to charge your mind constructively. You can use the 10 positive emotions to charge your mind with dynamic energy and to instill within your body cells the life force which will keep you healthy, vital, and youthful into an advanced old age. In fact, through this metaphysical method of implementing the master key of desire with the positive and constructive emotions, you can learn how to live to a useful, creative, and energetic old age of 100 years or more. Some of the masters of the Himalayas who have learned this great secret have been known to live to be as much as 200 years of age. With our modern scientific study of geriatrics, which has to do with the processes of aging, it has been found that if we could entirely remove the poisons and fatigue acids caused by the negative emotions and insulate the mind and body only with positive emotions, man could live to an incredible old age. The body has the ability to repair itself perfectly, but it must use chemicals and elements which flow from the glands or which we take into the body through the foods we eat. Our thoughts and emotions help set the stage, chemically speaking, for the glands to release valuable chemicals for the body's perfect functioning. If the emotions are negative, they poison the body cells and make possible disease and the aging process. How to achieve a better life. First, let us take each of the magic keys of desire and use them to open channels for the fulfillment of that which you desire. Everyone has a right to the best that life has to offer. However, there is no guarantee that you will receive this until and unless you first will yourself to believe that a better life is possible. This will require the use of several positive emotions. Let us check our list of positive emotions now and choose those which will help stimulate the brain and body and release the energy and magnetism necessary to lead you to a better life. The better life includes security, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your innermost dreams and desires. The first emotion you should tap is that of faith, number 1 on our list of positive emotions. Faith is literally a miracle worker. The Master Jesus said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall ye do also. And greater works than these shall ye do." John 14:12. This is a powerful statement of faith. If you literally believe in the miracle-working power of your higher divine mind, nothing shall be impossible for you to achieve. You might think that this is limited, but actually it is not. You might say, "But if I wanted to become President of the United States or have $10 million, it would be impossible." Actually, you do not really believe it is possible. Therefore, you do not have faith. The dynamic law of expectation. This brings us to another important emotion for achieving the better life that you desire. This is our fourth emotion on our list: expectation. Do you really expect a better life in the future? Or do you constantly spend time and energy on bewailing the past and regretting the mistakes you made in the past? One man I knew in California lost his chance to become wealthy in the early days by practically giving away his property on Wilshire Boulevard. After the Second World War, this property sold for millions. He kept regretting this mistake and talking about it constantly. One day I told him to begin concentrating on the future and to expect his good fortune. He began to change his mental attitude, and soon he found some undeveloped land in San Fernando Valley, where he began a housing development that made him a vast fortune. The same mental energy he was dissipating with negative emotions, when converted into positive emotions, made him rich. What other positive emotions on this list might be tapped to bring one a better life? Enthusiasm is a needed ingredient in any success. Self-confidence must exist within the mind of any person who wishes to succeed in any venture. There must be the emotion of goodness, the desire to do good for others and to be good. This is a chemical force within the brain and body that is positive and dynamic. There should be unselfishness, a desire to share your good with others. It can be seen now that all these emotions help implement the master key of desire and direct the mental and physical energies in the direction of bettering your life. A desire for good health, youth, and vitality. There is no greater treasure in the world than good health. The body is prejudiced in favor of life and health. When we become sick, it is because the emotional and chemical balance of the body has been upset and thrown out of balance. When God created the human body, He meant for it to function perfectly and to repair itself through the chemicals released by the glands or taken into the body through the diet. The glands are triggered by your emotions, and if you should become sick, you can help the divine mind within in the healing process by learning how to maintain the correct mental and emotional balance that is conducive to healing. This does not mean that you should try to heal yourself, for in our age we must realize that doctors and drugs are still playing a very important part in the healing arts. However, even doctors know that very often the right mental and emotional attitude of the patient can bring about a healing when other things fail. The emotions that create sickness. It is now known in the science of psychosomatic medicine that diseases can be created by negative emotions. A woman who was a chronic worrier and had difficulties in her marriage developed violent attacks of hay fever and asthma. Nothing seemed to help her until it was brought out in an interview with the doctor that she worried constantly. This affected her marriage and led to further complications. When she was given the positive emotions of hope, self-confidence, unselfish love, and enthusiasm by which to live her life, she became a changed person. She soon overcame her tendency to worry. She became more spiritual in her approach to her marital problems. And in 6 months' time, her condition had improved so much that she was almost entirely free of symptoms and discomfort. Another instance that proves the destructive power of the emotions was that of a man who developed ulcers. They became so aggravated that he was advised to have an operation. Then a psychosomatic medical expert was called in, and he questioned the man while he was under a fluoroscope, an instrument like an X-ray machine which permits the doctor to watch the patient's internal organs. As the doctor repeated a list of words, such as house, sky, water, dog, etc., he finally came to the word mother-in-law, and the patient's stomach was observed to jump as if it had been shot. Then the doctor knew that this man was sick because of trouble with his mother-in-law. Questioning proved that this was indeed the trouble. The wife's mother lived in the house with the couple and interfered constantly in their marriage. When she was moved out, the patient had a miraculous healing. Fear, the great destroyer. One of the most destructive of all emotions is that of fear. Any prolonged state of fear that persists for months or years can set the stage for almost every type of disease known in the human catalog, from heart trouble and high blood pressure to arthritis and sugar diabetes. A woman walked under a tree one hot summer evening, and a tree frog dropped into the bosom of her dress. The shock of fear was so great that a few weeks later she developed sugar diabetes. The negative emotion of hate is another one that destroys the body's glandular and chemical balance and causes sickness. Hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness are all high on the list of those destructive negative emotions which destroy the body's health and produce every known type of ailment. To keep your body in good health and to have vitality and youthful energy until a ripe old age, use the following emotions on our positive list. Faith. Believe that your higher mind which created you knows how to sustain you and keep you in good health. Faith coupled with prayer is an unbeatable formula for achieving miraculous results in healing or in keeping the body normally healthy. Most of the authenticated cases of true spiritual healing, called by many miracles, were found to be due to this spiritual combination of faith and prayer. The Master Jesus knew this profound metaphysical secret, and in his revelations he constantly referred to the need of faith combined with prayer. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him. James 5:15. The positive emotion of hope is also a valuable aid for keeping the body healthy. This, coupled with expectation, anticipation, and love, furnishes an emotional background for healing in the body which is truly miraculous. New life through positive emotions. A man was in a deep coma, and the doctors had given him up for dead. He had a combination of disorders, including a diseased heart, high blood pressure, and ulcers. Finally, one of the doctors who attended him decided to try an experiment. In a rational moment, when the man rallied briefly from his coma, this doctor said to the patient, "Your 10-year-old son needs you desperately. If you die, how will he ever be able to go through college and get an education? You want him to have a better life than you did. You must live for your son's sake, at least until you have sent him through college." The doctor who reported this case says that the man went back into the coma, but it turned into a deep sleep, from which he awakened in a few hours' time. The man became healed and lived for some years after. When his son graduated from college, the man became ill again and in a few months' time died. Many people who retire at 60 or 65 years of age, who feel that their usefulness is ended, often die in from 3 to 5 years from their retirement. The emotional anticipation and eagerness to see what tomorrow will bring is a powerful glandular stimulus and keeps people alive for many years. Old people especially should be made to feel that they are wanted and needed. It gives them that reason for living, which every person requires to keep him going. The miracle power of love. One of the greatest positive emotions for maintaining good health or even for healing the body is that of love. This is the emotion that makes the world go round, and it helps release magnetism, electricity, and healing power in every cell of the brain and body. In cases where people are unhappy and frustrated in love, it has been observed that they develop every known type of ailment. Just as the negative emotion of hatred seems to create all kinds of ailments, so too, an absence of the positive emotion of love can cause the body to literally shrivel up and die. Love as an emotion can be made to work its miracle for you in many other forms than romantic love or marriage. Daily express your love of friends and neighbors by doing little acts that show how much you care. There is love of family, love of country, love of humanity, and love of God. All these are miracle working forces that can radically affect your life and change it for the better. This one emotion of love alone can keep you alive and healthy to a very advanced age. Desire for success, fulfillment, and riches. What emotional reservoirs shall one tap within the brain and body for achieving the third desire on our list? Now that you have seen how we can couple our desires with our emotions to release the miracle-working power of the higher mind, you can work to couple these emotions with any of the desires that you may have and begin to see the results that you can achieve immediately. This should be an exercise that you perform every day. In fact, you can start your day's activities by choosing some outstanding emotion that will be your golden key for that day. On Monday, you might choose the positive emotion number 1, faith, and all day continue to hold that emotion in your consciousness. On Tuesday, you might choose emotion number 2, love, and let that be the golden key to dynamic action for your day. You can do this with each day of the week, and even couple 2 emotions for some days, until you become so expert at releasing the flow of miracle-working power that every situation in life will be motivated by compelling and dynamic energy motivators. Your desire for success, fulfillment, and riches can be motivated by the following positive emotions: enthusiasm, self-confidence, anticipation, hope, and faith. However, many people have achieved fame, fortune, and greatness through the emotion of love. This is one of the most dynamic motivators of all, and we shall study further the miracle-working power of this divine emotion in other sections of our study. Desire for happiness. Happiness is a state of mind more than anything else. It depends to a great extent on the emotions that are indulged habitually. Some people are happy in almost any environment or under very trying circumstances, whereas others may have a fortune, beauty, popularity, and everything to live for, and still be miserable. One remembers such movie stars as Marilyn Monroe and Carol Landis, and several millionaires who committed suicide in the past. Their problems were based on personal failures, not on lack of money, popularity, or success. In a study of the emotions which charge the mind with complete happiness, we find that all 10 given on our list of positive emotions are important. If you will study these carefully, you will see that each emotion tends to give something of its quality to the mind which harbors it, and soon, when you have practiced these positive emotions, your mental attitude will be colored by them, just as if you wore a pair of mental rose-colored glasses. Desire for friends and social recognition. No person can live his life isolated from other people. You must be able to indulge the social reciprocity that brings other people into your life, and this can be done by bringing into play the following emotions: love, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, good, and unselfishness. We shall have much more to learn about this desire for friends in another section of our study, but you can begin immediately in this important department of your life to do something about ending loneliness and personal unhappiness, and building the magnetic aura in your personality that will attract friends into your orbit of activities and give you the feeling that you are loved and desired by others. Desire for love, marriage, children, a home. This basic desire for love, marriage, and children is one of nature's most compelling emotions. Without love, life is a tomb, Browning said. And this is a great truth. It was the magical healing power of love that awakened in Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which made her fall in love with the great poet and marry him, when she had been ill and bedridden for many years. Through love, she suddenly became healed and bore him a child in her early 40s. The emotions which engender love, and which you should indulge if you are searching for fulfillment in this department of your life, are faith, hope, enthusiasm, anticipation, charity, goodness, and a great deal of unselfishness. True love is one of the most unselfish of all emotions and will not thrive in an atmosphere of selfishness. Desire for cultural achievement. Man shall not live by bread alone, we are told in the Bible. You will need balance in your life to counteract work and the pursuit of fame or fortune. What shall a rich man do when he has achieved a vast fortune? The great men of history have always used their wealth to advance the causes of culture and learning. Carnegie endowed libraries, Mellon founded an art gallery. Rockefeller bestowed his millions on the Rockefeller Foundation. Nobel left his fortune in trust to be given out in the famous Nobel Peace Prizes, and for the recognition of great authors. Henry Ford left his heritage in the Ford Foundation, and Guggenheim endows many worthy causes through the Guggenheim Foundation. The positive emotions which should be indulged for cultural achievement are love of humanity, charity, faith, enthusiasm, goodness, and unselfishness. Desire for the right work and creative expression. As work is a most important ingredient of any person's life, it is vital that each of us be in the right work and possess the right motivation, which will make work less a burden than a pleasure. As we should never literally retire, but always have some activity which engages our time and attention throughout life. It is important that the correct emotions motivate this vital department of life. The emotions of love, hope, expectation, anticipation, self-confidence, charity, goodness, and unselfishness should all be indulged daily in relation to our right work and creative expression. Desire for spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. To balance work and play, one needs spiritual and cosmic fulfillment. The emotions of love, faith, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness should be indulged daily. To this should be added the spiritual communication, what we call prayer in religion, which should be a part of our daily lives. Talking to the God power within can be done, not only in the morning and at night, but many times during the day when one feels a need of communication with a higher power. Little short prayers such as, "Thank you, God," when you have an unusually happy experience, or when you see a bright blue sky and sunshine, or flowers blooming in your garden. These little prayers keep one in touch with the spiritual source of all life and power and propel us in the direction of peace, health, and happiness. Desire for high moral and idealistic aspirations. This desire is the civilizing emotion which causes people to rise from the plane of animalism to that of divinity. Man's war-making propensity is a leftover of the barbarism and savagery of primitive times. Only when man is infused with high moral and idealistic aspirations does he rise in the scale of evolution from animalism to the realm of dignity and divinity. The Ten Commandments are moral laws upon which civilization has been built. The Golden Rule is another great spiritual revelation for man's higher moral conduct. The emotions which trigger this desire are faith, love, hope, charity, good, and unselfishness. Daily regime for emotional control. It must be remembered that the emotions have been given to mankind for a definite purpose, for our enjoyment, and also to trigger the chemistry within the body that can motivate us in any chosen direction. The negative emotions should be avoided as much as possible, and the positive emotions should be implemented and exercised every day. Following are some pointers which you should follow for daily emotional control. 1. When you awaken in the morning, 2 emotions should instantly be activated: the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation. You should look forward to your day's activities with joy and eagerness. If you awaken with a negative emotion such as fear or despair, instantly begin to work to awaken the emotions of enthusiasm and expectation by looking forward with eagerness to some special activity which you plan for that particular day. If that does not work, then think of something which you plan to do in the future, which will make today's work worthwhile, such as a trip to Hawaii or Europe, the buying of a new car or a home of your own, a visit to a friend's or relative's home for a special event. This future projection of your desires will tend to animate you and cause you to face your day's activities with renewed zest. 2. When you meet some person in your day's work who represents one of the negative emotions, such as anger, fear, or hatred, try transmuting the emotion to its opposite positive one. See what you can find good in the person. Try to send out loving thoughts instead of hateful ones. See if you can't win him over as a friend instead of thinking of him as being an enemy. This art of transmutation will soon begin to color your life experiences with pleasant, positive emotions that will soon reflect in better health and a happier state of mind. 3. Use your emotions to raise the energy level of your body. Remember, the positive emotions trigger a flow of sugar from the liver, where it is stored, to your bloodstream. When you are preparing to do some strenuous work that will require a great deal of energy, think of the rewards you will receive from this work, or how it will help educate your son or daughter, or the ways in which it will benefit you in the future. And instantly this emotional charge will release amazing new power in your body, which will make the task easier and more pleasant. Example: a frail, 98-pound woman was driving herself and her brother in one of the early Fords that weighed about 1,400 pounds. The car went out of control on a corner and ran into a ditch where it overturned, pinning the brother underneath. There was no one to help them, and the frail 98-pound sister single-handedly lifted that car with her bare hands, so her brother was able to get out from under its crushing weight. This miracle of a superabundance of energy can be attributed to the automatic functions of the higher mind, which somehow gave this woman the strength she needed for her task. She might never, under normal circumstances, be able to duplicate this feat, but in the emergency of the moment, some powerful chemical force was released within her body that gave her superhuman strength. 4. Carry cards in your pocketbook which you can use for emotional charges each day when you especially need them. During a period of depression over your finances and work, you might read on your card, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and all the rest of the 23rd Psalm. The 91st Psalm is also good for this purpose. It can be also a statement of faith or love that you make up or which you have read in some inspirational book. Throughout the day, you can use these little metaphysical energy boosters to help keep your level of energy high and your spirits bright. 5. Each day, check on your negative emotions and see if perhaps they are killing your energy and producing headaches, colds, asthma, arthritis, or other disabling diseases. Are you actively hating someone or something? Hate is a crippling emotion. Do you resent or envy some person with whom you work? Resentment and envy are mild forms of hate. They release chemicals in the bloodstream which can poison the blood. Science now knows these chemical reactions to emotion can produce all kinds of ailments. Do you indulge fear and worry all day long? This is another emotional state that releases excess adrenaline and causes the heart and brain to become overstimulated, producing many ailments. 6. The body lives on food, air, and chemicals. You can change the body's chemistry by changing your thoughts from negative to positive. You can learn how to eat the right foods which will give you good chemical balance. There are many wonderful books written by experts in this field. But what about your breathing? The breath helps purify your bloodstream and remove the toxins and wastes that accumulate all day long. With the positive emotions that you indulge, be sure that you stop several times a day. Go to an open window and take deep, long breaths of fresh air. The lungs of most people are only partially developed because they are shallow breathers. Later in our study, we shall talk more about this important subject. God has placed in the air about you the most necessary ingredients for maintaining health and vitality. Chapter 5. How to get miracle power through dynamic concentration. The life force which motivates the entire universe is a concentrated dynamic force, which you may tap and use as a miracle working power in your own life. This life force is in every atom and molecule of the created universe, from the microcosm, man, to the macrocosm, the universe. When this atomic power is concentrated into a little 2-inch cube, it can set into motion a chain reaction in the atmosphere, which can level an entire city. When this same atomic power is concentrated in an electric dynamo, it can furnish electric power, heat, and energy for the entire human race and change the course of civilization. Concentrated atomic power is the secret force that all the great mystics and masters throughout the ages have taught for working miracles of every kind. Concentration focuses attention. The main reason why most people fail in life is because they are not able to focus the power of their higher minds on the achievement of their life goals. The miracle working power is within them, as we have already learned, but they do not know how to concentrate it in a steady, radiant, and dynamic stream of energy that can dissolve all obstacles and bring them the complete fulfillment of their life dream. An example of how concentration of the sun's rays can dissolve the hardest known substance is this. An emerald is one of the hardest of all known minerals. It cannot be melted in a furnace heated 7 times 7. If that emerald is put into a glass cube where the sun's rays are focused on it, it will completely disintegrate into liquid form in a few hours' time. So too with your mind. Concentration focuses attention. And when the rays of your mind are focused and concentrated on achieving a goal, solving a problem, performing a miracle of healing, or any other objective, all the atomic energy of your mind, body, and soul is released in a dynamic stream of power that can literally perform miracles. Concentration built an empire. The true life story of David Sarnoff, head of the vast financial empire built by him, is proof of how concentrated mental power can create miracles. When Sarnoff was a boy, he became fascinated by the inventions of Marconi, the comparatively new wireless and telegraphy. The ability to send electrical vibrations through the air and receive them at great distances seemed to him a miracle. He concentrated all the powers of his mind on this new medium of communication and worked as a telegraph operator at a few dollars a week. Every new invention he followed with avid interest, and when radio came into existence, he associated himself with that new development. Finally, with the discovery of television, the ultimate miracle which focuses pictures in action, sound and color on a screen in the home, Sarnoff found his ultimate goal fulfilled and became head of Radio Corporation of America. If Sarnoff had vacillated and broken up his concentration during those years of study and research, it is doubtful if he would ever have achieved his present position as head of a vast industrial and financial empire. The mind that is scattered and which lacks concentration and dynamic power seldom ever achieves rich rewards in life. The miracle working power of the higher mind within you works best when you focus that power on some specific goal or objective. Concentrated power brought him millions. Conrad Hilton was once at a party at my home in Bel Air, California, and in talking to him I learned how completely he built his vast worldwide chain of hotels through this power of dynamic concentration. He told me that when he was a young man in Texas, he thought constantly about going into the hotel business. Finally, his opportunity came to manage a small hotel, and he did this so successfully that soon he was running a much larger hotel. He concentrated the power of his mind on absorbing as much knowledge as he could on the operation of hotels, and he read and studied everything he could get his hands on about his absorbing subject. He was 40 years of age before he had his first opportunity to operate a big hotel, the Waldorf Astoria in New York. His enthusiasm and his great ability attracted financial backers, and he was on his way to becoming one of the world's greatest hotel operators. Even now, in his 70s, Hilton has the vibrant energy and youthful enthusiasm of a man of 30. Concentrated mind power has not only kept his mind alert and young, but the vibrations have extended to his body cells and given him the energy of a young man. No one can dance better or longer at a party than Conrad Hilton. Let us define what concentration is, so we will better understand why the higher mind can release miracle power through dynamic concentration. Concentration is the ability to focus the attention on some specific object, or on some state of mind, or an emotion at will. Most of us are able at times to so focus the power of the mind, and we occasionally feel a spurt of energy and power, but we lack the ability to focus this power through concentration at will. This is the difference between those who perform seeming miracles and those who live in a world of failure, frustration, and fear. Everyone has this power to focalize the higher mind on the achieving of a great goal in life, but most people lack the ability to do so at will. Atomic power within your mind. The atomic energy which is dispersed throughout the universe is also within your own human brain. When you think, you use atomic power. When you send your thoughts out into the universe in a radiant stream of concentrated energy, you can stir the atoms and molecules of space and in the minds and bodies of other people, and actually motivate them into action. Sometime try the simple experiment of looking at another person whose back is turned to you with the concentrated thought that in a few moments he will turn and look at you. The atomic energy emanating from your mind is so powerful when it is concentrated that it can lodge in another human brain and motivate it into some form of action. Dr. Rhine, in his experiments at Duke University, proved that mankind is on threshold of great new powers through control of the higher centers of his brain. He proved that some people can actually transmit thought patterns and images to another mind. Some of his experimenters were able to motivate cards and dice to such an extent that it was beyond the laws of chance. When this miracle working power is better understood by scientists, they will realize that the great mystics like Jesus, Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, and Confucius knew the secrets of atomic mind power and were able to use them to perform miracles of transmutation, healing, and materialization. In this, the atomic age, man will soon perform greater miracles than any he has known up to the present time. In an article in the New York Times, one scientist predicted that in a few short years' time, man will be able to harness the magnetic rays of space and create space vehicles that will travel at the speed of 200,000 miles per hour. It sounds incredible, I know. But what of our present space vehicles which rotate around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour on the invisible rays exerted on them by gravity? This is one of the miracles of our age. And when man begins to explore the dimensions of mind and spirit further, we shall discover whole new worlds of wonder and excitement. Projecting thought forms. In the dimension of the mind, there are vast forces latent. When once stirred into dynamic action through intense concentration, the mind is capable of projecting thought forms which can lodge in space and which other people are able to pick up and discern. This power of projecting thought forms is very much the same as the principle which causes sounds and pictures to be transmitted by electrical pulsations and projected into the atmosphere, and then to be received by the television tube. Electrical pulsations, which are invisible but potent, radiate throughout time and space. We may tap these radio waves with our electrical machines and use them for telephone, radio, and television. They operate our machines in stock exchanges and cause messages to be sent out for thousands of miles in our telegraph and communication. Media. Think how much more powerful your brain is than these machines. Your brain created these machines, therefore it has more power than the things it creates. Your brain also works on electrical vibrations or pulsations. It can receive the mental thought forms which other minds send out. It can also project these thought forms to other people. How many times do people have both written a story, or invented some machine, or discovered some scientific secret at the same time, without being aware that any other person had done so? These are cases of mental projection of thought form, cases in which other minds were able to focus on the screens of their minds and then project in a creative pattern. A simple illustration of how this mental projection works is found in the experience of a student in one of my classes in Carnegie Hall. This young lady was a secretary for a big business executive. She had been with the firm 3 years and thought she deserved a raise in salary, but her boss was extremely taciturn and reluctant to give her a raise. After studying our lesson on how to project thought forms of the things she wanted, she began her practice of this art on her boss. Each day at lunchtime, she sat for a full 5 minutes and did nothing but concentrate her mind on her boss. She talked to him mentally, just as if she were talking to him in person. Her mental thought forms went something like this: I deserve a raise in salary. Mr. X, you will give me my raise. You will give me $10 more a week. I now project this thought form to you. You will receive it, and you will act upon it. She then visualized herself standing before her boss, being told of the raise. She saw herself thanking him, and then she mentally pictured what she could do with that extra $500 or more a year that she would receive. Every day while at work, and for 5 minutes every night before going to sleep, this girl concentrated the power of her mind on projecting these mental thought forms. 2 weeks went by and nothing happened. She was beginning to get a little discouraged, but she continued her mental projection. One afternoon, her boss called her into his office. She went in with her dictation pad, thinking he wanted to dictate some letters. But when she stood before him, there was a strange expression on his face, and he said, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel you deserve a $10 raise in salary. From now on, you will receive $10 more each week. The girl was so startled, she could hardly blurt out her thank you before leaving the office. It was a small miracle, but it worked, and it gave her confidence in the power of her mind to project thought forms of the things she wanted to happen to her, and she was soon on the way to achieving every goal that she desired. Concentrated power brought him millions. The only man who was able to convince George Bernard Shaw that his plays should be brought to the screen was Gabriel Pascal. One evening, when I was a guest at his home with Greer Garson and many other Hollywood celebrities, Pascal told me how he performed this seemingly impossible feat. Pascal had concentrated on Shaw's plays for months. He mentally projected them into motion picture form. He visualized himself becoming a famous producer and bringing the beauty and drama of Shaw's plays to an audience of millions throughout the world. To all other offers to make movies of his plays, Shaw had said no. Pascal hitchhiked his way to the country home of the famous playwright. He didn't have money enough to take a bus or taxi. He gained admission to Shaw's home, and when confronted by the angry and unfriendly playwright, he told him of his intense desire to bring his plays to the screen. So powerful was Pascal's mental concentration and projection that he was able to convince the playwright that he would do full justice to his plays in the new medium. Before Pascal left that day, Shaw had signed a paper giving him the sole rights to all his stage plays. Pascal was a student of mental and metaphysical sciences for years. He knew how to project his mental powers and convince Shaw that he should trust all his great works to the care of this man of vision. It turned out that Pascal was able to make millions of dollars for himself through this act, and also to further enrich and beautify the world with Shaw's great art. Regime for concentrating mental power. The late Thomas Watson Sr., who headed one of the world's biggest organizations, the International Business Machines, known as IBM, had one motto, which was printed on a large card that all his employees could see every day. That word was think. The concentrated power of many minds, infused with this idea, built a great organization. The miracle power PF, your higher mind, begins to be released to their outer world when you begin to think. But how shall you think? There are many different ways, but the great men of history all used the same mental principle and technique. They concentrated all the power of the mind on one single thought or objective at a time. This ability to concentrate your mental power in a dynamic pattern of thought can be deliberately cultivated. Most people think in a vague and confused pattern of thought. This scatters the mental and physical energies of the mind and body and achieves nothing except restless action. Columbus would never have discovered the New World if he had not concentrated all the powers of his mind on selling this new idea to Queen Isabella. He never gave up this one obsessing thought, no matter how discouraged he was. Even when his men rebelled and mutinied, he continued holding the mental image in mind that there were new worlds beyond the known horizons of his time. Joan of Arc was a peasant girl, with no previous military experience, but her visions of conquest and her intense concentration on achieving victory for the armies of France won for her the opportunity to prove the truth of her visions. Mère Curie and her husband concentrated for 20 years on discovering radium, and they never faltered once in their search for the precious element which they finally discovered. Marian Anderson, the great singer, once told me after a concert in Carnegie Hall that when she sings, she concentrates her voice in a great golden magic circle of love, which she projects to her audience. In the vibrancy and beauty of that voice, there is love for the entire human race. This is what has made her one of the great singers of our time. Jascha Heifetz, the violinist, whom I once visited backstage at that same Carnegie Hall, told me he had concentrated for 20 years for 8 hours to 10 hours a day on creating beautiful music with his violin before he gave his first big concert. You can easily see that these great men and women have used the miracle power of their higher minds to perform the miracles they have achieved in their life work. You have the same power, the same ability, if you will use the higher divine mind within your mind and concentrate all its dynamic force upon the objectives you are trying to attain. These 10 concentrated steps can make you a genius. 1. Sit down for half an hour each day and be conscious of your mind. Ask yourself questions such as, who am I? What is my purpose in life? What is the goal I am trying to achieve? What steps should I take to achieve that goal? Are my thoughts concentrated, or are they vacillating and diffused? 2. Sit down at least once a week and write down your life goal or goals. You can have more than one, but you should take each goal up in turn and concentrate on it exclusively for several moments in your periods of concentration. Don't just write down, I would like $1 million. If you use the power of your higher mind, you will undoubtedly attract all the money you will need for everything you wish to do in life. The written desires might be something like this. A. I desire a better job where I can make more money. B. I desire a higher education and would like to be able to finish college. C. I desire a romance with someone I can love and marry. D. I want a home of my own and enough money to live comfortably in security and peace. E. I would like to own a car. F. I would like to travel to foreign countries. G. I desire friends and an interesting social life. H. I want greater wisdom and knowledge. I desire gifts and talents. I want to play the piano, or guitar, or violin, etc. I would like to sing, or act, or paint pictures, or write stories. The above is a sample only of the type of concentrated desires many people have. You can make up your own list. When you once write it down, look at it every morning when you arise, and every night just before you go to bed, and read it carefully. You will carry these thought forms with you while you sleep, and your higher mind will project them to the outer world, where they will begin to take on a life of their own and clothe themselves in the form of reality. 3. Practice for 15 minutes before your mirror with this exercise in concentration. Visualize yourself before the Congress in Washington, D.C. making a speech on some special subject. You can choose any subject and you can say anything you wish, for no one will have the power to stop you from talking. You can talk out loud or talk to yourself, whichever you wish. Or you can go into the office of the President of the United States and talk to him on some subject you wish him to act upon. The purpose of this exercise in concentration is to give you greater power in thinking new and original thoughts, so you can project thought forms that are vivid, dynamic, and interesting. Later, when you wish to use this same concentrated power to project your thought images for some specific thing, you will be able to do so with greater ease. 4. On another day, concentrate for 15 or 20 minutes on memory recall. Go back to the earliest days you can remember as a child and recall the sights, sounds, and impressions you received. Try to remember conversations, the faces of those you knew, your childhood playmates, teachers, relatives, and friends. Recall the Christmas or birthday parties you had, the places you lived, the books you read, the movies you saw. This exercise can be indulged at night just before going to sleep. It will cause you to drift off into sleep easily and will help you develop your memory for future benefits. 5. Listen to a musical selection on radio or Victoria and concentrate on the various instruments to see how many you can identify. 6. Look out of your window and see how many separate things you can see. Then close your eyes and reproduce them. 7. Concentrate your mind on one word such as home, and then see how many different words will come into your mind in association with that word. You will find this exercise helpful in building your power to use words in writing or in speech. Then take words from a dictionary and concentrate on using them in sentences. This exercise can be done in writing or in speech, or you can merely think the words and their associations. 8. Fix your eyes on one subject in your room and concentrate on it as long as possible without blinking. When you feel discomfort, close your eyes a moment. Soon you will have the power to use the magnetic eye, which can hold and control other people. Then practice looking at a flower and close your eyes and try to see it in color and form. 9. Sit for a half hour or more and concentrate the power of your mind on some person or persons you wish to influence for some good purpose. Do not project mental thought forms that are evil or selfish, for there is a metaphysical law which decrees that we receive back in life that which we project in our thoughts. The law is stated in the Bible as ye sow, so shall ye reap. Be sure then that you sow only mental seeds that are good and constructive. 10. Read a page from a book and then close the book and concentrate on the meaning of the words you have read. Do not try to reproduce the words exactly as written, but try to find the hidden meaning of the words. This exercise in concentration will help create originality of thinking within your mind. Einstein, one of the most brilliant men of our age, once said that the greatest genius who ever lived used only 1/10 of the potential power of his mind. Just think what a genius you can become if you use even half of the power of your brain potential. There is nothing you cannot achieve if you will only concentrate the miracle power of your higher mind through your conscious volitional mind. Control your thoughts. Think at will what you wish to think, and you will literally become a genius. It is said of Napoleon that he had tremendous powers of concentration. He arranged matters in his mind as if the facts were in drawers. When he wanted some special fact or information, he merely opened a mental drawer and took it out. All thoughts are filed in the brain in sequence and order. One fact will draw out others related to it. This is what makes some men such great thinkers and leaders. They are able to draw on these stored sense and memory impressions through the power of concentration. And when they need them, they merely turn to this mental cabinet where they are stored and draw them out. Chapter 6. The Metaphysical Fourth Dimensional Power Source. In metaphysics, we learn that there is a fourth dimensional power plane that can give one supernormal powers of the mind and body. It is in this fourth dimension of mind and spirit that man is able to perform astounding miracles. All the great mystics and teachers of the past have known of this fourth dimension, and by tapping the vast storehouse of power that resides therein, they have been able to rise above the limitations of time and space and matter and achieve miraculous results. The term metaphysics was coined by Andronicus of Rhodes, who edited Aristotle's philosophical works. That section of philosophy that dealt with matters above and beyond the physical and material planes of existence he called metaphysics, from two Greek words, meta and physica, which means literally that which is above and beyond the realm of the physical. Miracle response centers of the brain. Within your human brain, there are miracle response centers which operate on a higher frequency or wavelength than the ordinary, everyday centers which regulate your body's functions, such as digestion, breathing, circulation of the blood, repairing of the body, and the other automatic functions. The all-knowing intelligence which man calls God has put into his universe everything that man needs for his existence. Let us see how this power works in nature. A beaver knows instinctively how to cut down trees, chop them into small sections, and then build a dam across a stream. This knowledge is inborn in the beaver. Scientists took two beavers into their home for observation. They left them alone while they went out for the evening. When the scientists returned, the beavers had carefully cut the legs off the tables and chairs, and dragged the pieces of wood to a corner where they constructed a dam for an imaginary stream. A beaver knows no other way of life than to build dams, and he will construct them wherever he is. A spider will spin a geometric web that is perfect in design, and he knows how to sit in the center of that web and wait for his victim to fall into its tenuous strands. A hummingbird constructs an involved, elongated form of nest that hangs suspended from a tree branch, where its young will be safe from predatory creatures. The bee knows how to take an essence from a flower and turn it into easily digestible honey for its young. And while it is busy taking essences from flower to flower, nature has made it earn its living by pollinating fruits and flowers for mankind's benefit. Truly a miracle of creative productivity. The maple seed is a two-winged pod which this intelligence of the cosmic mind has created for a specific purpose. If the seed were to drop in the shade of the mother tree, it would never germinate and grow. This higher mind in nature has given the maple seed wings so that a vagrant breeze can carry it aloft and away from the tree to some fertile patch of soil where it can reproduce its own kind. The three planes of consciousness. There are three planes of consciousness which we shall now study. To fully develop your metaphysical power potentials, you must know how to reach the miracle response centers which you possess within your own consciousness. All the great men and women of history who achieved great things had this ability to release the power of the higher mind in creative activity. This is what distinguished them from ordinary mortals. There are three types of mind which are explained below. 1. The conscious mind. 2. The subconscious mind. 3. The cosmic mind. The conscious mind is the storehouse of human memory. The subconscious mind is the storehouse of preconscious memory. The cosmic mind, which William James named the superconscious mind, is the storehouse of cosmic memory. Most people operate entirely on one plane of consciousness, the conscious mind. They read something and do not retain it in their memory. They see physical and material objects, but they do not fully comprehend what they see. They live a one-dimensional life that is purely physical and material. They lack sensitivity to the higher pulsations of the universe, and their lives are marked by poverty, unhappiness, and limitation. Such people settle for a job and a small income for the rest of their lives. They seldom broaden the horizons of consciousness by exploring the wonders of the universe. They complain about the lack of opportunities in the world. They grumble because their lives are drab and lack excitement and fulfillment. They do not realize that they create their own prisons in which they are confined for a lifetime. A prison or a palace? The story is told of a man who was sentenced to prison, and when he was put into his cell, he found another man sitting there writing by the light of a candle. The newcomer looked about him at the incredible squalor and misery of the rat-infested cell, and cried, "What a miserable place! Surely I will die here." The man who was sitting at a low table writing stopped and looked up. He asked, "How long is your sentence?" The other prisoner replied, 6 months. "Surely I cannot survive in this wretched cell." The other man smiled gently and said, "I have been here 12 years. He returned to his writing of Pilgrim's Progress. The man was Bunyan, and he was busy creating his immortal book, which has given inspiration and courage to millions. One man, the new prisoner, was living in the consciousness of limitation and saw only the wretched prison cell where he was to remain for 6 months. Bunyan was living on the fourth dimensional plane of the higher cosmic mind, where he created his own world and rose above the limitations of his environment. You can create a prison or a palace in the unlimited dimension of your higher consciousness. When you once discover this secret for rising above the limitations of time and space, which all the great ones of history have known, you will be able to perform seeming miracles and transcend your environment and rise above your limitations. Helen Keller is a perfect example of someone who has been able to rise above the limitations of the third-dimensional world and soar into the illimitable, lofty realms of the cosmic plane of consciousness. Deaf, dumb, and blind, this great woman has been able to achieve immortality and to benefit millions of handicapped persons with her example of courage, faith, hope, and vision. Poverty, a state of consciousness. Most people do not realize that they literally imprison themselves because they live in a consciousness of limitation and barrenness. When they once learn how to release the power of the cosmic mind with its unlimited power, they can change their environment, become successful, and fulfill their every dream and desire. When the kulaks or peasants of Russia were freed in the revolution, they inhabited the palaces of the czars and former rulers. They fed their horses in the rosewood pianos, chopped up the priceless antique furniture, and built fires on the white marble floors, and tore down the valuable hand-woven tapestries from the walls and used them for blankets for their horses. They now had the same environment that royalty had created and used, but their limited consciousness caused them to make hovels of the magnificent palaces. Perhaps you have been limiting yourself in life by accepting the seeming limitations of material and physical conditions in which you exist. It is true that there are obstacles, problems, interferences in all human destiny. If life did not have these obstructions, man would not grow strong and learn how to rise above the limitations of life. Sometimes through misfortune or handicaps, we are literally pushed into the mainstream of life's turbulence, and we must either sink or swim. It is in such times that man must soar into the realm of the cosmic dimension and grow wings of the soul so he may rise above his limitations. Greatness through the fourth dimension. Many of our greatest geniuses of history achieved imperishable fame through the fourth-dimensional plane of metaphysics. Lincoln was uneducated and born in a log cabin, and through stimulating the miracle response centers of his higher mind, he achieved greatness. When Lincoln's brother wrote him from Illinois asking for a loan of several $100s, Lincoln wrote back telling him that if he could not see opportunities all about him where he was, he would never achieve success and fulfillment. The state of Illinois became one of the richest in our Union, proving what Lincoln told his brother, that opportunities were all about him, if he could but have the vision to see them. President Franklin D. Roosevelt rose to greatness, despite a crippling attack of polio, which kept him in a wheelchair for many years. Lord Byron, the great English poet, was born with a club foot, and yet, through his cosmic illumination, he achieved immortality. He was able to go to Greece when that country struggled desperately for its freedom from Turkish rule, and he gave his life in battle with the Greeks. Today, throughout Greece, Byron is honored with statues and memorials to his unconquerable spirit. Florence Nightingale ignored the limitations of her time, which decreed that women should remain in the kitchen, and went out into the battlefields to nurse the wounded and dying. Through this sacrifice, she freed women for all time and raised the profession of nursing to new and greater dignity. George Washington Carver was born to slave parents, and yet rose above the limitations of race and color to found Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He once showed me little packets of flower seed that he put into every letter he wrote, and which went all over the world to people who wrote him. He said, "I send these seeds out with thoughts of love. Whoever sees them bloom must reflect the love and beauty of the flowers. One cannot hate his fellow men when he loves nature." Edison and Beethoven both became deaf, and yet they were able to rise above this limitation and achieve greatness in their fields. Milton was blind, but his Paradise Lost and Regained have won for him a high place with the immortals of all time. The unlimited fourth dimension of spirit. The list is endless of those great men and women who rose on wings of the soul, through cosmic consciousness, to achieve immortality. They rose into the unlimited fourth dimension of spirit and tapped the metaphysical power plans which gave them supernormal ability. You possess this same ability that these great ones have had for tapping the higher dimensions of mind and spirit. Now let us learn how to utilize the three planes of consciousness we have learned about. The conscious mind, storehouse of human memory. The conscious mind is the dimension of ordinary, everyday activity. It is here that all awareness begins. Most people live 24 hours a day on this plane of consciousness. This plane is important, for it concerns such things as food, clothing, shelter, jobs and money, friends, physical love, and creature comforts. There is nothing wrong with living on this plane of consciousness, for without it, there could be no physical or material existence. The only mistake some people make is that they live entirely on this plane and their lives become warped and unbalanced. I once knew a woman who was worth $25 million. Her husband had died and left her this vast fortune. She was living entirely on the physical plane of consciousness. She started going to nightclubs and drinking excessively. She frequented gambling houses and horse races and lost thousands of dollars. She began taking sleeping pills and pep pills, and soon her brain centers became confused and disoriented. Finally, this unfortunate woman committed suicide. She had everything to live for, but life became unbearable because she had never unlocked the other planes of consciousness, which might have saved her. Regime for living on the conscious mind plane. A. Develop awareness of what your conscious mind is. It is your volitional mind which makes your decisions and carries them out. Be aware of your body, its sensations, its appetites. Sit for 5 minutes a day when you get up in the morning and be aware of your physical self, your emotions, your inner and outer sensations. Be aware of your hands and the power they possess for creativity. If you paint or type or play a musical instrument, stop and analyze the amazing dexterity of your hands as they perform some task, and be aware of the power you possess to do a variety of astounding things. The ability to use your hands raises you above the level of the animals. Be aware of this power and every day give time and attention to your body's needs. The right food, good fresh air, exercise, rest and sleep to restore the body. B. Fix your mind on your objective in life. Let this also be a daily 5-minute exercise, preferably when you awaken and your mind is fresh. Consciously ask yourself, what is my life goal? What am I doing to achieve it? What can I do today to further this life goal? What am I doing that might be harmful and injurious to myself and my interests? You can also do this exercise at odd moments, while waiting for a bus, or when you are having your lunch at work. This keeps the conscious mind constantly focused on your true life goal and keeps you from getting confused as to your life objective. C. Cultivate affirmative power consciously. The conscious mind and its memory patterns are motivated by conscious volition. You can color the fiber of your mind with either negative or positive suggestions. People constantly tear down the positive habit patterns of their brains with such negative statements as, "I can't. I'm afraid I'll fail. I know I won't be able to do it. I'm unlucky. I was born to lose." I once met a man who had tattooed on his right arm the words, "Born to lose." He began to tell me a story of defeats, disappointments, failures, and frustrations that was truly awesome. Early in life, his father had deserted the family, and he had never known security as a child. His mother took to drink. He ran away from home at an early age, and soon he was also drinking excessively. He went from job to job, and finally, as a seaman, when he was drunk one night, he had the words, "Born to lose," tattooed on his arm. From that time on, his bad luck increased, and he wound up by telling me that he was doomed by fate from the moment he was born to an existence of misery and poverty. Unfortunately, my acquaintanceship with him did not extend beyond the moment, so I could not show him that his own conscious volitional mind was the cause of all his misery and bad luck. Affirmative power is cultivated by giving yourself conscious suggestions, which lodge in the miracle response centers of your mind and produce the equivalence of that which you affirm. Change your statements of "I can't" to "I can." Change "I won't" to "I will." Begin to think affirmatively. I can be healthy, strong, youthful, and radiant. I will succeed in my work. I shall attract money enough to meet all my needs. People will like me and be friendly with me. I attract only that which is good. Soon you will begin to form mental habit patterns by using these affirmative statements that are positive, and that will shape your life in the image of what you most frequently think. D. Develop conscious control of your brain centers. Concentrate for a few moments each day on your 5 centers of touch, feeling, taste, sound, and sight. Be aware of the physical world around you through these 5 senses. Soon you will store vibrant, live, emotional experience in the memory patterns of your brain, which will help shape your entire future destiny. E. Learn 3 new words every day to exercise your memory centers. You can vary this by learning poems, biblical quotations, or some other positive statements that will help you fix images within your brain. F. Practice memory recall of past scenes and events. Be sure to recall only those memories which are pleasant and positive. Most people recall operations, sicknesses, disasters, and failures, and each time they recall such negative memories, they are imprinting them more indelibly upon the sensitive convolutions of the mind. G. At least once a week, for a full half hour or more, be conscious of your memory. Write down a list of words and see what associations come to you from the past. Such words as home, mother, love, baby, country, flag, office, people, ocean, glory, happiness, beauty, good, and friends might form such a list. You can make up your own. Then write down all the words or thoughts that your mind recalls. You may unlock some valuable vein of memory, which will lead you to some great accomplishment in your present life. The subconscious mind, storehouse of racial human memory. The subconscious mind has often been confused with the superconscious or cosmic mind by students of metaphysics. It is true that tremendous power resides within your subconscious mind, and that you can use it to great advantage by knowing how to release its stored-up power. The subconscious is where all the racial memories are stored. When nature wants to create another human being, she releases the pattern which is held in the racial memory of all human beings. This is stored in the subconscious mind. The subconscious knows how to form that child in the mother's womb perfectly in 9 short months' time. The chemical formula is within the mother's genes and cells of her brain and body. The cosmic mind, which we shall study shortly, holds the secret pattern for all creation, but it is the subconscious mind which is the tool within man that nature uses for evolving that pattern. The subconscious might be called the second dimension of life experience. It is the automatic mind which motivates all living creatures, causing them to perform their life functions through instinct. When you want to achieve something great, you consciously choose your objective then. By stimulating the subconscious mind, you set into motion the higher forces which create that image you hold in your consciousness. The Master Jesus, who knew how to unlock this tremendous power of the subconscious mind for healing, spoke of this power as the Father within, who doeth the work. Again, he said, the Father and I are one. In our modern study of metaphysics, we know that the subconscious mind within man can make him sick or keep him healthy. Let us learn how to tap this dimension of the subconscious mind. Emile Coué first discovered the tremendous power that existed in the subconscious mind for healing the sick. Use the system he taught for giving your subconscious mind the right, positive autosuggestions it needs when you go to bed at night. Repeat over and over the suggestions you want to incorporate in your subconscious mind. You may use the following or make up your own. I desire a better memory so I can recall anything from the past that I choose. I wish to change my personality so I will be more magnetic, compelling, and attractive. I would like to attract a better job where I can use my creative gifts and talents to best advantage. I need $1,000 to accomplish my present objective. I want to attract this money from unexpected sources. I wish to find a home that I can afford. It is to be located in the country and will have a small garden and 5 rooms. I would like to play the piano, or sing, or type, or write stories or songs. Whatever creative gift you desire, ask for it. I want better health, more energy and vitality, and a healing of the condition that I now have. It is important that you be specific when you command the forces of your subconscious mind. You can say your autosuggestions aloud or to yourself as you lie in bed preparing to go to sleep. Say each autosuggestion over at least 10 times, and repeat this process every night and every morning for the rest of your life. The habit patterns of your subconscious mind will be built in about 3 months' time if you conscientiously do this exercise. And soon you will be able to command this power at will, and it will sometimes work instantaneous miracles for you. Write some of your autosuggestions down on small cards that you can carry in your purse or pocket, and several times a day, look at them and repeat them. These can be suggestions for specific things you desire, or they may be pep statements such as, I feel wonderful. Everything I do today will be successful. I radiate love to everyone I meet. I am life. I am youth. I am love. I charge my mind with power. I have faith that only good will seek me out. I am a dynamic center of cosmic light, peace, and beauty, and become a magnet for all good. C. Read, memorize, and absorb positive knowledge from self-help books to keep you constantly charged mentally in a positive way. Avoid reading destructive and negative books and magazines that deal in horror, sadism, and degeneracy. D. Choose programs on television and movies that are inspiring, uplifting, and constructive. Avoid those programs that dwell too much on bloodshed, violence, and disaster. E. Charge the batteries of your brain by giving yourself tasks to perform that are creative and positive. Example, when a magnet loses its power to attract to itself iron filings, it is given work to do by placing a piece of iron on it until it is once again charged. You can use this same process to charge your brain. By associating your mind with some uplifting and inspiring thought, you automatically charge its electrical and magnetic power. The emotions and thoughts which help charge the subconscious quickest are a desire to unselfishly help others, a love of people, and a desire to do something good for them. The emotion of love manifested on any of its various planes. Love of family, love of humanity, love of friends, love of country, love of God, forgiveness to those who have harmed you in any way. Example, a woman who suffered from crippling arthritis for 20 years finally confessed that she had hated her sister all those years for taking her boyfriend away from her and marrying him. She had remained a spinster all those years, hating her sister. When she was told to forgive the sister and send her loving thoughts, she changed the mental charge of her subconscious mind from hate to love, and within 6 months, her arthritis disappeared. F. At night, when you retire, give your subconscious mind a list of the things you want it to do for you. The subconscious may send through the thought for making $1 million while you sleep, as it did to Edison when he invented his electric light bulb. He had been trying for weeks to invent a filament that wouldn't burn out immediately. Everything he tried failed. Finally, he gave his subconscious mind instructions that he wanted a filament that would last for many hours. One night he awakened as if someone had nudged him, and he hastily wrote down the idea that came through. The next day, he hastened to work out the details of the idea, and the electric light was born. The cosmic mind, storehouse of cosmic memory. The third dimension of mind is that mind which seems to be above the physical and material universe, and which in metaphysics we call the cosmic mind. It is within the cosmic mind that all universal consciousness exists. When you once learn how to tap this vast repository of universal memory, you may consort with the immortals of all ages and share their thoughts, emotions, and creative genius. Let us now study the method by which you may tap this cosmic mind and enjoy unlimited freedom of movement in the vast universal realms of great art, music, literature, poetry, and philosophy. A. Study the lives of the great geniuses of history, and mentally take on the luster of their minds and the greatness of their profound thoughts. For example, choose Burbank and from him take the essence of his creative genius. This was made up of curiosity about the workings of nature, patience in his many experiments with growing plants, faith in the inherent miracle of all life that infuses all living things, vision, the ability to see new forms and create them through imagination, courage, to be able to continue in the face of numerous failures and obstructions. You can see how you can borrow cosmic greatness from a genius like Burbank by knowing his life and his work, and then emulating the pattern of greatness as established by him. From Carnegie, you can emulate the qualities of imagination, persistence, desire for a better life, unselfishness, which caused him to give to America 1,200 public libraries and that great cultural institution, Carnegie Hall. From Edison, you can emulate the cosmic qualities of a desire to do good for others, faith in the miracle power that worked through him, joy in creativity, a love of humanity, a desire to change the world for the better, patience, perseverance, hope, and optimism. From Beethoven and Mozart, you may emulate the cosmic qualities of beauty, harmony, joy, and rhythm. Also their creative patterns of hard work, diligence, patience, and love of humanity. This process of studying the lives of the great can be extended to every realm of human endeavor, from philosophy and science to art, music, literature, and invention. B. Mentally hold a conference with great men whose thoughts and works have enriched the world. Example: you might have a business problem which you do not know how to work out. Call upon the cosmic knowledge used by Vanderbilt, Morgan, Carnegie, Schwab, and other business geniuses. The same thoughts which motivated them when they lived are still in existence today on the cosmic plane of consciousness, and you may tap this plane as easily and readily as these men did. You may wish the inspiration of great music. Turn to the recordings of such geniuses as Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, Bach, and Strauss, and when listening to their living music, you can recreate the inspiration and emotional beauty that caused them to create their vibrant masterpieces. You may require the transcendental wisdom and beauty of words, which were created by such great men as Shelley, Keats, Milton, Dante, Shakespeare, and Hugo. Turn to the works of these or other great authors and rekindle once again the cosmic flame which burned brightly for them, and which through them inspired the entire human race. You may require the cosmic knowledge of a man of science for some specific task in your life. Turn to the lives and works of such men as Newton, Galileo, Leonardo da Vinci, Pasteur, Einstein, Salk, and Fleming. The same cosmic inspiration that motivated them can, through their works, enkindle your brain and imagination with the same creative fire they used, and cause you to create works of greatness. C. Have a high and noble purpose for living, and you will reach out to the cosmic mind and draw inspiration and help for every action in your life. Hetty Green made over $100 million in her lifetime, but her greed and selfishness were such that she became a miser and never knew the joy and excitement that comes from sharing your money with other people. You can tap cosmic mind power by having an unselfish desire to help the world become a better place in which to live. Nobel made his fortune through munitions and gunpowder, but he left his fortune in trust for the Nobel Peace Prize to be given every year to the man who does the most for peace as well as for literary greatness. Carnegie once said that in the future it will be considered sinful for a man to die rich. He left most of his fortune to foundations for the good of humanity. Rockefeller Sr. has been criticized by many for the methods he used to accumulate the early fortune he made. However, after his death, he left his money to the Rockefeller Foundation, which has discovered some of the great advances made in science and medicine, which can help all of humanity. Andrew Mellon endowed a vast art gallery so he could share his love of beauty with the world. The fourth dimensional plane of spirit. When you have explored all three planes of consciousness, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the cosmic mind, you have at your control all of the vast forces which man may tap and use for his physical, material, mental, emotional, and psychic needs. There is still one other plane to be explored. This is the fourth dimensional plane of pure spirit or essence, which flows in, through, and around the physical and material, giving it its form and substance, but never being imprisoned by matter. Einstein was working on a theory before he died, which explained all matter, all creation, in terms of this divine essence or spirit. In religion, this essence is called the Holy Ghost, but in metaphysics we know that the power which Jesus, the healer, used, and which all the great mystics have used to perform miracles of healing and other great creative actions, was on the fourth dimensional metaphysical plane. In other words, the plane that is above and beyond the physical and material universe. Great forces alive in the invisible. There are great forces alive in the invisible fourth dimensional plane. It is there that electricity ebbs and flows in a vast tidal wave of power. When Franklin tried his experiment with a kite and key, he proved that this stupendous cosmic power existed. Later Galvani, Marconi, Edison, and other creative geniuses harnessed these tidal waves of power that exist in the invisible dimensions of time and space. Magnetism is another of these vast cosmic forces, which man is only now beginning to learn how to use. Newton and Galileo both showed mankind that this mysterious fluidic substance ebbed and flowed throughout the created universe and could be used by mankind when he once understood it. Now our spaceships are probing interstellar space because we have learned how magnetism works through the gravitational force, or third law of motion, which Newton discovered. Capillary attraction in all growing living things is another one of these mysterious invisible forces, which is motivated by the divine essence behind all creation. When you once learn how to tap this enormous reservoir of invisible power, you can truly become a Superman and perform deeds that would be called miracles by all who witness them. Jesus knew how to transmute substances, how to heal the sick, now to feed the multitudes with a few loaves and fishes, how to walk on water, raise the dead, turn water into wine, and perform other incredible miracles through the use of the law of transmutation and transfiguration. All of this has been documented in history. How to tap the fourth dimensional plane of spirit. A. Use the two miracle keys of faith and prayer to unlock the vast reservoirs of latent power within your human psyche. Have faith that this power is alive today and is working for you, as it did for Jesus and other great teachers of the past. Use prayer as the spiritual language with which you can communicate to the divine mind within your own consciousness. The spark of divinity is alive within all human beings. You can talk to God as easily as you talk to your friends. Prayer is the language of the soul, and when you hold Holy Communion with your divine self, you will be admitted into many mysteries of the universe, and you will be given powers that will astound you. B. Intensify your spiritual magnetism by holding in your consciousness the spiritual qualities that all great mystics have told us about. These qualities are truth, love, peace, charity, goodness, forgiveness, faith, and worship of the divine force, which created all life. These qualities of the divine should be indulged and exercised as much as you exercise your physical body. The mind, the emotions, and the soul of man require certain stimuli, and on the fourth dimensional plane, man must live in the awareness of his divinity and act accordingly. Base and ignoble actions destroy this divine image, and man sinks back to the primitive plane of an animal. C. Master the negative emotions which destroy the divine image. These emotions we have learned elsewhere in our study. They are fear, hatred, anger, revenge, envy, jealousy, greed, selfishness, and malice. The only way that you can really master these emotions is through substitution of a positive emotion in place of the negative one. D. When you wish to stir the miracle response centers of your consciousness, use the secret that the Tibetan mystics have used for centuries. Visualize a golden cord tied to the forehead. See this golden cord reaching out into infinity, where it contacts the cosmic mind of the Creator. When you practice projecting your spiritual essence to the divine, breathe deeply 10 or 15 times, and then close your eyes and visualize the divine essence flowing from the cosmic mind to your mind. Slowly say the mystic words, Om Mani Padme Om, 10 or 15 times. Breathe deeply before saying the words, and then hold the Om a little longer than the other words. You will feel a sense of exhilaration when you perform this mystic ritual, and it will give you great power and endurance when you need it. E. You can tap this high plane of the fourth dimension of spirit when you perform charitable acts. This is one of the reasons why all the great mystics and prophets stress charity in their teachings. The spirit of outpouring is a divine act, as the sun pours forth its rays to nourish the earth and to give life to all mankind. The cosmic mind is a generous and loving force that bestows its treasures lavishly on mankind. Duplicate this generosity of the divine mind in your own life, and you will see immediate changes in your own life affairs. Being charitable does not mean that you must give money to others. Giving takes many different forms. You can give kindness, love, beauty. You can share your life experiences with those less fortunate. You can give smiles and kind words to those with whom you work. The spirit of kindness and generosity can become a mental habit which infuses your entire personality. It will win friends for you and cause you to be loved by everyone you meet. Chapter 7. All riches possible using miracle power consciousness of metaphysics. You can use the miracle power consciousness for many different purposes in life. You may want to become an outstanding success in the business or professional world and build a vast fortune. You can use this power for this purpose. There is nothing wrong with utilizing the riches that are in the universe. They were given to man by the Creator and should be used intelligently. The Bible speaks of the love of money being the root of all evil. It does not say money itself is evil. It is the greedy, selfish person who accumulates a fortune for his own self-aggrandizement who is sinful. If you use the miracle power consciousness to attract a fortune and use your money intelligently, you can be as rich as you wish to be. How to build the rich consciousness. There is a law in metaphysics which is called the law of cause and effect. It is also referred to as action and reaction. There can be no effect without a predisposing cause. If you want to become rich and successful, you must set the causes into motion, which will lead to the effect of producing riches. This is a law in everything in the mental and physical worlds. What is consciousness? It is the state of being conscious, of having awareness. It is the totality of one's thoughts, feelings, and experiences. A rich consciousness must first be created before you can truly enjoy the blessings of life. This consciousness can be built even if you are poor and do not have any material resources. Example: a man who has never been exposed to any artistic or cultural experience might go to the Metropolitan Museum in New York City, where there are magnificent art treasures from all over the world. He might enjoy the experience a great deal, but it is unlikely that he will really understand what he sees or fully appreciate the works of art. Why? Because his consciousness has never been fully developed in relation to art. A person who has studied art, who has read books on the lives of the artists, and who knows something about symmetry, composition, form, and color, will appreciate the beautiful paintings more than one unversed in this knowledge of great art. The rich consciousness must first be built before you can truly enjoy the free riches of life, or attract the material abundance which riches represent. If you were rich, what would you do? Let us ask a hypothetical question. If you were really rich, what are some of the things that you would do? You would buy magnificent paintings for your home. You would probably have expensive, leather-bound volumes for your library. You would own a luxurious car with a chauffeur to drive you anywhere you wanted to go. You would travel to foreign places and seek out the pleasures and amusements of nightclubs, horse racing, and yachting. You would frequent the best hotels, eat the finest food, and go to the opera and theater to see fine shows. You can actually live the rich life and enjoy the same things that millionaires enjoy, without being rich. When you once build the rich consciousness, you will enrich your life. And then, if you want a fortune, the miracle power within you can show you how to attain it. Here is how the rich consciousness is built. 1. Be aware of the priceless treasures of life that are all about you and which you can enjoy with very little money. For instance, you cannot own a Rembrandt painting, which would be worth $1 million or more, and which few millionaires can afford to own, but you can buy magnificent reproductions of the greatest art treasures in the world, such as the Mona Lisa, the Blue Boy, the Last Supper, and other great paintings, which can adorn the walls of your home. If you are not near a great art gallery, like the Metropolitan in New York, you can purchase books which reproduce the world's great art treasures and enrich your consciousness by studying the lives and the works of the great artists of the past. 2. You may not have a fine library of leather-bound first editions in your home, but you have access to a public library, which is a repository for the world's greatest literature. Here you may borrow books which you can read and fill your consciousness with the noblest thoughts and inspirations of the greatest literary geniuses of the past and present. Also, most of the finest books are now being reproduced in paper-bound volumes, which almost anyone can afford. 3. Study the lives on great and successful men of history through reading biographies and autobiographies. Then emulate their lives and thoughts. Learn from the mistakes of these men and try to enrich your consciousness by absorbing as much knowledge as you can from their examples and life works. 4. You may not have your own limousine and chauffeur, but what about your local forms of transportation? You can have, for a small sum, a vast streetcar or subway or bus with a liveried chauffeur who does the driving for you. Isn't this as much yours as if you owned it? Then, too, think of how little bother it is. You need not take care of it or put gas in it or worry about repairs. It is all done for you by a vast network of employees that you need never contact. Instead of lamenting the fact you do not have a car, build first the consciousness of riches, which can eventually lead you to owning your own car. 5. You may long for a mansion and landscaped gardens, but did you ever stop to think that you already possess illimitable riches in public parks, zoos, botanical gardens, that no millionaire could ever afford to keep up? I remember in my walks about Bel Air, where I had a home in California for many years, I came to a vast 10-acre estate with a huge wire fence around it, and the words, "Electric Gate, Keep Out," on the front. In the center of this estate was a huge mausoleum of a house. I never saw any people on its rolling lawns. No one was ever out in the yard enjoying the flowers and imported expensive trees and shrubs. It was a lonely and deserted wilderness, and the multimillionaire who lived there was never at home to enjoy his mansion. Surely you can find more happiness in your own comfortable small apartment or home than is represented by this outlay of wealth. You can build a rich consciousness and enjoy the public parks and the beauty of gardens all around you, without ever having to worry about watering the plants or paying the gardeners to keep them up. 6. You may complain that you cannot afford to go to the theater and opera or concerts. Your hometown may not have these special entertainments which only the rich can afford. You need not be rich to have entertainment fit for a king. You have radio and television, which can bring into your home in one evening alone entertainment worth many millions of dollars. With the flip of a dial, you can be personally entertained by such great stars as Jack Benny, Milton Berle, Lucille Ball, Jackie Gleason, Bob Hope, Red Skelton, and Danny Thomas. You can turn to the telephone hour for culture and fine music. You can even have Johnny Carson, Ed Sullivan, and occasionally the Beatles and Elvis Presley, if you want modern entertainment and vaudeville. Then think of the multi-million-dollar movies that you can tune into of an evening. You can be entertained by not only our present stars, but by a youthful John Barrymore, Errol Flynn, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Tyrone Power, who have long since departed this earth. Garbo, Dietrich, Rita Hayworth, Lana Turner come to you in the magic of eternal youth and beauty on your home TV, and it costs you only the initial price of your set. A potentate of the Far East, with all his millions, could never afford the wonder and luxury of a radio or television set. You are already as rich as Midas, but you may not have the consciousness of the abundance you truly possess. The rich universe in which you live. To help you build the miracle power consciousness that can bring you illimitable riches, let us examine the rich universe in which you live. Most people remain in poor circumstances in life because they are not aware of the riches that God has placed here for us to enjoy. Ponder on the following facts the next time you begin to bemoan the fact there are not enough riches for all people. In Russia, there is a forest 3,000 miles square. In that one forest alone, there is enough lumber and building material to build a mansion the size and beauty of the White House in Washington, D.C. for every family in the world. In Brazil, there is a vast area of untapped treasures, where there is more than enough wealth to furnish the world with gold, diamonds, silver, iron, coal, zinc, tin, copper and mahogany, rubber and fruits, to supply the entire world for generations to come. Poverty is in the mind of man, not in God's universe. Then, add to this the wealth that exists in the sea. Now they are finding diamonds, gold, and oil in the seas of the world that promise to furnish mankind with an abundance of treasures for generations to come. Remind yourself constantly that you live in a rich universe, and that everything God created was for you and your loved ones. There is no poverty in nature. Poverty is man-made. The cost of the ships that were sunk at Pearl Harbor alone would have furnished water to nourish the entire desert wastes of the West. Enough produce could have been furnished there alone to feed the starving millions of Asia. $4 billion, the cost of creating one single atom bomb, could have wiped out poverty in America and fed the rest of the world for years. In America alone, we store millions of pounds of butter, dump millions of gallons of milk, oranges, potatoes, and burned produce that could easily feed the entire world. The next time you hear someone speak of the lack and limitation that is in the world, remind them of these facts. Enrich your consciousness by being aware of the true riches that exist in this universe. Soon you will be able to attract all the money you need to furnish you with every luxury and comfort you desire. Do these things to release the miracle power for building a fortune. 1. Absorb as much knowledge as you can about the world in which you live. Study the great examples furnished by men and women of the past. Learn all you can about art, music, literature, science, and invention. Make it a point to learn how rich men have made their fortunes. Go to your public library and get books on the lives of such men as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Mellon, Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Astor. Then try to apply the knowledge you have gathered to your own life. 2. Have a sincere desire to elevate yourself in life. Raise your standards, have high ideals, do things that will carry you a step higher in intellectual and cultural fields. You might enroll in a course in public speaking, study art or music or writing. Go to art galleries and then study books that tell you of the lives of the great artists. You will be better able to attract the finer things of life if you build a consciousness that comprehends worthwhile achievements. 3. Build your sense of awareness of the treasures that you already possess by taking a daily inventory of the riches you now enjoy. On Monday, you might study something about a great artist like Rembrandt or Da Vinci. On Tuesday, you might listen to some fine music by Beethoven or Mozart, and then learn something about the composers' lives by reading books in your library. On Wednesday, you might be aware of the good things on television, instead of lamenting the bad things. Study the life of Edison, Marconi, Sarnoff, the men who made this modern miracle possible. On Thursday, you might enjoy the luxury of the fruits you see in the marketplace or have on your table. Become curious about the man who perfected so many fruits and flowers and vegetables. Study the life of Burbank and see how he used the miracle power of his higher mind to create new forms of fruits and vegetables which enrich your life today. This study regime should continue throughout your entire life and should extend to art, music, literature, history, science, philosophy, psychology, industry, and religion. Soon you will find your consciousness is tremendously enriched, and you will stimulate the response centers of your higher mind, giving you greater power to attract into the orbit of your daily experiences the riches and abundance which you desire. 4. Visualize and imagine the type of world in which you wish to live. Mentally select the home environment in which you believe you would be happiest. Then strive to create as much beauty, charm, and cleanliness in your present environment. Soon you will attract to yourself the right home that you have lived in your imagination. 5. Have an objective in life, a reason for wanting to make a fortune. You may want a beautiful home, a car of your own, a college education for your son or daughter, a fur coat, a small boat. Whatever it is, have the objective clearly in mind. Write it down on a sheet of paper and read it over every day until you have built the consciousness of abundance. Then have the patience to wait for fulfillment of your dream. 6. Clear your mind each night when you retire of all negative thoughts that you have accumulated during the day. Your consciousness is built by an accumulation of ideas and thoughts. If you think you can succeed and attract riches, you will have a better chance than if you tell yourself 100 times a day that you will fail, that there aren't enough riches to go around, or other negative thoughts. 7. Strive to be worthy of the best that life has to offer. Build your consciousness of quality and riches by wearing the best clothes you can afford. Eat in the restaurants that represent quality. Choose your entertainment on television or movies with the intention of improving the quality of your mind. Read good books. Be conversant with the classics of the past in art, music, and literature, as well as the modern trends in these fields. 8. Use the riches you now possess and appreciate and enjoy the free gifts of life. Sunshine, fresh air, beautiful flowers, smiling faces of children, music, good food, friends, and loved ones. These emotional values are also riches of the spirit, and they should not be neglected while you search for material treasures and possessions. A test to determine your state of consciousness. Your answers to the following questions will determine to what degree you have achieved the enrichment of your consciousness. If your scoring is low at present, do not be discouraged, but strive to achieve a higher rating through re-studying this chapter. To determine your grade, give yourself credit for 10 points on each question that you answer yes. If your score is 90%, it is excellent. 80% to 90% is very good. 70% to 80% is fair. 1. Do you spend at least 1 hour a day in improving your mind by studying things that pertain to your personality? This includes your voice, your manners, and the social graces. 2. Do you appreciate and enjoy good music? 3. Do you read books considered classics? Books by writers such as Dickens, Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, Dumas, Milton, Dante. 4. Do you seek out friends who are cultured and refined? 5. Do you try to keep your present home neat, clean, and orderly? 6. Are you utilizing the riches that you already possess fully? 7. Do you visit your local museums, art galleries, and cultural institutions often? 8. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 Keys that Unlock the Metaphysical Forces of Your Mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, they possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness, where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle superforces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle superforces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his Experiments in Extrasensory Perception, a noted authority tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers, and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind, and won for himself a position as Emperor of France, and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology, and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty, and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the superforce of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle superforce of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle superforce resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain superforces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E equals mc2. What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle super forces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the super forces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind, then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle super forces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key, knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives, and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercised by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, "You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire?" Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. "Why?" "When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle superforces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. the will to be rich and the will to remain poor, the will to happiness and the will to misery, the will to love and the will to hate, the will to good and the will to evil, the will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, he cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. They are 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will. 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say 12 times a day, "I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me." 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, "This too shall pass away." Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle superforces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan, so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The 5th key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle superforces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in 2 ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory, a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The 6th key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle superforces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest, to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche, which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries." 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, the mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key, magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above. To attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer-Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later, in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle superforces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth.